Okay, so today I'll watch like some random YouTube clips, I guess, or I always say that. I just haven't felt like watching one committed series. Again, there's nothing against Yona, there's nothing against Dragon Ball that I was trying to do with the Crunchyroll randomizer. Sometimes I just like to introduce the format and then we can always come back to it later. Like, you know, I just don't have the... You know, one thing I should almost do, because I used to do... I was also talking about audiobooks and stuff like that. But no, the next format I'll introduce is the Netflix one, I guess, just to show like the alphabetical thing. So next month I'll subscribe to that. Then maybe the month after that I'll try Audible for either like the Harry Potter books or the Lord of the Rings books or something else like Contact by Jodie Foster, you know, Carl Sagan, and I could watch it as a companion piece. Basically, that's the best way to do it. Read a book, but instead of reading it, we can just listen to it and react like this, and then watch the movie to go along with it, especially if I haven't seen the movie. But no, let's... what was I saying? Something to do with... We introduced Crunchyroll, we watched Yona, we watched Dragon Ball. Oh no, I could almost watch like a game, like with no commentary. And like, well, it'd be hard because I'd have to keep reading. Like Phoenix Wright, you know, I've obviously beaten the game multiple times, but I could like analyze and give like a deep, detailed, in-depth thing and just watch the, you know, like a no commentary playthrough and give my own commentary just over like what's happening. And there's kind of good key pivotal moments, and I have a lot of sort of deep analysis of that game. Because I love stuff like that, like detective fiction, and it does certain things really well. In particular, Rise from the Ashes, the fifth case from the first game, which wasn't in the original version, but it was re-released for the international thing. Like, it was on the Game Boy Advance or whatever in Japan, and then when it was released internationally, they did a re-release, so that also was in Japan, but it also was all around the world for the DS, Nintendo DS. And that one had Rise from the Ashes. So as somebody in America, I didn't notice the difference, right? It fit in pretty seamlessly. So I didn't know that the fifth case was added for that. I thought it was just... Yeah, I thought that was just how the game was. But that case is such a masterpiece that it deserves really Hall of Fame status. I always swear by that as like, it's one of the greatest sort of detective experiences in a game I've ever seen. And maybe even overall, it is truly spectacular. Because the subject matter isn't too crazy. It's just like, you know, there's some cover-ups and police corruption, but it plays it very straight. It actually works very, very well with some of the characterization, Damon Gant, Edgeworth's whole character conflict. It is really well done, actually. If you turn that into a movie, I could watch the Ace Attorney anime and shit all over it. It was so bland and boring. Like, I didn't like it at all. Ironic. I'd rather watch the games than I'd rather watch a no commentary thing where I have to read it through the game than actually watching the anime. It's so bad because it's like the tone is like it's trying to be sort of serious, but then it's not really serious. And then all the over-the-top animations that they try to do from the game are no longer necessary because they were done as sprites because you had limited technology at the time with the Game Boy and obviously even with the DS. So you don't need to do those anymore. It's hard to explain. Like, you have full range of motion and movement, but now you're kind of making it stiff and, like, artificial, even though you don't need to do that anymore. You only did that for the game. So that's the whole point of translating something from one medium to the other. You don't need to do that anymore. You could make it more natural and more organic, and it just fails because it tries to tonally be different from the games, but then it doesn't work on either level. It's not serious enough. It's not funny or playful enough. So it has no identity. It felt very shallow, very hollow, very much like they're just, it's just a direct translation. But even as a direct translation, it's too direct, right, where they're trying to even copy the animations and stuff over. And so I would have made it maybe take itself more seriously. I don't know. It just isn't good. I was very disappointed by it. And it makes me feel sort of redundant, like it's just... A lot of it is just exactly taken one-to-one. So they're not imaginative enough with that, and they're not... I don't know. Okay, I'll watch some random stuff here. So it is like July... What the fuck is it even? July. It's August 7th, and so Tim Walz from Minnesota has been chosen as Kamala's VP pick, and so I guess I could I've been sort of talking a lot about these things lately, but it's just sort of depressing because people are dumb. I'm surprised they fall for this kind of thing, right? Like, none of these people were really that popular before, right? Especially Harris herself. She only got 1% of the vote from her own party. So you can't at least see the fingerprints of corporate media influence that, oh, now suddenly she becomes the greatest thing. All these people suddenly passionate about her, even though you yourself, by your own admission, in your own party, the Democratic Party only got 1% of the vote, so you didn't like her at all. But now all of a sudden she's the greatest thing. That's how you know it's artificial. That I don't entirely agree that people say, well, she's the nominee, oh, that's not democracy because you didn't choose the nominee. Because you technically voted for her as VP, so it's kind of fair, but it's not exactly how it works. Like, she would have taken over as president because 81 million people voted for her as the vice president, even though I disagree with those people for voting for her. The point is that by voting for Biden, you did vote for her as VP, so if something happened to Biden, she would take over, which kind of something happened, even if it's sort of deliberately, but it doesn't automatically make you the next nominee, so maybe that process could have been done a little better, right? But because it's so late in the thing, it is a little deceptive how they've done it. But you would think the drawback would be, I wouldn't say that, oh, Harris should be disqualified, the same way that I don't think Trump should be disqualified because, oh, he's supposedly a felon. I think the way that you beat them is you say, well, Harris only got 1% of the vote in the Democratic primary, so she's not very popular, so she shouldn't win. And the same thing if you don't like Trump, like, he's so bad as you say. If he's as bad as you say, then he should just lose, right? You shouldn't need to disqualify him. So you're kind of recognizing, oh, they have genuine public support, but I also, they have genuine public support, so I want to disqualify them from running. So basically you're saying, this person is so bad, he can't be allowed to win. But also, I think it's inevitable that he's going to win because they're so popular. So there's some disconnect there, like, you're not acknowledging any sort of legitimate reason why people might like him. So I don't know what this one is. Let me see. Or it changes the orientation of my screen somehow. In Minnesota, like in Wisconsin, we respect our neighbors. It's just everything that applies to one side applies to the other. Mind your own damn business, but that's not what your party has done. You're all over Trump this, Trump that, Trumpers, Trump voters. The book thing is so overblown. See, there's a bit of a false duality, pronoun, anti thing here. I don't even have to take a side on the issue, like, of books. But nobody was just saying collectively, right, even Republicans or whatever, the argument wasn't, oh, we just want to suddenly, randomly, out of the blue, we're going to go take books out of libraries. No. There was first the push on the other side, the progressive side. We need some of these books about gender identity and things that might reference sex, etc. We need these books in libraries so kids can learn about this stuff, which, again, you can debate whether you should do that or not. But there was first that push, so that's not seen as defining or outward. You make an outward push, like, okay, we need some of these books in there, even like stuff to do with race, 1619 Project, etc. So you put those things in, and then now you react to it and say, okay, we want to prevent those things from being in child libraries because it has to do with sex and stuff that we're not comfortable with. So you're not banning the book. You're saying for that age group, right, there are certain things you wouldn't put in a library with certain age groups just because of that. That's like saying R-rated movies are being censored, but they're not. It just means that kids shouldn't watch them or something like that. So that's very different, right? You're not saying the book should be banned overall. It should be banned from a school library because of the age group that's in the school and, whether it's appropriate adult content, stuff to do with sexuality, right, whether that should really be present there. So you're ignoring the push on the other side, and you're acting like in false framing, like Bolshevik rhetoric, that, oh, look at these people pushing for books to be banned. But they weren't doing that before. You pushed for them to be there. You're doing this like revisionist history. Now we need something new to be added, and they're simply opposing your outward effort. But that is a total fallacy because, again, I'm not taking a side, but people don't just randomly do that, at least not in a large scale. Like, oh, we need to randomly just ban books. No, you are trying to push for certain books, and now they're trying to push back, but you're acting like them pushing back is an outward effort, not your effort being outward. Again, I'm not even saying which one is right. I'm more of that mindset. Just have everything available all the time for everyone. I don't really care. But, again, a school library also can't have every book in existence, so there is a certain selecting out that you can do. And age moderation, again, is not really censorship. They can go home and get the same book from their parents, or right, that's what it means. Like, you're more so deferring to their, to their judgment, to say that, okay, if you really want them to read about drag queens or something, sexuality, that's fine, but you can teach them that yourself at home, or you can get them that book yourself, right? Why does it have to be in a school public library? So they'll identify a flaw on one side, but not on the other. Every living descendant is a... Donald Trump is the only one who's not a descendant of slave owners. Every other one besides Trump. Now, that is kind of a useless point. It's kind of hard to believe, though, as affluent as his family was. That's kind of hard to say. So even Obama is a descendant of a slave owner? It's sad because, you find yourself in that position. Like, if I simply point out logical fallacies with a particular side, you'll say I'm on the other side, but then I'll point out fallacies to do with them. So it's not even saying, like, oh, I'm an independent, like a neutral, whatever, but I'm just trying to be objective. Like, I don't really care about what side. I care about the process by how you get there, right? This is like J.D. Vance, softball question, something. Too serious, too angry sometimes. What makes you smile? What makes you happy? Yeah, that was kind of a nice question, though. That wasn't such a bad answer, but the guy, that is kind of a nice question. Just like, what makes you happy? Right? That's nothing really wrong with that question. Maybe implying that he's angry or whatever, but I would just say in a more absolute sense, like, it's not about being happy. It's not about me, my idiosyncrasies. It's about getting stuff done. So even if I suffer for it, you don't have to be happy. My happiness isn't what matters. I'll sacrifice it gladly for the American people's happiness. Say it like that, Biden fires back at media. There were instances where he's doing that, like calling somebody a dumb son of a bitch, like Peter Doocy or somebody. So media bias only exists when it goes one way. Like, I love people's willingness to see this. Fox News is biased, which it is. You're right. I've criticized that since over a decade ago. Well over that, right? So, Fox News is biased, or what else? That's the only major network. But you don't see that every other network is biased the other way. Like, again, I don't care which way. I care more so about how many or at all that you are biased. So if four major networks are on the side of Democrats and one major network is on the side of Republicans, I'm just as concerned about that, or I'm more concerned because, again, you would rather see Trump win for that reason at least. It's kind of a humorous one. Not because even he's a good guy, but because I would rather a flawed, imperfect, idiosyncratic president, which they both are, and you could say they all are, but even in this specific case, I would rather see that flawed person be held accountable by four major networks, the majority of them, a lot of celebrities, etc. I'd rather see them held accountable and constantly be criticized under a microscope, because that's just a good process that every president should be under, instead of seeing them be coddled and apologized for and buffered up by the media. So based on that, that's the whole irony. You're not even voting necessarily despite the media. You say, oh, we're voting for Trump because he's on our side, because if the media is against him, that means he's on our side, because the media represents corporations, or corporate-owned even, so they represent the real power structure and other powerful interests. But you're not actually even saying that necessarily. You could say it in a more objective way. You're not voting for him to spite the media and think, oh, he's on your side because the media is against him and the media represents corporate-owned interests, but because of something deeper than that. You would say that he might be on his own side, he's out for self-interest, but he exposes the corporate interests of the media, and they might be on opposite sides. So he might be out for selfish reasons, the corporate-owned media and its power structure might be out for its own reasons, but at least the two are at odds with each other. And so now you have a case where you're basically able to split the two. And if you split the two now, at least you have two very powerful forces working against each other or in different directions. Whereas if they're on the same side, now you're at risk of a one-party state, which you really don't have that with Trump, because you'd never have a one-party state when it's so accountable, right? Every little thing Trump does is criticized, whether it's fair or not, but I'm happy with that because I want to see that level of focus and that level of accountability, right? Again, even if some of it is forced and overdone, I'd rather you overdo it than not do it enough and say, Barack Obama, you're kind of coddling him, and the fallacy is that, okay, the reason why is because he's just that good of a guy and Trump is just that bad, but I don't need the media to make that assumption for me, right? The fact that they're popular enough to win the presidency means they must be doing something right, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt myself and say I don't need the media to tell me that they're bad, right? Or good, just report and we can decide for ourselves. So don't hold anything back. But these sort of leading pointed questions don't really work the way you think, because you're kind of making claims, and that's not really how. Just let them say what they're saying, and you're smart enough, right? It's sort of insulting the intelligence of the audience, like you're so stupid that you need to you need to have everything spelled out for you. You can make up your mind for yourself what you believe, what you don't believe. And there's one term that bothers me is like conspiracy theories. You hear it talked about like, oh, the 2020 election was stolen, or something else maybe, right? Like if I was to say China owns 10% or more of various major media companies in the United States, and there's like this globalist agenda, and they're using this as like a Cold War type of tactic to sort of push propaganda that's anti-American, that sort of installs these puppet presidents that are easier to manipulate or more on their side, right? You'd say, oh, that's a conspiracy. China wouldn't do such a thing. Or other countries collectively want to see a different president for a different reason. You would say, oh, that's a conspiracy theory, or the 2020 election being, rigged or stolen. But then on the other side, you can't see that, oh, Donald Trump is colluded with Russia. He's Putin's puppet, even though that went to trial in a legal setting and he was acquitted and he wasn't successfully impeached. Now you'll say, oh, that system was rigged. That outcome was rigged because we didn't get the outcome we wanted. So when you get the outcome you want, you'll never question it. When you get the outcome you don't want, oh, it's rigged. So that's a conspiracy theory. Again, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means you didn't adequately prove it in a legal setting, and at least that one went to a legal setting. Right? So he was acquitted there. He wasn't successfully impeached in 2016. And then also in 2020, oh, he's an insurrectionist, but objectively he's not. Right? So all these false claims are made. He was acquitted in 2020 of the insurrection of, he was acquitted with respect to inciting the insurrection, right? In a legal setting. So now you'll say, oh, it's just Republicans taking a side. But by that logic, oh, the reason why he would have been convicted is, oh, it's just Democrats trying to frame him because he's a Republican, right? You see how the logic works both ways. So you have to respect the legal outcome regardless, and any other claim of that is a conspiracy theory because it didn't actually happen, or it isn't actually proven. So you have to at least respect. Again, I might believe, or even have strong basis to say George Bush is an unconvicted war criminal, so I might be saying that, that's why I always qualify it unconvicted. So that is a conspiracy theory, but I think it has pretty solid ground. And at least with that one, I have solid standing to say it should at least be brought to trial in a legal setting, and then if he's somehow acquitted, fine, even though you might say, oh, it's a rigged fixed system. So again, people on the other side will say, oh, he colluded, he's Putin's puppet, but he he got saved because of, you'll say it's a conspiracy, and then 2020 also, oh, it's a conspiracy, insurrectionist, and so all these claims are falsely made. And then what's another one like? Stuff to do with Russia, stuff to do with that, all these sort of things that, oh, he's going to try to become a dictator, and this and that. Like, you don't need to make these outlandish sort of claims to beat him. Like, why can't you just beat him on policy? And sometimes you'll hear that too. Oh, all the Trump side does is call names and be hateful. But also you see that on the other side now too. Oh, or the whole time, Trump is bad and he's a racist and everybody who voted for him is a racist and all this kind of stuff. So you're stooping to his level and even below it and just pretending to be better. So that would be my objection, is that everything that applies to him applies to you, maybe even more. And so the policy position is strange. And you got to look at it too. Like, look at the overall state of the country, right? If you win this time, you would have had 4 of the last 5. I said this like in the other session earlier. 4 of the last 5 presidents would have been Democrats. So you must be living in a utopian society or something, because why on earth would you know what I mean? You can't blame Trump for hardly anything, because Obama had 2 terms, and then Trump won, and then Biden had a term. So you've had 3 out of the last 4 have been Democrats. So what should you have to complain about that much? Isn't that kind of strange? Like, all the problems in society, in the country, would have more to do with Democrats than Republicans in this broader, I know it's unfair to bring up such a long period of time, but still, you've had the Democratic president. It's not like we've had a 2-term Trump thing and now you're complaining, right? So something strange about it, that even when you're in power, again, this is how one-party states work. Even when you're in power, you blame the other side that's not in power to stop them from getting in power. But how can it be their fault when you're in power, right? Like, for example, when Trump was president, even though a lot of things that were said were hysterical and maybe unjustified, the reality is that you could always blame him. Okay, he's president, so even though COVID's not his fault for happening and stuff like that, you can at least blame him. He takes responsibility, so that's fine, right? With that level of stature and power comes a lot of responsibility, so even though some of it is exaggerated, I can accept that. But as soon as you won in 2020, what did we hear? So what you have is you put yourself in a situation where I kind of lost my train of thought. I was saying that even if you are in a position of, like, you beat Trump in 2020 because, oh, he's such a bad guy, and we've heard all that. So what was the platform for 2020 and beyond? Were we going to be really strong on policy and this and that? No, we still heard Trump's bad, but you're already president, you already beat him. So from 2020 to now, you've heard nothing but that the whole time, like, Trump is a bad guy, and so now, what does that mean? Like, so your only platform is that he's bad, but he's not even president, so what's the problem? You're just assuming that he's a primary challenger, rival, and he's going to win or be popular enough to win. So your whole thing just becomes how bad he is and how bad anybody who supports him is. But this is just a result of media propaganda, because you wouldn't do that in any other case. 74 million people was not a marginal group, nor was the 60 plus million the first time that he won. So rather than just saying, okay, let's try to win on policy, you're trying to win through some sort of idiosyncrasy or popularity contest. And by doing that, you're basically able to... It's very stupid, because you get to, I don't know, like, again, treating 74 million like a marginal group. Also, it would be a top 20 populated country in the world, because of the simple fact that, so imagine that. Let's take Belgium or France or whatever, right? And, we have more people who voted for Trump than live in that country, regardless even of them being of voting age or adults or whatever. Just everybody, period, from a country. We're going to discredit the entire population, and we're going to say they're all bigots or racist or they're all dumb and uneducated, even though there is no such marginal group you could show, right? There is no label you could give to 74 million people. That's just ordinary, everyday people of every race, every, both genders, everything. It's everybody, it just doesn't work. You can't marginalize that group. But that's where I completely am not in agreement with people. Again, you can dislike Trump, you can try to beat him on policy, fine, but that shouldn't be your whole platform. You shouldn't even worry about him. Just do the best you can, make your best case, make your best policy. But it's easier just to do that. It's like, get people to vote against Trump, but that doesn't make sense, because again, you could vote for anybody then. Vote for an independent, vote for me even. Don't vote at all if you don't have conviction in anybody. Or like, what if it wasn't Trump? Then you would just fall in the same trap of like, oh, he's a threat to democracy, this and that, even though he was president for 4 years. And that's not, I love how these claims are always leading to people, the media, talking heads, etc., Democrats would say stuff like, oh, he's terrible, he's this and that, but they had no substance to say it yet. And then he's acquitted on the Russia thing. He's acquitted on the insurrection. So it's like everything is hindsight. Like, oh, well, Donald Trump's a terrible president in 2016. And then, 2017 and on. So he's a terrible president. And if I question that now, like, oh, maybe he wasn't that bad. His economic policy, et cetera, was good. People say, oh, but what about COVID? What about the record job loss in COVID? But you didn't know that was going to happen. So why was everybody so up in arms before that? That's my point. People hated him before he even did anything as president, right? So, oh, it's because of COVID, but that hadn't happened yet and you didn't know that was going to happen. Or, oh, it's because of the insurrection when he left office. Of course, that shows you he's a threat to democracy. But you didn't know that when, you know what I mean? You could say, oh, you predicted it, but so in other words, the first 2 years, let's say, of his presidency were pretty good and pretty stable, and there were no new wars, and economy was good, and all this kind of stuff. So, in other words, under normal conditions, it's actually not that bad. I can certainly understand the fear factor associated with January 6th, because that is what we see in other countries, but the difference is the president wouldn't just even sit idly by. They would be in on it and exacerbate it. Like, they would use the pretext of that attack to declare martial law in D.C. and then delay the election and then stay in power indefinitely and maybe even kill off rivals in the other party and stuff like that. So I like the fact that in America you wouldn't even consider doing that, because people wouldn't stand for it, or I guess they would do something. I don't know exactly what would happen. Like, what would have happened if he did that? He declares martial law, so under the pretense of, oh, look at this horrible riot, and then therefore we have to delay the election for safety, and then you keep delaying, and then you stay in power like that. That's what would have happened. So again, I'm not celebrating, oh, look at him, pat him on the back for not doing that, but that is the way it would normally go. And so there's at least enough checks and balances to stop that. Right, like that's what his presidency shows. As much hysteria as there is, either it's one of two things. Either he's not as bad as people say, or there's enough checks and balances and pushback, whether from the media, whether from the other party, whether from the American people, that he couldn't do too much that was actually that bad. When you look at his policies, they're not actually that out there. Right? A lot of them are relatively normal. They harken back to some older Republicans. Some of them are a little bit less inspired, but they're all just kind of more normal everyday things. So that's what I always ask people too. Like, name like 3 policies of Trump's you didn't like, and they can't even really name them, or they'll say them more broadly, like, oh, on the border, but a lot of that stuff was pretty normal too. Like, Obama said the same thing: if you send your children over, we'll send them back. So, who built the cages and child family separation? So either those were relatively consistent between previous presidents, or it's nothing really that special or different that he's doing, or it's just like a minor change. It's not as extreme as you think, right? He did actually very little in a way. When you think about, executive orders and this and that, when he does it, it's an abuse of power, and then Joe Biden does a whole bunch of them. So I don't like this double standard. That's my problem. So in a way, people have it half right. They'll say, Fox News is biased. You're right, but you should see that the other networks are too, just in the other way. Or, Trump has these flaws, and we should fixate on every little thing he does. You're not wrong, but you should fixate on the other side just as much and make sure that, you hold them just as accountable, basically. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that, again, you shouldn't be so dug in. I guess I've never found the appeal of that. Like, I could see myself being, very committed to one candidate at a time, like Ron Paul back around 2012. He would have been a great choice. He was ahead of the curve on inflation. He was just very insightful and on point. But it's not a Republican thing. He's a libertarian. You can say whatever you want. People always make fun of libertarians. I always see this like on Twitter and stuff. But, I don't get it. Like, you're just using a label that you don't even understand or is not even being properly applied. Like, what is a Democrat? What is a Republican? And nobody even has a clear definition or policy because it's just hot air at this point. Democrats have become some weird, like, laissez-faire approach. Let people in through the border with no process. Let criminals go free early. Don't be tough on crime. These are true things. I mean, a lot of cities were like that. The Seattle, the Summer of Love, and all this kind of stuff. It's weird that such extreme things are being taken as though they're normal or even that they're good things, but yet things that have never happened before, if they did happen, they'd be an anomaly and an aberration, and that's how media propaganda is in on it. So none of this stuff happens by mistake, and you say, oh, this is a conspiracy, but when would that normally happen in a civilized country? Like, a city or a part of it gets taken over by basically criminals or whatever, autonomous zone, and instead of being condemned and trying to stop it, it's praised by the government, it's praised by the media, right? Like, it just, something feels out of place. Like, you could normally never get away with this, but I'm all for tearing down needless structure, but at least you have to do it with a more deliberate intent. That's not going to be the way that cuts it. That should set a standard. Okay, then I create an autonomous zone in my house so I can do whatever I want, but you can't come there. Then somebody gets killed and then they close it down, like, big surprise. But yeah, people are very willfully dumb, I feel like, and it's just selective standards, so none of that works on me. But the problem is, if Biden and Harris actually win, not Biden, if Harris and Walz now win, that would be disappointing, because if you can't see what's wrong after this last 4 years, again, I wouldn't even mind if Trump wins, but I would have rather use this as an opportunity to vote for an independent and sort of go in a different direction, right? There's always this assumption, like, well, you're voting against Trump because only the other party can win, and so you're assuming, like, okay, you're voting against one major party with the other major party, which, if you think you're doing anything by doing that, you're really not. But what you're actually doing is, if you all voted for an independent collectively, now you have a chance of doing something a little different. Like, how would that hurt? And you could turn now you have a third party, right? It's just like competition with businesses and products and stuff. You don't want only one thing. It's like in liquor. Hypnotic is a liquor that has, like, no other generics, they call it. So, like, there's no real knockoff of it. It's just its own unique thing. And so they can charge whatever they want. And, you have no choice because there's nothing else like it. So now you have a case of being able to basically it's all performative, and people are a lot dumber than I even thought, so it doesn't really matter to me, but it's just surprising to see that, again, even whatever standards you supposedly pretend to have, right, a lot of these things apply to both sides, so my standards are a little different. Like, all these people are the same to me, right? If they can be a useful idiot, I just want one who's more or less useful. So, Trump would have been a better president than Biden these last 4 years, because he's at least a little more coherent, a little better. But that doesn't mean I really wanted him to win, but again, you're not making a very good case that, this guy's so bad by being so bad yourself, right? You're just as bad, if not worse. And so what you're able to look at is basically the simple idea that, so I only watched like 2 little shorts, I guess, here. A lot of this I might be saying the same thing that I've said in previous sessions, but it's just kind of bothering me because people are so, you can just tell, right? Somebody's on a side, and therefore you know what they're going to say because of it. You know, that was at least my reputation, like, from when I did the debate format and stuff. Like, I'm going to be objective, and I'm just going to look at what's there. And that doesn't even mean it's a right or wrong thing. I might still have my own opinion or position that I take, but at least it's, like, logically consistent. It's not like one of these, you know, even like, oh, in an ideal perfect world, no abortions would happen. So what if that's my observation? In an objective, ideal, not even objective, but in a perfect world, you would rather have 0 abortions ever, because either if you don't want to get pregnant, you just wouldn't get pregnant. There'd be a perfect, you know, a pill that you could just take that, you know, prevents you from getting pregnant 100%. So there's no problem there. Or if you do, then you take responsibility for it, or you get an adoption for it, or if you know, in a perfect world, there would be no rapes or assaults or other health concerns. But that's the point. Those things being used to justify abortions are fine, although that's definitely not the majority of them. But in other words, it's a necessity. What would you call it? Like, it's a unfortunate but necessary thing to do. It should never be glorified like, oh, it's a good thing and we take pride and it's a right, reproductive rights and all this kind of stuff. That sort of rhetoric is strange because, again, if the mother's going to die because of giving birth, okay, obviously we can have an abortion. Or if they're going to be even severely injured or even minor injured, that's still up to the mother. Like, you know, if there's actually a real medical incident with it, you know, you can't really argue with that. Or if you're able to basically have, again, an assault case, even then in a perfect world, you would have, again, maybe some way to prevent it, or, you know, again, like a pill or whatever. You might think, how would you know? But whatever, for your normal use, you might already have some perfect way of doing that. But the other point is the simple fact that you have, the simple ability to basically say, again, you would either have preventative measures, or you would either take responsibility, or you would have no assaults, or you would have no health issues. That would be the perfect world position. Now you might say, oh, that's not right to inform, but what it informs is the sort of the up in arms nature of it, like sort of taking pride in doing it, or sort of, this is where people sort of take the opposite extreme. It's an unfortunate thing. Like, if you have to put your pet down, you might have to do it because of whatever reason, right? But I've seen people more emotional about that than about abortions, or somehow they have this weird positive framing of abortions, like, again, oh, I'm proud of it, or I would do it again, and like, it's a right, and all this kind of stuff. Don't you think it should be something that's naturally stigmatized for the simple reality that you have, again, ideally, you wouldn't do it, so you're only doing it because you absolutely have to, instead of, oh no, it's a good thing and we take pride and it's women's choice, women's rights, and I find that strange. So the conclusion is still the same, right? Like, do it if necessary, or even if you want to do it because it's convenient, then at least acknowledge that's why you're doing it. But, you know, that is the majority of them by far. That has been, you can't really dispute that unless you want to argue that that is incomplete, like, you know, because there's always that issue of, like, how do you prove that you were assaulted or something, and why should you have to justify it that way? You could just say you were, right? So that's a little hard. You could have, like, a police case standard, like, like, you have to make a claim to the police and they give you some sort of way to verify that you made the claim, even if the case is still pending. So at least you put something on record, even if it ends up being inconclusive and they can't find out, or even if you were making it up, you know, there's at least some due diligence there that you have to have an open case with the police, or one that's resolved, obviously, in your favor. But sometimes it can be hard to prove, and sometimes the police don't care, so I get that. But that would be the way to verify it on the assault level, which, again, you should feel like, oh, you shouldn't have to do that. But then again, if that is the standard you're going to use, that there should be an assault, then it should be taken just that seriously. And then the other point is the fact of health, which, of course, the doctors can obviously vouch for that, and, they can have their license at stake. Like, oh, you're only allowed to do it if there's a real risk. And you might say, oh, what about patient-client confidentiality? But you wouldn't need to say the details. You would just need to say, okay, this is on record that they had an abortion, and you just check the box that says, okay, it was done because of health reasons, and nobody's going to really question it. So, that's at the discretion of the doctor. But that's pretty easy to verify, like, obviously. But again, when you see, like, 1 million plus abortions, I love the argument on, like, this statistic. Yeah, there's, like, let's say over 1 million abortions a year. So that would mean there's over 1 million assault cases, plus 1 million assault cases that lead just to pregnancies, or, again, the health issues. These are pretty uncommon occurrences, like, not 50+% of women who get pregnant have major health issues associated with it. That's just not how it works. It's thankfully, a much lower number than that. And also with assaults, like, there aren't that many assaults, thankfully, right, that you could show statistics for. But even if there were, let's say even if 1 million people were raped, right, what are the chances that million would lead to a pregnancy specifically, right? You're not going to get pregnant every time you have sex, even. So, you know what I mean? Like, the likelihood, so imagine what that would tell you. If that many people were getting pregnant and having abortions because of assaults and rapes, then you'd have a much bigger issue, because that means that tens of millions of people are getting raped and assaulted, such that they could lead to that many pregnancies. Because, again, not every single rape is going to lead to a pregnancy. In fact, the rate of that is probably pretty low. Without getting too much into the details, just, again, it's not a 1-to-1 ratio of, like, you have sex once, they do that once, and then you're automatically pregnant. It's very unlikely that that's actually going to happen. So my only point is that the number of them that actually happen does not match with any logical statistic that you would have to show that that's where the majority come from. And of course, I always point out my semantics argument of, like, you wouldn't need, if you felt like what you were doing is right or didn't need justification, then you wouldn't make the semantics argument. You wouldn't say, oh, it's only a fetus, therefore it's okay to kill it. You wouldn't care. You would say, well, we're killing it for convenience sake, because, again, it's a circular argument. It's not yet developed, therefore it's only a fetus, therefore it's not alive, therefore we're not killing it. But you're preventing it from getting to that state. So, again, look at it from its perspective. It's okay to kill you, fetus, because you're not yet a baby, you're not yet developed. But it's not the fetus's fault, because you're stopping it and you're killing it before it can become in that state that you would consider it alive. So you see so in other words, you can do it to every single fetus ever, because it wouldn't work, right? You would never, that's not really even an argument at all. That's why it's just semantics. Like, you're trying to change the definition. So in other words, you're kind of admitting that you think what you're doing is wrong. So the way to justify it isn't to admit that, okay, you're doing it for convenience purposes, which, again, at least I would respect that you're being open about it, and that I'm not stigmatizing you. Go ahead and do it for convenience if that's what you want to do, really. But instead you're pretending, oh no, it's okay because it's not really alive, it's not really. But again, by that logic, you would never allow anybody to be alive, potentially, because if you did it to everybody, well, everybody's a fetus at one point, and so everybody is not really alive at that point, and so everybody could be killed at that point. So, you're not allowing them to get to the stage where they're alive. So that's an incredibly stupid way to try to justify it. Again, the more basic way would just be recognize what you're doing. Okay, we're doing it for convenience. We don't want to take care of the kid. We're not ready. We didn't mean to have it. We had whatever circumstance, and so we want to abort it for that reason. And just acknowledge that, and there you go. And if you have some sort of moral reservation about doing it, then don't do it. But instead, don't try to justify it by saying, oh no, it's okay to kill a fetus, because we're going to dehumanize it, and we're going to say, it's somehow less human, it's less alive. That is really weak. I mean, what you're saying is basically, it's a self-fulfilling argument, right? We're going to kill something before it's at a certain stage of development, and then we're going to use the stage of development that it's at to justify killing it. But it's okay to kill something that's not yet developed. And the only reason why it's not developed is because you're killing it before it can become developed. Right? The only way it would make sense is like, again, sometimes it'll be a case where it's not going to develop anyway. Like there's some issue and it's, that then it's going to die in childbirth anyway. But, you know what I mean? Like the point is that it will sort of pay the price for its lack of development. But again, you're the one who's inserting that standard. So you'll never give, again, if it was you as a fetus, like, again, you let's say you're conscious and sentient and you know what's happening to you, you're somehow aware and watching it, right? You would be thinking to yourself, oh, so it's my fault for being a fetus, but just wait a little bit and I won't be a fetus anymore, and then you'll feel bad for killing me. But, oh no, we're not going to let you get to that point, so we're always going to be right. You could never subvert that argument because, oh, well, they're always going to be a fetus because we're always going to kill them before they get out of that phase. So what does that mean? It's such a nonsense point to try to make. Right, so you're preventing someone from being born, basically, because, and again, people make certain arguments like a seed versus a tree or whatever, right? Like an acorn and this and that. But there was some good reference somebody made in like a YouTube comment where it's like if you, I can't remember, if you step on a shell or something, it can be considered a crime because you killed what was inside, right? So there's something like that where people got in trouble on beaches or in the water, like they kill basically the egg or the child of something and they get arrested for that, but you wouldn't get that same treatment. I don't know. Yeah, again, you wouldn't make the argument from that angle, right? Pretend a fetus is a baby, how you consider it, and pretend that it is actually, alive and does feel pain and all of this stuff. Then what would your argument be? So if you take away the fetus argument, what would your argument be? And if you don't have one, then again, you're kind of subverting the argument and saying, well, it's okay because we're catching it in this earlier stage and earlier phase, which is relevant because at least, you're having it at a certain term, an earlier stage, right? You're not waiting too long. All of that is fair, right? If you're going to do it, then at least that's the time to do it. That I can agree on. But it is very difficult to justify because, again, you're trying to change the argument from, again, it's okay to kill it. We sort of have a preconceived incentive with it, too. It's okay to kill it because it's not yet fully developed. And so, therefore, we feel fine. But you're going in with that preconceived intention that you have, that you have this idea to... You're only making that argument. Like, what other reason would you have to do that? You wouldn't say that with anything else. Like, you're not yet at a stage of development, therefore we can treat you somehow differently, or even such an extreme thing as killing you. Like, I don't know when that would ever come into play with anything else. I guess you could say that again, like with eggs, it's okay to eat an egg, but then it's okay to eat a chicken too. So it's not like we really care, right? Maybe some people do that with vegetarians, like, oh, it's okay to eat the egg, but it's not okay to eat the chicken, or it's okay to eat grass even though it's alive. Like, I don't know it's more just an optics thing. Oh, like, it looks worse, but plants are alive too, just like animals. So, it just looks different to us, so we somehow object to it. Isn't this so much more fun than actually watching something? I don't know, it's just weird how some of those arguments are made, sort of backwards. But no, apply it like on a universal level that, okay, it's a fetus, therefore it's okay to kill it, but then everybody is a fetus at one point, therefore it's okay to kill everybody theoretically. So if everybody did that, again, it might seem, well, of course, everybody's not going to do it, but if everybody did do it, then everybody would die. So that's not a very clear criteria. right? If you're just going to use that. Basically, you're not treating it with the severity that such a thing would hold. And again, that's why you're trying to dehumanize it just to justify killing it. So it's sort of a loaded argument. You're only going into it with that intent, right? You're already decided, okay, I want to kill it. So now I'm going to try to dehumanize it and say, well, it's not even really alive, or it's not even really... one thing that I didn't finish was that autopsy of Jane Doe thing. I rarely do that. I watch like halfway and then I just stopped. Because I didn't expect the whole movie to just be the autopsy. I thought they would do the autopsy, find something unusual, and then something else would happen. But it's like halfway through the movie and it was still... I guess that must have been on Hulu. Democrats unite around Harris-Walz campaign. I mean, do they really, or is this the impression that the media wants to give you? Because, I mean, again, if you don't question what just happened with, like, this last election, then more power to you, because you feel like you're letting yourself be controlled in a very false duality sense. So in other words, all we have to do is say how bad the other guy is, and you'll blindly vote for the other major party. And so therefore, it's very easy to control the outcome instead of just actually thinking for yourself or having higher standards or something like that. Let me actually try to maybe watch something here, but I don't know what to even watch. Unburdened by what has been, what could have been. I guess the meaning of that is just, be unburdened by the past and focus on the future is maybe the simple way to put it, but she really likes saying that phrase, which I can't really fault you for having a key phrase that you like, but I don't know whether it's really that effective. Everywhere, something, something. Or yeah, you can fact check the border czar claims that they just lie openly. They've said she wasn't the border czar in that same network. There's a good video that showed that. See, now you get to fearmonger the same way. Like, do the same thing to Trump that they did to Trump. Like, everything is his fault because he's president, even though that's sometimes not fair, right? Everything is your fault. The Middle East, the border, this and that, even though those things are at least more under your control. And right, the border is one of those unforced issues too. It didn't need to be a topic of discussion. In fact, in a way, I was almost a little bit numb to that myself. When I'm hearing in 2016, we need to build a wall and stuff, I didn't really care one way or the other. Like, it's not that big of an issue, it's fine. Right, because I didn't feel it was a major issue, and in a way it kind of wasn't. The border at that time was at least a little better, or no, a lot better than it is now, even under Obama. But now, you've taken something that was supposedly a non-issue. It's kind of like you're telling a lie, but then you try to keep up the appearance of it, so therefore you get yourself in trouble. You're trying to pretend like simply having border security is racist, and that Trump is racist, but then you let everybody in, and so you turn a non-issue of just basic border security into a supposed issue now where, you think you're standing for something by letting millions of people in with no proper vetting process, and now you don't know what you stand for because you were trying to pretend like that's racist because, that's going to get you points with people, but then you realize, that's the same thing Obama did, and Bill Clinton did, and George Bush did to some degree. Again, just basic border security. Even if you object to some specific policy, the core concept is not something you would suggest is wrong. But no, you just put your hands up and have a laissez-faire approach that's like, again, you're taking a total non-issue and making it an issue for no reason. That's why this is like my error or ulterior logical razor that I always use. Like, whether through error or ulterior motive, something bad is still bad, effectively, is the way that it would go. Maybe I had a more eloquent way of putting it back then, but so So whether through error, like, oh, maybe the Biden administration is just that incompetent and they can't handle basic border security, in which case it's their fault and they should be blamed for it and kicked out of office for it. Or even if it's ulterior motives, like, oh, they're trying to get people in so they vote for them and whatever. Right? So the point is that it's amazing that they can get away with it, like doing certain blatant, bold-faced things like that. But again, when the propaganda is on your side and against the other side so clearly, you have a case where right, it emboldens you to do all kind of weird things that you wouldn't do otherwise. Like all these sort of unnatural positions that the majority of people would have never held. Right, defund the police, something like that, or even like, again, this border policy, nobody would really have been in favor of it. They try to convince you that you are. Like, they're trying to run defense for it, so then at least there's some argument, whereas under normal circumstances, you would never say that. Right, you would never say, oh, let's just randomly let people in, just have like a basic process where you allow them to come in like they have for the whole existence of, people say, oh, the Ellis Island, but guess what happened in Ellis Island? You had to come in and check in at Ellis Island, and it was fine, but, they would turn people away for being sick or for other reasons, sure. So you can argue, again, the exact element of that, like how strict should it be? You can make it easier to come in than it already is, but don't try to say, don't try to say because you think, oh, it's unfair, it's too hard to come in, even if that's your position, that let's just let people in with no process. That's not the logical solution. The solution is try to make it easier to come in, but in the meantime, still maintain the process. And then there's this sort of false duality too. Like, if you're against something, right, if I criticize something, you must be wholly against it, the very idea of it, instead of Ronald Reagan has a good clip that sort of shows this point, right? You're either against it totally or in agreement of the specific example. So people will say, oh, well, we tried to suggest this policy, right, and the Republicans or whoever turned it down, so that means they're against it. But maybe they're just against that exact bill, and they want to do it in some different way, because you maybe packed it with some other incentives and other things. So I love that. We'll make a bill that says for the people bill, and has all these good things in it, and then we put in some things that aren't so good. It's like, oh, that means you're against the people because you didn't vote for it, or that means that you're against a lot of these good ideas, but you could just be against certain other ideas in it. So, like, again, if I don't agree with the exact way that you do something, I must be against it. Right? Like if I say, okay, universal health care is a bad thing and lowers the quality of it overall, people say, oh, you must be against health care, period. Right? I don't want anybody to have health care. Not that I simply have a different preference for it. I want to do it in a different way. Or even like, that means you want to let people die, right, who are in life or death, life-threatening sort of positions. Which I always had like an absolutist take on that, where, I can always refer to certain thought processes. That's the whole point of being objective too. You can make an argument or a case for something. That doesn't mean it's necessarily mine in full, which you might think, oh, that's a cop-out, but that's why people aren't that simple. But everybody likes to reduce themselves or others to that. Like, you can consider things from various perspectives, and even if you have this unwillingness to be puzzled, cognitive dissonance, you feel like you're basically able to basically do it in such a way that you can still be a little more open-minded about it. But people want the sort of false certainty, absolute answer, whatever the case may be. Whereas you'd rather take a false certainty or like sort of false confidence, bravado, something that's put on, rather than actual, you'd rather have something inauthentic that just is good on the surface than something that's authentic that actually gets you to ask questions. It's like religion versus science. Religion will give you false answers and absolutes, so you'll take them because it gives you all the answers to the universe. And so how nice is that? Everybody would want that, versus science that asks questions rather than providing answers and shows you the mystery. Like, we don't know, and we're trying to figure out, and here's a small fraction of what we figured out, right, scientifically. So it's not going to give you all the answers. It's going to give you more questions than it does answers, and that's why people sometimes don't like it or would rather have religion where, again, it gives you all the answers, everything's clear, you don't have to think about it. And again, it answers some sort of psychological longing and need that to some degree all people have. That's where I sort of bring in folly favoritism. The same people who say, I don't believe religion because it's fake, focus very severely on things that are also fake, like countries, national pride. Countries aren't really real. They're just lines on a map. Even if you want to point to certain traditions and structures and government, you're still focusing on things that inherently aren't real, or even folly favoritism, movies, games, TV. You focus a certain amount of attention and time in those things. The difference there, you could say, is, well, at least you acknowledge those things aren't real, but whether you do or not, you're still putting a lot of time and effort into them. And what's another good example? Like certain idyllic standards like love or whatever, even morality. You're believing things that aren't inherent that you could show just because they might be useful. Right, that's what people always misconstrue about this whole objectivity. Just because it's useful for you to believe something, again, that doesn't mean I'm arguing against doing it. It's like, morality isn't real. How do I know it's not real? Because if it was real, as in inherent, as in absolute, then it would go without saying, the need to breathe oxygen. You have that, and if you don't breathe, then you'll die, right? So that goes without saying. But morality is not like that. You can go around and kill people, and then you need human contrivance to sort of punish you for it. Otherwise, you would just do it anyway. So it shows you it's an artificial man-made construct, because if it wasn't, then it wouldn't require human beings to hold it accountable. These end up not really being very good sessions, though. There's some good stuff in there, but I feel like I've mostly said it already. We finally beat Medicare, beat it into the ground. Return to the realm and the epic season, the House of the Dragon. Yeah, I could be watching Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad or something, but I'd rather do this shit. But I'll save those for eventual. I mainly wanted just like a better mic, but I can't get anything that really sounds too good in the car. That's clearly why these videos get so few views, not just because they're so long and so disorganized, and there really is no video. It's just an audio thing, which is kind of what it would be anyway. I guess I could show certain parts of it, like, I could show certain parts of it to the extent that you're able to, you're able to do it in such a way that I don't know, I generally wouldn't want to show copyright content anyway, not even for copyright reasons, but just out of respect. It feels like, you're stealing it, but you should just do that, and people love it, and all these sort of React channels are kind of dumb. Or what it does is it actually kind of holds you accountable. When you don't do face cam, when you don't show the content that you're reacting to, it puts the onus more on you that, okay, now your reaction has to be more in-depth and better, because you can't rely on facial expressions and cult of personality. You can't rely on the actual material that you're reacting to fill the void, so it becomes all about you and what you're saying. So it holds you to a higher standard because you can't fall back on those other things. But no, oftentimes lowest common denominator works better. And so therefore you have things like identity politics that work really well, because it's just so obvious. Like, okay, we don't need to think too hard. We think Obama's on our side if we're black, just because he's black. Like, it really was that simple. I remember seeing that on Oprah and other things. Like, this is a big step forward for black people, even though in terms of policy, it just isn't. Like, you would really think that narrowly. Like, so that means, okay, you should have voted for Ben Carson then, or you should have, again, like, first female president. They're trying the same trick that they did the last time, like with Hillary. Hillary's going to be the first female president, but you didn't say that with Joe Jorgensen. You didn't say that with Tulsi Gabbard. You didn't say that with anybody else. But oh no, only when it's somebody we like and we want to win. Now, oh, she'll be the first woman of color. Right, Tulsi Gabbard is a woman of color. You know, what about, oh, you'd be the first independent, or you'd be the first libertarian party, or Green Party, or whatever. So you see that everything's just a talking point, and even anybody who believes something too strongly, like Bernie Sanders, who's an independent thinker, right, he's not going to be allowed to win. Right, you'd rather still have an establishment structure politician, because you have to understand the media's incentive too. Do you really think the media is against Donald Trump because, oh, he's a big bad guy who's not in your interest? There have been plenty of people who aren't in your interest. George Bush is a war criminal, etc. But the reason why they're criticizing him is not because of that, even if that's true too, right? Two things can be true, but they just have their own incentive for doing it, and I'm surprised people are that dumb. Even if you think he's bad, you should be weary of what their incentive is. But yeah, it's the ultimate example of false duality, that again, one side creates the other. You can't criticize one without seeming like you vouch for the other, but it doesn't have to be that way. At least with Trump, there's a certain genuine public support that he has, because again, where else is it coming from? Is it coming from Fox News, that 74 million people would vote for him just because of Fox News? Because you don't have all these major outlets, you don't have that. Right, so where is that support coming from? People say, oh, it's just because people are bad, or just, oh, they're a cult, or oh, they're brainwashed, or oh, they're racist, just like he's racist. But even if any of that was true, it's still more organic, because, okay, where is that coming from? And it's just coming from him then. It's not coming from ABC, NBC, Washington Post, propaganda, Twitter from before, censoring stories one way, you know, trying to control the whole thing. It wasn't coming from all those external outside influences, as a Time magazine article even acknowledged, like the secret shadow campaign that rigged the election was totally anti-democracy. So that's my position on the 2020 election. It was absolutely 100% factually, objectively rigged, and I had the receipts to show it with the skewed and biased media coverage. But because again, Trump still got 74 million, so it's not as though he didn't do well. Right, or that wouldn't validate his... you would think if he's as bad as people say, he would have lost votes from first term to second. Why did he gain them? Even if you say, oh, it's a cult, then how did the cult grow in size? That doesn't make sense. The cult should have diminished because people would realize that, oh, it's fool's gold, and it's, But what is also seems more like cultish behavior is you jump passionately from one person to the next who was never popular, even with their own party. Like, Democrats didn't like Biden, now he's the best thing, 81 million votes. And then Democrats didn't like Harris, she gets 1% of the vote, and now, oh, she's the next best thing. So, you're basically a cult who's just doing what you're told to do. You're a cult of the party, more so than of the person. Because, the person's interchangeable as long as the media now co-ops and signs on with them. Okay, so today, for lack of anything better to watch, I might continue that little react here I was doing to Skibidi Toilet, because the thing is, it took on sort of a life of its own. It's not just, you got to give the guy credit at least for this. It's not just, little short, like the 10-second clip of the first one of him just being a face in the toilet singing the song, right? He turned it into some whole multiverse with lore and everything like this that you turn into whatever. I don't know exactly what it's about. I haven't seen. I only reacted like the first 3 or 4 parts. And so I'll give a little background on it, like what we talked about last time, and then I'll actually watch a few more parts. Maybe I'll rewatch those because they weren't very long anyway. But what was the other thing? I was just saying, like, it was maybe a mistake to subscribe to Crunchyroll this month because of some weird psychological effect that I have, where it's not that I wasn't enjoying what I was watching on there, it's that I almost don't want to, it's almost like I was enjoying it too much, so I don't want to waste it, or like I don't feel like I'm in the mood for it. So like Dragon Ball Episode 1 was really good, and of course it's something I've never seen and sort of anticipated seeing from the other series, Z and GT and whatever. And so it's like, I'm almost saving it for a special occasion, but it's not really. This is kind of what this format was about, to just do stuff that I've never gotten around to and might never have time to do, but you may as well do it because you have this case of basically being able to I don't know, it's just like you're not doing it not because you don't enjoy it, but because you do enjoy it. But I want the mic quality to be better, or I want to have more of a following when I'm doing it, or I want to, again, just be more in the mood to do it. So it's more like that. And so, okay, let's give the background on Skibidi Toilet. So the first known use of the word Skibidi, or if you look it up, what does the word Skibidi actually mean? I only learned this like the last week when I had been watching this. I actually looked up what the hell does it even mean and where does it even come from. So if you look up like on Urban Dictionary or just a general colloquial use of the term, it's just slang by like young people that it means like cool or rad or hip, something like that, right? So it's just a slang word used by a younger generation, whether you want to say Gen Z or whatever, right? Just to mean cool, effectively. And so one of the first major uses of it that was a very memeable, meme-worthy song in its own right is a song from like 2017 or 2018 by Little Big called Skibidi, where they do that little weird dance with the hand movements across their body, right? And so that has nothing to do with Skibidi Toilet. It just happens to be a song with the same name that has like 780 million views, which is actually more than any of the Skibidi Toilet videos, I think, any individual one. And so that was the original memeable Skibidi song, whether it be because of the chorus itself or whether the dance or whatever, right? So this is the Skibidi back in my day. That's the only Skibidi we had, kind of a, boomer thing, but it's not really that old. And even Skibidi Toilet is a lot newer than I thought. I thought I had heard about it maybe from years ago, but I maybe have just heard about it so much in the past year. It's only about a year old or something. And so now this one, again, the two have nothing to do with each other, but this song, what's interesting about it, this is the one notable thing that's actually maybe a little creative, but it's also not to the guy's credit who actually made it. The Fuck Boom is the guy's channel. But again, give him credit for taking this little joke, 10-second clip, and turning it into a whole fucking, what is going to be now a Michael Bay movie franchise and a 70-part series by this guy on YouTube that he made his own universe and lore and everything for it. So it's not as simple as just, if it was just a one-off meme, it might have come and went and died off. But the reason why people are still talking about it is maybe partly to his credit that he's committed to it so hard and turned it into a whole, cinematic universe, basically. And so, if you commit to something enough and people become familiar with it enough, this like psychological tendency of exposure you get from the whole little 10-second clip, then familiarity is from making it on a regular basis and just repetition. So now you create the psychological thing where even something as stupid as this gains some traction just because you got the initial exposure from the clip, which is understandable because it's short, short attention span, lowest common denominator. I can understand that. But then you do repetition over and over and over, and now people like it just because they've seen it before, not even because of any inherent quality or whatever, or you think you're liking it sort of ironically. But no, this like film critic lays out the deep history and lore and origins of Skibidi, which probably a lot of people don't even really know. So again, the original Skibidi song has nothing to do with this, but that was from Little Big in 2017, so that's at least worth noting. When you're talking about the word Skibidi, the word Skibidi, it just means basically cool. By younger people, it's like a slang. And then finally, we get to the song here that is the one element that's sort of creative, even though he didn't do it himself. It doesn't actually say Skibidi in the song, right? It says, it's Give It To Me by Timbaland. So when you speed up, it's two songs mixed together. Give It To Me by Timbaland, and this other one, Dom Dom Yes Yes by a Bulgarian Bizer King. Okay, so Dom Dom Yes Yes by Bizer King mashed up with Give It To Me by Timbaland, and it's sort of sped up. So when you speed up Give It To Me, it apparently sounds like Skibidi, but nobody really identified it like that. There was even a song of like with the lyrics of this sped up version from years ago, and it says like, I can't remember. It says it some other way. It doesn't spell it Skibidi in the subtitle. It's like, it's some other spelling, right? So now they changed the title of the video to Skibidi to try to capitalize on the Skibidi toilet meme and viewership, but even in their own video, it's like SDIDBI or something. So they didn't even acknowledge what Skibidi was or try to say that it sounded like that. So for this guy to at least identify that it sounds like Skibidi, right, and to put it in that original video here, even though you're stealing the song and you're stealing the Garry's Mod assets or whatever, right, this just proves Garry's Mod is eternal and every generation will have their try at it, which I've never really messed around too much myself. I know there's a lot of good things you can do with it, but, you know, you can even make your own stuff, whatever, but I maybe just played, like, there's a lot of fun mini games, like Trouble in Terrorist Town was really fun, or whatever, all kind of weird little mini games and stuff. But yeah, it's those two songs together. Give It To Me by Timbaland. So the point is, he's not actually saying Skibidi in the song. That's not actually what it's meant to be. It's Give It To Me that just happens to be sped up, that just happens to sound like Skibidi, and then Dom Dom Yes Yes sped up too. So whoever made that original song mashup deserves a bit more credit, even though they also stole the songs, and, you know, nobody's actually creating anything, right? The people who made the songs get less credit and viewership, maybe, than the actual fucking memes from this. And so, again, they might copyright or take it down, which in a way, you know, you'd be doing the world a service to get rid of this shit, but I'm surprised that they wouldn't be successful, because it is their song, even if it's sped up and mashed up and whatever. Or they should take some royalty from it, monetize it, because this guy has been able to monetize this, even though he didn't make, I guess he maybe made the animation off the face in the toilet, like, even though these assets were from Garry's Mod, he maybe somehow, I don't, like, if I was to go in Garry's Mod, how would I recreate that? I don't know exactly how to, you know, make it look exactly like that or make those facial expressions. So there must always be some animation talent or something that goes into it, but it would also be a case of where it's just not that easy to do. So whatever, just to combine these elements, you steal 2 or 3 people's content and combine it together. And maybe in a broader sense, this is all fiction as ever. You take inspiration, right? Game of Thrones takes inspiration from Lord of the Rings and other universes and just combines them in different ways and whatever, makes it its own. And never compare Game of Thrones to Skibidi Toilet again, but I've never even seen it. All I'm saying is all fiction and all ideas maybe borrow from something, whether it be something in nature or some experience you have or whatever, right? But so, like, no idea is truly original. Creation and originality is the province of God alone. The idea that, you know, any idea you think you have that's original, oh, you're just taking a fossil that you can't identify and you think it's a dragon, so you invent that, as, you know, in the medieval times or whatever. Everything borrows from something, even if it's just in nature. So you can't really truly create something. You just might not know about the origin, or you might kind of distort it so much that you can't trace it back to the origin. But everything is based on something. And so the point is that here we have a situation where these two songs somehow combine to create this, even though it's not. It's just like one of these high energy, lowest common denominator, short, you know, attention span, to the point, oh, it just sounds a little silly and funny. It looks a little silly, the face in the toilet. And so, you know, it's a case where I can understand, like, a 5-year-old little kid enjoying it, like, oh, haha, look, it's a little funny face, and the song is so silly and over the top, even though you don't really know what it's even saying or what it means or the origin of it. So, yeah, maybe I'll rewatch some of the ones I've already seen, like 1 through 3 or 1 through 4. Oh, and the final reference to make is Skibidi Biden. This is the lowest form of it, where I'll defend it a little bit, because it was on a monologue on, like, Stephen Colbert, where it's like he's making fun of the Biden campaign looking for a meme page manager and showing, like, how out of touch it is and whatever. They would be like, don't give grandpa a phone, because these are the stupid memes they would come up with. And so one of them, they're sort of making fun of, like, oh, this is what they would come up with. So in a way, they're not trying to say it's actually funny. They're trying to say it's stupid, right? But even then, it's a bit of a crime that you're putting this on the airwaves. And so it's just Biden's head saying Skibidi Toilet, or Skibidi Biden. But here's the whole problem with that. Film Critic fact checks in great detail and depth, right? Skibidi Biden. That's not actually even consistent with how the Skibidi Toilet meme works. It's not called Skibidi Toilet because he says Skibidi Toilet. He just says Skibidi, and he's in the toilet. right? Unless some part of it you're going to construe as sounding like toilet, but I don't think that's the meaning of it. He just says skibidi, or again, he doesn't even say skibidi. He says give it to me, but sped up. And so it sounds like skibidi, but it's only called skibidi toilet because its head is in the toilet. So you could say, oh, that's them trying to make fun of it being out of touch. But even in the sense that you would try to imitate it, it's not actually saying skibidi toilet. So in the same sense, it shouldn't say skibidi Biden. It should just say skibidi, and it should be Biden's head in the toilet. And then you try to bring in Trump is using Hitler's language like as the chorus or whatever. And so I don't know, that's the dom yes part that you're trying to bring in. Trump is using Hitler's language, turn it into propaganda. Rome fell to red in circuses, and this is the U.S. in 2024. We're looking at skibidi Biden when a society sinks to its absolute lowest point. But yeah, look at a few of the first ones again, and we'll give it the same sort of deep analysis. But whatever, just because I can't decide what else to react to. But yeah, that's the whole origin story and everything in great detail and depth. And so again, he didn't make the song, he didn't necessarily make the assets, at least in Gary's mod. He's maybe just, again, combined two things together, and you get credit for that. And in a way, you really couldn't even identify what the song is, right, just by hearing it. Because I heard, like, the Timbaland thing, I wouldn't guess that that's what it is. Right, so he's not actually saying skibidi, but again, just for this guy to identify that that's kind of what it sounds like. And again, the dom yes thing is just kind of, oh, it's funny and it's fast and it's just anything that's just sort of random and, again, caters to short attention spans can be considered meme-worthy. That's all a meme or, this sort of TikTok culture can be, where you have, again, just it can appeal to a lowest common denominator broadly. Speaking of that same effect, it's kind of like this take that I had where people would obviously misframe it, but it's like, why did Obama win the presidency? Oh, it's just because he's black. Now, is it really because he's black? And again, that's not even saying there's anything wrong with that, but what you're realizing is there's something wrong with the criteria being that simplistic. You might think, oh, it's because he's eloquent and he's a good speaker or whatever, and he has to be in the right position at the right time to be running. But ultimately, even if you look, like there were specials on Oprah and other things, like a lot of it was people would even explicitly tell you, yeah, we're voting for him, what a big step for the black community, etc. So you're making it about that when it's sort of arbitrary because there's millions of black people, so it doesn't make the point you think it does. Like, oh, that's why Hillary would have won if she won. Or that's why Harris might win. Oh, she's the first female president, right? But there's 4 billion women in the world, so you shouldn't make it about that. That's a very superficial minor element, but that's why when you're talking about tens of millions of people, something as simple as that would be the criteria that actually a majority of people are using. Like, oh, he's going to be the first black president, that's why he won. Donald Trump, he's going to be the first outsider, right? He's not a career politician, so that's why he won. Hillary would have won because she's a woman. Harris is going to win because she's a woman if she wins. Like, that's all it kind of is sometimes. It's just that simple of a criteria because, again, we're talking about a lowest common denominator of tens of millions of people out there. And so, therefore, you have you have this situation where that is the criteria at work. And so, sadly, that's actually what it comes down to. It's not about nuance and policy because the majority of people aren't really thinking about that or that well versed in it. It's something as superficial as that. Like, oh, we think they're on our side because they're a woman and we're a woman too, or they're black and we're black too. Like, you really think this is how simple and stupid people's thought process is, that you couldn't think it's just, some incidental superficial factor. Because Obama even kind of came out of nowhere. He had only been in government for a couple of years. He wasn't like this career politician of decades of experience at least, or whatever. So sadly, that might be a big part of the reason why. Again, he's a little pragmatic, he can speak well, but that's about it. So sadly, this is why identity politics is such a big deal. But the little deeper nuance to it is that the only reason why they, meaning the media, etc., will emphasize it, like, oh, Hillary Clinton's going to be the first female president, let's break the glass ceiling, right, and act like it's a big win for women. But the reality is that they didn't say that. They only say that when it's some corporate appointed sort of establishment structure politician. So Tulsi Gabbard criticized her own party, so they didn't say that, oh, she was going to be the first female president. They just dismissed her and tried to say some propaganda like, oh, she's a Russian asset or some nonsense. So they tried to discredit her because of that, even though, oh, she would have been the first female president. But they don't care about it then because she criticized her own party and she's an independent thinker at least. Or they don't say it with, who's the other one? Like Jo Jorgensen, who's an independent and a libertarian. Oh, she would have been the first female president. But oh no, we don't do that. So again, they only use it when it's convenient for them. Otherwise, they ignore it. And the whole thing with Jo Jorgensen is the whole Let Her Speak campaign. They wouldn't even kind of cover her at all, let alone push propaganda that, oh, so that's how you know that the power structure likes you. Oh, you'll be the first of this identity. If not, oh, we'll dismiss it. Right? So it's not really about that even then. Even if you were to value that as the sole criteria, it's not even consistent because they're only doing it for the corporate appointed puppet, career politicians, assembly line, establishment, whatever you want to call it. So, Hillary will be the first woman, or Harris will be the first woman now, not Tulsi Gabbard, or not Jo Jorgensen, or not anybody else. And now it'll be that Harris is a woman of color, and so that's going to be a big deal too. And, the whole DEI hire thing is funny too, because it's like Trump is, being asked about this, but Biden himself, in his own word, in his own quote, even said that I'm picking a woman for vice president. I haven't decided which one yet. So even he's saying, oh, it's because they're a woman that I'm going to pick them. Right? Like, that's literally his own words. So he's even admitting it's because she's female and you're trying to play into identity politics. So it's a good tribal way to sort of control people's thought because they're that dumb that, oh, they're a woman, so we're doing it on that basis alone. They must be on the side of women. Or, oh, they're of color, so therefore, in a country like America in this day and age, it doesn't even make sense because, every other country in the world you could look at pretty much, oh, it's an ethno-state, which just means it's like 75+% of the same population ethnically, and then 25% or less of every other ethnicity combined. So in the U.S., you don't have that where, again, it's still, there's a lot of white people, but even white is broad. Like, what does white mean? White could be anywhere from Europe. It could be from Russia. Russians are white. Like, it doesn't even make sense at some point where you have, it's too broad, and it's also like America is the most diverse of any country still. And so this is the whole thought process that people don't realize. Why do hate crimes or certain things like that happen in the United States at some higher rate that people might point out? Like, oh, look at this horrible thing, George Floyd or whatever, even though that was never even attributed to, in the legal setting, it wasn't even said to be a hate crime or anything. That's the whole irony. Just because he happens to be white, what if he would have done that to anybody? Right, maybe he's done that to somebody white before, and the same thing has happened in other cases to white people. So the point being that, what if it wasn't about race? What if it was just him being a bad person and doing something bad that he shouldn't have done? Why couldn't that still be? So it's still terrible, and he should still be fired. But why does everything always have to be about race? Right, you just made that assumption. But the second point is the simple fact that Borderlands movie debuts with 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. That could just be that the first reviewer gave it a 0, so that doesn't mean anything. But no, it's like, that could be an interesting form of react content. Just react to news headlines from around the world as they come in, every single one. But no, it's like, what you have is a situation where, I kind of forgot what I was even saying now. You have a situation where this identity politics is insisted upon so much, but it's kind of too broad and it doesn't even make sense. And what else? Like the psychological effect of like people are so dumb that they'll play into that. There was some other old school thing, like, I can't remember. I could go back and actually listen to my own recording, and that would remind me. I'm not sure. It's something along the lines of, the identity politics, but also, again, it'll only be pointed out when it's convenient for you, or, I don't know, I'll have to listen back. So let's look at this absolutist perspective of like appearances. Where people are initial minded, it means like they only care about appearances, or it's easy to control them in that way. So what you can do in society is you can create this appearance of like, oh, somebody's perfect, like whether it be through the media or just how you present yourself. So they'll care about things like that. They'll care about appearance in spite of reality, or even at the expense of reality. And so basically what you have is a situation where that becomes more important, or even opposite interpretation would tell you the only reason why you have to keep up appearances or why they matter is because you're overcompensating. So somebody who's truly capable, like an absolutist philosophy, would show like you might appear raggedy and like, whatever. You don't appear very well, but that's because you're exerting yourself and doing the best you can from an actual practical, functional standpoint. So you don't have time to worry about your appearance, and it might even be bad as a result of pushing yourself, exerting yourself. And the people who keep up appearances do it for the opposite reason, that, they look good on the surface, but they're not actually doing anything. So by that principle, you would say, well, the people who look best are actually the worst. The people who look worse are actually the best. Or again, they don't have to care about keeping up appearances because they know what they're doing is actually good. So they don't feel the need to overcompensate. But no, the other point I was making before is like, most countries in the world are ethno-states, which means 75+% of the same ethnicity, and then every other race makes up the other 25%, and usually pretty small amounts. Right, most countries in the world are like that, whereas the United States is much more diverse, and so the point is that it'll get penalized for that in a weird way. Like, on one hand, anything that happens between two races, since it'll happen more commonly, like one person kills another. So in any other country, it would be like, oh, that's just a crime, right? Because the majority of people in most countries are the same race. But because the U.S. is more diverse, now you'll say, oh, well, a white person kills a black person, or vice versa, or etc. Now you'll attribute it to race, even if it has nothing to do with it. Right, that's more likely to happen because there's just simply more diversity. So now you're getting blamed for that. So on both senses, even if it has nothing to do with race, one person just happens to kill another, but they happen to be two different races, and that happens more often in the U.S. because there happen to be greater diversity of races in the first place. Now you'll attribute it to that and say, oh, look what a horrible, racist, hateful country. Even as if to say that people of the same race don't hurt and kill each other all the time everywhere in the world anyway, or vice versa. Even if it is attributed to race, right, it's like the only way that could be happening, right, at least in greater number, and again, I'm not defending anything, I'm saying it happens in greater number here than other countries. Why? Not because, America is more racist, but ironically, because it's not, because you have more people of various races mixed in with each other, so now those things are more likely to happen because you can't have racially motivated crime in a country where there's hardly anybody of any other race. I mean, you might think it makes it actually more likely, but it happens a lot less because there's just simply the majority of people in that country are already of the same race. So that's the whole irony by simply opening up. It's like an opening up fallacy, I guess I could call it. I don't really have a good term for it, like sample size. If I create a situation where So like country A has 100% of one race, right, only, and then country B has 20% of 5 different races. Now you'll say, well, that second country is racist, because any conflict you have between any of those 5 races, you'll attribute it, it's because of race, first of all, which often is not even true, right? Human beings have conflict with each other, so oftentimes it might not have anything to do with race, but just because you look at it and say, well, these two people happen to be of different races, so therefore the conflict must be because of that, right? So that's number one. But number two is, it's because of the diversity between the five that you can even have that potential conflict, whereas the other one doesn't even open themselves up to it because they don't even have that level of diversity. So that's the whole irony, that you're actually kind of saying the opposite. And even, let's analyze, like, even if somebody explicitly says, okay, I did it because of race, there's still something strange about that, because if all it takes for you to do something, commit a crime, right, against somebody, if all it takes is their race to do it, then you would have done that to anyone. And there's millions of people of that same race, etc. So you see how stupid that is. Like, so in other words, if that's all it took, then it's not really a function of race. It's still like you're just stupid. So all it took for you to hurt somebody is the race. Right, like if you, like the term hate crime is really stupid. Like, oh, I thought most crimes were committed out of love. So it's only hateful when you do it because of a race. Not if you, like, oh, I hate that person, just their personality or their actions or whatever. Right? I hate the way they talk. I hate the way they act, whatever. But that's not a hate crime. Oh, it's only a hate crime when you do it against a race. Like, I get why you could be sensitive to that because historically society has done that. But on an individual basis, it's weird because, you know, somebody spray paints the N-word on a garage or something, right? And then that gets major media coverage. But somebody murders somebody, and, oh, it's not because of race, so we don't care about it. It's not a hate crime. So you give more attention to a lesser crime just because it happens to do with race than a more severe crime because it doesn't, or something like that. So that's my issue. The severity comes first, right? Somebody gets murdered, that's a big deal. Somebody spray paints graffiti, it's still a bad thing, but it's not as severe as a murder, and so now the racial component and element is worth noting as a motivating factor, but it shouldn't supersede what the crime is itself. It's kind of like what I would say about violent video games. Like, if all it takes for you to commit a crime or kill somebody is to play it in a game or see it in a game or a movie or book or whatever, TV, right? If that's all it takes for you to hurt or kill somebody or to do the same thing, then you've got bigger issues, because if it wasn't that particular game, Grand Theft Auto or whatever, Call of Duty, then it would have been just something else, right? That's all it took. Seeing it on the news, a news report of some murder that happened. You heard about it in the news, so now you felt like doing it yourself, copycat crime. This is the problem, is like, if that's all it took for you to do it, then you have bigger issues. It's the same thing here. If all it took for you to hurt somebody is because of their race, then you have bigger issues, race or gender or whatever. And so now you get into the position of basically like, you know, it still says more about you. Or like, when people talk in that way, it's like, what do you expect them to do, really? It's like, okay, so race is the issue, but then what do you want them to do? Change their race? Let's create a utopian society where everybody is the same race, or everybody is a mixed race. So nobody's ever going to be white anymore because, you know, it's going to get so mixed over time. But there would still be conflict, just like there always was conflict throughout history, even in the same, you know, whenever it was the same race, only in a country, it would still have conflict. So it's just like a good excuse, but the point is that it's not always about that, and the thing about it is that I don't know, you have the situation where, like, when you make it about race, like, what is your solution then? Because unless you change people's races, it's ultimately just bad people doing bad things to people for various reasons. So race could certainly be a motivating factor, but at least from a historical lens, you have a situation where there's a bit of a fallacy with that, like confusing race and culture. Culture is malleable and anybody can have it, and that can have to do with the area in the world or the history of the country or the geographical, like why do people like fish? Because they live around water. So it's a non-choice reaction insistence that I always criticize as a fallacy, like, if you want to take pride in your culture because of where you happen to live, like, we love seafood and that's part of our culture, how dare you insult it? That's fine if you want to take pride in that, but to me it's arbitrary, interchangeable, and I wouldn't take pride in such a thing because it's like you didn't really choose it. You happen to live in an area and that area happens to be conducive to certain things, like seafood because you're by the water or whatever. So that will dictate a lot of what your culture has to do with. Alright, so to personalize or to take pride in it is a fallacy, but also it's a case, and again, it's malleable over the course of time when we have such good interconnectivity globally, travel, trade. Now it all becomes interchangeable. It doesn't matter where you live. Your culture can be whatever you want it to be. And so it's a case where you'll be insisting upon non-choice reaction, kind of like race, kind of like other things. Even like a country, just lines on a map, arbitrary. You happen to be born there, you happen to live there, so by that logic, no matter where you lived, you take just as much pride in your country just because it happens to be yours. Nearness postulate, non-base of self. In other words, value comes from the self, not from the external substance value standard. Right, so, because of its relation to you, therefore it gets value from that, not because of any inherent state or standard that you're applying, criteria-based. But the other point fallacy in history is that people think, it's always conflict between race, but it's really not a lot of the time. It's like, the Europeans come over to the, Native Americans and kill them. But is it because they're Native Americans, or is it because, it's like, if they hadn't been, would there still have been no conflict? You come upon a new area and you want to conquer it, just because that's what people do throughout history. So you're conquering for conquering's sake. And this less technologically advanced society is like a sitting duck in a historical context. So now, victim blaming, but, that happened all the time. Like, you have this ripe new country, and you have this very technologically not advanced society compared to you, ripe for the conquering. And so, if they hadn't been the color or the race that they had been, the same thing very well might have happened, and it happened in countless other eras and societies in history. And so to make it about race is wrong, I think. And also, it's like the first time one culture or society might come upon another is also the first time they come upon the race. So now you'll attribute it to race, right? Like if you... So differences in culture will be associated with differences in race. Like, the first time the Europeans came upon the Native Americans also happened to be the first time they came upon, like, that region and that culture. So even if it had been the same, right, even if their cultures and race had been the same or much more similar, it might not have mattered. They might have still attacked them because, we want to conquer you and you have less technology, etc. We just want to conquer and we just want to take advantage of your weakness. And so that's what it very well might have been. And so the problem becomes that you have the first time you happen to meet happens to also be the first... I can't remember exactly how I would say this. The first time two countries meet is also the first time two races meet, potentially. Right? So the first time you're meeting Native Americans is also the first time you're going to the Americas and discovering this new land. And the first time that you're meeting, two potential, enemy groups. So you'll kind of conflate it and say... it wasn't the first time, oh, this country or this culture happens to meet this country or this culture. You'll also make it about race. But the reason why there was conflict was because it was two different countries and two different, the first time you're meeting this group of people. So you might have attacked them and conquered them no matter what race they were, no matter what culture they had. Technology disparity is actually more defining. But you make it about race because, again, the first time a country meets another, or a culture meets another, happens to be the same thing with a race, right? So you'll frame it like, oh, they had something against this race, but what if it's just the same human tendency that, like, when you have the chance to conquer, you'll conquer. And you might think, oh, this is somehow to make it seem better, but no, it's the same thing. Like, does it really matter? Like, okay, let's say they didn't do it because of race, they just did it because they wanted to conquer people and enslave them and kill them and steal their land and stuff. Well, it's the same thing. It's still bad, but to imply they wouldn't have done that, oh, if they had been the same race or something, is kind of wrong. Because you see countless examples in history of that. And then the other point is the fact that you have, you basically have, culture, which is the result of environment, geography, non-choice reaction, all those kind of things, usually, right? Those kind of things are mistaken, again, along with race. Like, oh, look at these Europeans had all these things against their culture, but the two cultures have to do with the environment, and so the first time you're coming upon their culture is also the first time you're coming upon their race, and also the first time you're coming upon that region and that country. So the differences might have less to do with the race, and they have more to do with incidental geographical circumstances that lead to non-choice reaction things, which are taken as culture, like kind of personalizing it and making it about the race is kind of stupid, because that would be kind of interchangeable, and so much of it just has to do with circumstances and environments and things like that. So if you inherited the Roman Empire's, even downfall and all of that, that would give you kind of a technological advantage and lead, etc., whereas other people didn't have that benefit. So that's Roman Empire privilege, that's European privilege. Like, all these kind of things that people try to paint as a negative, it's like, there's a lot of reasons why things happen throughout history. So if you trace it back far enough, a couple hundred years, yes, the United States has stolen land, but so is almost everything else. The Mongol Empire stole most of the land there in that region, right? The Roman Empire stole a lot of land in that, in that time, the British Empire. So if you really trace it back far enough, everything is stolen from somebody. So that doesn't make it better, but it means it's just, it's not consistent, because then you say, oh, reparations, but then you'd be seeking reparations for every single country and area, so it just becomes kind of dumb. The best you can really do is, okay, as long as we're not committing an atrocity or an injustice now, in the present, then it's fine. And of course, morality is always a function of technology, so again, like, why would there be less wars now? Because, nuclear weapons are present, so they kind of equalize and discourage threats like that. Or like, why did one country invade another and not another? Like, the Europeans treated the Indians in India better than the Native Americans, but because their technology was better, so now it would be harder to just conquer them outright. So they figured, okay, let's just tax them instead. So it's not just, them just liking them better. Right, it all comes out in technology. It's like a Machiavellian way to look at it. Like, if people are able to do something, they'll do it, right? If they can get away with it, whatever. So even on an individual basis, if you could commit a crime and get away with it, you might pretend like you wouldn't, but you would totally do it. Tim Walz, I can't wait to debate. Kind of a weird choice. I was expecting another identity politics type of thing. Pick another female, pick another, person of color. You choose another old white man, even though you criticize those exact things, except that's who it was before anyway. He allowed rioters to burn down Minneapolis. Kind of true. Yeah, I don't like this whole media spin and skew, but at least people are aware of it. Even people who are on that side seem to be aware of it, but they kind of pretend like it's a good thing. I don't know. Trump news conference in Mar-a-Lago. It's like both sides could do the same exact thing, but one of them will get ignored or defended. And that's just the stupid double standard that you have. Or now I'll get some Skibidi toilet recommendations in my shit that I don't want. Like, because I'm actually willfully watching this, which I can't believe I'm doing. The problem is the playlist is kind of like out of order. It's like backwards. Alright, so let me try to see the playlist. I'll have to almost make my own playlist. But I only reacted to a couple of them the last time. So thankfully, at least the guy made his own playlist. The fuck boom. And so it's up to like episode 76. And it's turned into like all kinds of dramatic thing. So I can't judge it. Any subject can be done well. Even a story about toilets and whatever the fuck else it's about. And the guy must have some animation talent and other things that he's turned it into, or maybe he made so much money that he fucking took the time to do this now. So I don't know whether there's a difference in the shorts playlist or the other, or there's one that's just a series overall, so it might be both. There's like a shorts playlist and there's like a full screen playlist apparently. Yeah, that's the problem. They're sort of organized backwards. Not that I couldn't still do it, but it makes it a little more difficult and annoying. There should be some feature like that. So we would start here, and unfortunately, it's also not even working in the full screen context. Right, so I don't fully know how to do that. So we would watch up to like part 5, or maybe including part 5. So I'll maybe rewatch them briefly. But part 1, he's just in the toilet. That's the base one with the song, right? The second one is with the little girl in the middle, who turns into like a skull dead emoji almost. The third one is like a parade. The fourth one is like in a ship or a cruise or something, and he comes in all villain-like. The fifth one, I think, is also a parade. So I think 3 and 5 are kind of similar in that regard. Or there's season 1, all episodes, so I guess that could be the review. So the whole season 1 is only 1 minute long, so you certainly can't fault it for, at least not being short and sweet and to the point. But that's the one problem, is that the playlist is somehow backwards, so I don't know what to really do about that. I'll have to keep manually doing something. But that's okay, because it'll be all deep analysis, but I'll have to keep saying we're starting in 3, 2, 1. So I'll rewatch them anyway, but then I can watch the season 1 full recap too. again, you gotta respect this guy's tenacity for turning it into what it is, though. It's not just the meme itself. It's the fact that he's turned it into a 76-part series. Now they're gonna make a movie out of it. So there must be something more to it than just the meme, but also this is where Hollywood is at. Like, is this really the project you want? Like Michael Bay at this stage in his career, so there must be a lot of explosions, because that's always what Michael Bay is associated with. Transformers and stuff. I mean, the effects and everything in those movies were pretty good too, so I can't complain on that level. It's just the kind of thing that that is the average level of intelligence of Michael Bay's movies anyway. Right, this will be the most riveting plot of all of them. It would be one thing if you want to say you want to take some basic inspiration from it, but all these kids, it'll have to be very kids friendly too, I guess. But maybe, I don't know, maybe some of these videos actually aren't. Now that's what I call toilet humor. Roger Ebert reviews it, because I know he says that in some video, like talking about Eddie Murphy or somebody. It's toilet humor, Gene. I've heard of toilet humor before, but this is getting ridiculous. I would almost watch it now, but then I don't know if I want to. I'm just kind of at a loss for even what to watch. Like, some of these series are either too long, so that I don't want to guarantee that I'm going to watch the whole thing. Like, The Sopranos at least ended on a satisfactory note. I watched only till episode 13, but I sort of had my own criteria, like plot armor counter and stuff. So Tony got saved by plot armor for the third time. And so it was like a 3 strikes and you're out system. Let's see if I can get it to go in the proper orientation. I don't know how to really control that. So yeah, there's a lot of shit in here, and even though it's like 70 episodes, there are some that are obviously repeating, maybe full whatever. So we got to analyze these in great detail and depth. And I don't really know what to tell you. This is maybe something I could do too, like watch news clips. So this is like Vivek Ramaswamy, Wall tells us what part of the wing, but see, this is Fox News, so it's an echo chamber the other way. The media got some credibility for finally getting by it. They were criticizing Biden, but Harris takes a lot of the blame for what happened there too. Focus on the border, which they made an issue that didn't need to be one. He was a pretty good candidate too, Vivek. But see, they keep saying these things, but nobody really seems interested. Like, policy, but see, Fox News is so biased, but at least you can acknowledge that, like, no, but he's actually a pretty good speaker. See, he's a person of color, too. He would have been the first Indian president. So why doesn't that work the same way? Or I love this whole thing about, like, wealth, too. Like, oh, the multi-billionaires who own corporate-owned media outlets love you, but you're the good guy. Like, don't vote for a billionaire, but vote for the people that the billionaires like, whatever. And then everybody's like a millionaire who's running anyway, so it doesn't really matter, millionaire or billionaire, they're still rich. Right, so the whole wealth issue becomes a stupid element there. So we'll start in a minute here. I honestly just don't want to do... Whatever, it'll be hard to do while I'm driving, though, because I'll have to switch from one to the next, and, like... In fact, I don't even know how I did it last time. I thought I was doing exactly that thing, or maybe I did it while I was stopped and didn't do it while I was driving, because it'll get really distracting. Every 20 seconds I'll have to... change the thing, or I'll give like such an in-depth analysis. Again, I can understand why the original one is considered funny. Like, okay, it's very abrupt and to the point. You got the little slow camera pan into the toilet. You got the face itself with all these crazy expressions. You got the music, which is kind of over the top and fast and just almost like gibberish. So I get how it can be considered funny, even by adults, whatever, in a short, quick one-off sense, but it is more so the staying power that I'm disturbed by or surprised by. But again, part of that's to his credit. It's going to turn out to actually be good. There'll be some good action and crazy shit that happens later. Still a better plot than fucking Transformers. Like, Michael Bay heard that joke, and he takes it as a serious thing. Oh, it's a better plot than Transformers. Oh, we gotta make this into a movie then. But you'd just be saying it in a mocking way, like, still a better love story than Twilight. You can just tell I'm completely unsure of even what to react to, though. I have no idea. Or we keep getting to the stupid ad. $10 can fund powerful ads. Yeah, it's called the regular media coverage. This is some Trump speech here. Yeah, they tried to gaslight people. Nobody ever said she's the border czar. No, everything's going to be Biden's fault, and then she's apparently perfect. It's like you make issues out of things that didn't need to be issues. That's what I find strange. Is it really just so you can call him racist because you say, oh, you oppose the border policy, right? Like, again, these are like non-issues. Letting criminals out early and easily, or, again, letting people come in the border unvetted. These are things that were not really controversial, right? Democrats historically didn't do that too much. Republicans didn't historically do that, so... So 15 million people who came over. That's the whole problem. Yeah, nobody even knows. Or yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson is always kind of funny to listen to. Again, a lot of his stuff seems over the top, but he's actually not that bad. He just says things sometimes in an inflammatory kind of way, but Okay, let's try to do the Skibidi toilet thing. So 174 episodes here. Do I even really want to do this? I guess I built it up enough. It's just the stroke of genius to kind of think that song sounds like Skibidi, which again, nobody intended or nobody really identified. Right? Even the person who put that one up with the lyrics of it didn't identify that what he was saying was Skibidi. The problem is the orientation of this shit gets all fucked up. Like, it never plays it straight. So again, we'll recap on Season 1, which maybe I saw the whole Season 1 and I didn't realize it, because I only saw, like, the first 5 parts. That one was kind of cool in the ship. Like, he comes in all gangster-like the parade-style thing, but he's, like, going in, I don't know, just the way it looks there is everybody's, like, at their tables eating dinner in what looks like a cruise ship or some shit. And, yeah, we gotta analyze the lore of this fucking thing, dude. So, okay, now it's full screen, and so you have to think about it here where we just... Alright, so we're starting, this is the first episode we're starting, and it's gonna be hard to even say what that is, but we're on the 174 playlist, so we're at entry number 1, right? I just wish it was kind of backwards, the way they do it, but... So we're starting in 3, 2, or hang on. I want to wait till I'm not. Nobody could potentially see what I'm watching. Not that they really would between your fucking thing. Let me just wait till I get on a good stretch of road here. But yeah, I don't know why I'm even doing this. I can't just decide what to watch. I guess I could like watch machinimas and other stuff that can actually be pretty good. There was that WoW movie that was really cool from way back in the day. Like, I forget what it was called. But... it's the one that ends with the Lich King kind of in the restaurant, in the bar. Almost warms my heart, that thing. Where they have like a pretty epic fight and everything. That was at least pretty fun, especially for the time. That was really good. Or like Nim was pretty creative with his songs. He had like a lot of, his parody-inspired songs. So yeah, we'll look through these again. They're all short, but I want to give some sort of actual in-depth analysis, which I'm not sure what exactly that's going to be. I think you might think you're doing it ironically, but unironically. Let's actually see. I mean, it's Gary's mod, it's assets that we've seen before. Obviously, there's a lot of those Team Fortress 2 machinimas as well, so I'm sure they've remade it in that, among a million other things. There's probably a scene from a movie that you could find, right, from way back in the day where a character's head is in the toilet, and, you could totally play off of that. Like, this was the original Skibidi toilet, but I can't think off the top of my head of a scene like that. Or from, like, a sitcom, I would write that in as a bit, just somehow a character's head gets stuck in the toilet. Or that's the kind of the age we live in. Not saying everything doesn't have some resonance like that anyway, but that's sometimes the hardest part of fiction for people is like you could just do all kind of wild crazy stuff, but it's like keeping it grounded. Like, does it feel believable? Does it feel consistent within the characters and stuff like that? And I feel like sometimes you end up restricting yourself too much there, where you end up doing it in such a way that what's the point? Then you're restricting it to the character, like, oh, so it's believable. Well, why does it matter? Who cares about the character? The character's not real. We care about what we can actually get out of this. Is it something actually profound or meaningful? So it really is just escapism when you get to that point. Even great works of literature, it's like, who cares about the character ultimately? Because it's all just it's all just a vehicle to try to express something actually profound or meaningful for real life. So you might think, oh, that's just the way that you get to that. That is somehow more effective that way to people. But it's really not, because when they focus on that, now they're not focusing on the meaning behind it. They're just focusing on the characters and the escapism and get lost in that. and so you'll lose whatever meaning could have potentially been there. Right, it gets lost in fiction, so I understand it, but it's like you're trying to veil and disguise what you're doing. Well, why not just be direct then? Why not just say what you want to say and what we can learn, instead of, oh, we're showing this elaborate story where the character has a coming of age and learns something. It's like, that's cool, but so what? It's like you could have just expressed that. I don't know, it works only in a way that's not actually useful to you in any way in life. Imagine I'm embarrassed to even watch it. I did it last time with no problem. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's not like anybody could see or what, doesn't matter, but it's just dumb. Imagine actually doing this, but it is worth looking at. There's going to be a movie even on it too. Or yeah, that could be a whole category too. I got to react to all kind of movie shit. Or there was some Netflix specific game that I wanted to look at, like the Queen's Gambit. You have to be subscribed to Netflix in order to play it, which is kind of dumb. It's like inspired by obviously Queen's Gambit, which I had a lot of issues with. I thought it was like too cliche and too it does everything you expect it to do and exactly the way you expect it to do. It felt kind of long at only 7 episodes or something like that. It kind of overdoes it where she doesn't need to win the world championship, right? They kind of take it too far. What else? It's just like she turns into a bit of a cliche, like she becomes an alcoholic and all this kind of stuff. They make her seem like a rock star where she's making all this money, which you really wouldn't make. Or maybe she was like the original cloud chaser. Chess players don't make that much money, even today, like what she was throwing around. But either because she's so good, not just good, or because she's a female and she's getting all this coverage and attention because of that, sadly. We'll start in a minute here. I keep delaying, but no, that would be kind of interesting to look at. A lot of, whatever. I don't know why that's really tied to it. But no, I didn't think, again, I don't think it's terrible. Or, another mistake it makes is something I even made fun of. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Does it better. How even though Yu-Gi-Oh's duels are not based in the real card game and are completely off the wall, they at least give you some sort of game theory. It's like, we go into this duel and we know this guy's specialty is this. He has some gimmick or he's cheating or he has a certain style of play. And then we overcome that by the end of the episode. So even though a lot of the cards are made up, or even if you aren't familiar with the card game, you still understand that there's some other dynamic at work. Like, okay, there's some shadow game going on or there's something else going on. Whereas in the Queen's Gambit, it's like, there's nothing going on, she's just playing, and there's not much nuance to it. You might say, oh, you have to be an expert on chess to enjoy it, but that's not even the point. It's like, there's no internal sort of game theory going on with it that's like, there's something more than just the game being played, especially in a game where it operates under real-life rules and everything. It often doesn't show you the positions very clearly. It often doesn't, it almost distracts from it. Like, there's that one big game she plays against, like, the U.S. champion, right? And it just skips it. It's about to start, and it just skips it. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't even show it. Like, you got to make that part of the show entertaining, where you're thinking about, oh, this guy practiced this last night, or he's really good with this. I remember this one game where he did this, and give us something to work with. So it doesn't seem too interested in using chess as anything as other than a prop, and either you have to be an expert to make up for that, or it's just surface level and it doesn't really care. And it also is like kind of disingenuous because, again, it's not coming up with like a game theory explanation. If chess is a real game, then you have to show it in great detail and depth and make that enjoyable, right? And explain and kind of, again, show it at least on a surface level better. Or if it pretends it's a game that's not even real, then you have to make it interesting. Like, we go into this game not caring about the game itself, but like we know there's some other background storyline going on. Like, oh, this guy's a cheater and we got to watch it and make sure he's not cheating. Or this guy's harassing her sexually and whatever. That could have been a good plot line for one game. Or another game is like, that's the one image I actually wanted to see. the sort of foot job under the table gambit, which might seem, oh, that seems kind of, why are you saying that? But it seems like a perfect thing, right? Like you're losing a game, and you're sitting across the table, and you're not talking, and it's like the perfect opportunity as like a femme fatale type of thing, where she, how she smokes and everything, she just kind of puts their foot on their lap, and sort of tries to win the game and turn the game around like that. That's kind of a badass thing to do in that situation, because, you know what I mean? It's like everybody's quiet and they won't really notice, and it's under the table and it's subtle. But that seems like the ultimate power display by a woman, potentially in a chess game. It's like you're losing or you're going against a better opponent, and you do that to try to win and distract them. It just kind of feels like an image that you would see in some story. But no, overall, the Queen's Gambit is just, I don't know, it was sort of predictable, and it just doesn't do a very good job. You have one job, to be about chess, and you're not even good at doing that. I swear, so many of the games, they don't even show you what's going on. They don't even show you the position. They don't even, go into any nuance or depth, whether it be in a literal sense, from how chess actually works, or even in a game theory sense. So when I say that, it's like, how do I explain it? Right? You don't need to be an expert on something to enjoy a show about it, but it's kind of like there would be some other storyline going on. Like, okay, let me try to think. Like, Mai Valentine is trying to prove something to Yugi in the Duelist Kingdom, and they have like all this character interaction, banter back and forth, and Yugi's kind of distracted, so she loses on purpose to give him a bone, to throw him a bone, or something like that, right? There's all these other dynamics going on, instead of we're just playing the game, and we're not even showing you the game. Alright, so we're starting this in a second here. Skibidi Toilet episode 1. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. And the success rate of when I do that is 0%, because if you have to do it once and then buffer it or something. Okay, so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. It's my status, something. I forget what she even says. So he comes, he lunges at the camera. We got to analyze this like that Garfield thing. I think that's when I actually was watching that and making fun of it. And what a tie-in, too, because the end of that guy's Garfield may die of the nicotine, like where the guy's analyzing the one comic strip. It's like the ending of that one call and tell me about your sex partners thing is actually, that is actually ends with the little baby in the toilet, so that could have been the original Skibidi Toilet. Whatever, that guy just shits all over Garfield. But no, here you have, if we look at it again, let me try to... So the point is that the zoom in pan with the camera is actually kind of cool. His expressions are kind of amusing, I guess. And then he comes at you, he launches at your face. So I can see a little kid, 5-year-old, finding it funny, so that's fine. I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, the song is well put together. He has like the painting in the background, so we'll try to pay attention. If it's the same painting as, it's like a girl with her mouth open, which I don't know who that is. I can't tell. So again, we see him use the song over and over to the extent that you have, at least in the first several, that's all it is. You just play the same song and you play maybe a couple seconds extra of it, or you're able to basically do little different changes here and there, so... I can't even blame him for doing all this, because he probably was shocked how many views he got himself. He's probably, he's posted all kind of random stuff in the past, so it's not his fault that, this took off so much. Right? In fact, if anything, he might have felt the same way. I made this stupid 11-second video of Skibidi Toilet, and that gets millions of views, whereas all this other stuff that I put way more work into doesn't. Right? So again, it's the lowest common denominator, short attention span criteria that often has an issue. So this is Skibidi Toilet 2. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. So that's a different girl with her mouth open, with like more color and stuff, so it's different. So you're in the urinals. So the one on the right looks like a different face than his. I don't know who that is, or maybe it's him and I can't tell. And then the girl appears in the middle, who I don't know who that actually is. I don't know who any of these people are. Like the guy's original face is not like G-Man or something from Half-Life. It's just some random guy from City 17, like one of the random citizens. This is Dr. Breen's ultimate torture for Freeman. No, but the one on the right looks a little different. So she comes in to say we don't hurt nobody, and of course that's the biggest lie ever told, because this meme hurt a whole generation. But she comes in with the green hair, maybe it's the same guy, just with green hair on him, to make him look like a girl, and then she turns into a skull at the end, so... skull dead emoji reference maybe, and I would say, oh no, this is too old for that to be the case, but it's not really that old. I guess it's as old as the average fan of it, or that's when people were joking on that Skibidi by Little Big, the music video, like, this song is older than most Skibidi Toilet fans, but I mean, it had 7 to 80 million views, so it had a lot of views evidently before the Skibidi Toilet thing, because... Or yeah, that's all you should do. Just take the Skibidi Toilet thing and put that song over it with the Skibidi, 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 the Little Big's version, the little chorus where he said it. Right, like as if nobody's thought of doing that. They maybe didn't, yeah. Right, I always come up with these weird ideas that seem so obvious, but nobody ever notices them. So, yeah, the second one adds the girl in, adds the urinals, adds the second guy, so one on each side. I don't know what else to analyze about it, just the fact she turns into a skull. Let me watch it again. So the picture is going to be a motif, that maybe every episode has that, and also the music is going to be overused. So the face on the right definitely looks different somehow. Right, it's definitely some other face. You might be more familiar with this if you are familiar with Gmod. You might know who exactly these characters are. Right, these could just be commonly used character models. Let's go ahead, we'll look at number 3. So now it starts to get a little different, where he's starting like a parade. Or it's like a body. I saw like a birthday party, some little kid's birthday party. There was like a mascot going around with like the toilet head thing on. Like, it's just sometimes taking it too far, right? And don't even blame like, oh, it's the internet or this or that. Like, people were always into dumb stuff as a kid. It's just that it gives you more access to it. So don't act like, oh, when we were a kid, we liked perfectly, the best kind of stuff. You watch probably stupid cartoons and dumb stuff too, but this is just obviously maybe a step below even that. But this is Skibidi Toilet 3. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. So now it's slowed down a lot, and you have people watching a parade. So it's like they're taking over the world now. This is how the plot progresses. So is it really the same exact animation that he's showing there? Because it's like the angle's a little different. Where in the first one, he's like looking up at the camera more, whereas there he's looking directly at the camera from like a standstill. But that one's always kind of cool with the visual of it being like a parade where the big one's coming through and you got 4 little toilets around the outside. And so it's very, it's setting up almost like this evil thing that you have, I don't know, like he's a dictator doing his little march or parade, and the toilets are taking over the world. I guess this is how the plot might progress somehow. So, okay. Like, if I was to choose the best motif, at least so far, I do like number 3 and 5 for the parade mentality going on. This is like some film school project that you could do. Like, how many ways can you portray the same thing with how many different techniques and camera angles and different alterations. So here it's like, how many people in doing this would think to make a parade out of it where you have like 4 Skibidi toilets around the one big Skibidi toilet, right? Probably not many people would actually think of that. So even in this guy's context, there's a certain creativity that goes into it. So I keep watching them at least a couple times. They are so short that it almost feels right to do that. So, yeah, I like the whole parade motif. I like what it could kind of represent. Everybody's kind of watching over like a bridge here. Whether they're watching in horror or appreciation and admiration, I don't know. But now you're starting to introduce other elements of the universe. Still a less convoluted plot than Serial Experiments Lane, am I right? So hang on a second here. We're just kind of appreciating, soaking in this. So again, I watched up to like episode 5. So again, episode 1 was just whatever, the zoom in, slow pan with the camera. Then the other ones already start out. Or no, I guess not. This one pans over too. So this, the second one comes in from like a hallway. Then this one comes in from like a boardwalk bridge type thing where you're looking over the side. And then you have a situation where you're basically able to so the first one zooms in into the first one zooms in from whatever, I can't even tell like where we're coming from, but like basically just into a bathroom. The second one comes from like a hallway into a bathroom with like a urinal type of system. And then the third one enters into, again, from a parade angle. So this one's slowed down as well too, but it ends up almost being the same length, which is kind of hard to believe. Why would it be the same length if you have the oh no, it's more than 4. There's like 6 potentially. There's like 6. You could see like them going further back. The most frightening parade since Tiananmen Square, or since some other shit like fucking North Korea, Russia. The most frightening dictatorial parade of all time. Yeah, that's number 3. Let's look at number 4 in a second here. This one's like the cruise ship one, Skibidi Toilet 4, where they kind of, at least I'm assuming that's what it is, I can't entirely tell. They're either just in a restaurant or a cruise ship, eating their meal at the table, nice and peaceful. Say goodnight to the Skibidi Toilet instead of say goodnight to the bad guy. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. So he opens the door and he comes in, but he's kind of smaller here. I thought he was bigger. Oh yeah, the big one comes in after. So this one sort of slowed down and altered as well. And that one sort of ends abruptly, almost with like a jump scare type thing with the face just in the front. So that one's at least a little different. So he comes in from the doorway, the smaller one, right? And then, ladies and gentlemen, we are tonight's entertainment. And then the big one comes in after. And he's bigger and more threatening and has like the parade of people along with him. So he's kind of on the parade binge right now. That one even faked me out, even though I already saw it before, because I thought the big one came in right away. So he started to slow down the song, and he's also, which is weird, I was actually questioning that. If you slow down the song that was originally sped up, then it would no longer sound like Skibidi, it would sound like Give It To Me. So how does it still sound like Skibidi, but it's still slower? The only reason why Give It To Me sounds like Skibidi is because of the speed at which he says it. So he's somehow slowing it down, but also making it sound the same, which doesn't make sense. We'll watch it once more. So you see it pan over people having their meal. Or are they sitting on toilets too? I didn't even notice that. Maybe they're all sitting on toilets? Or there's other toilet head people around too. people sitting at seemingly a restaurant type of environment. You have like a picture in the background that I can't make out. But some of the people are sitting on toilets at their table, I guess, or at least chairs that look like toilets, and then some of them are actually toilet heads themselves, right? As it sort of pans across, you start to see some of those. Right, I see like some, or as he comes in here, you see somebody else in the toilet. Yeah, there's some old guy's head behind there. There'll be a lot of little cameos and Easter eggs and references and stuff, but it's the same joke over and over, though. Like, oh, isn't the song funny with the face and all this kind of stuff? Like, so that was number 4. So now we'll look at number 5 in a second. Imagine you get in a fucking crash because of this. Maybe you would deserve it. Or like, yeah, this one opens up like into an elevator, part 2. An elevator opens, revealing a bathroom. It really is weird that it even sounds like that. Skibidi, skibidi. It's supposed to be give it to me. But yeah, the person who made that remix of the song is perhaps a true culprit here, too. Because this guy might have made the same thing, but then it wouldn't have fit so perfectly with the song, which is not even meant to be what the song is. Like, what is the song meant to be? I don't even get it. Like, he didn't make it with Skibidi in mind, so it's just gibberish. You can't even understand what the fuck is being said. So sometimes this is pretty hard to navigate. Okay, so this is number 5, and this is going to be like some sort of parade-esque moment as well. I can't remember exactly, but it's similar to number 3, I think. And I guess even number 4 was sort of a parade, so it's like a parade on a ship or in a restaurant, and you have some other toilet heads, I'll call them, in the vicinity, and you also have people maybe sitting on toilets. So again, I'm coming up with some conspiracy that like, oh, the toilets are taking over the world, and that's what the story is going to end up being about. Imagine it turns into a movie franchise that's actually good, too. Like, it'll be critically acclaimed, and you know, don't let the premise hold you back. So now you have, we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Alright, that wasn't satisfactory. We'll try again. I guess there's nothing wrong with doing that. Like, you're just flipping through your music or something. You're not really texting. You're just kind of, you know, whatever, changing your song or something, changing your video. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. The good thing about these so far, the best thing is that they're all short. So he's up in the sky. I don't actually even remember this. Maybe I haven't seen it. So you have them all up in the sky. You have 4 of them together. And there's like maybe small ones up there too. I can't see what... Yeah. And those ones look a little different too. Maybe like a different face on them. So they're maybe launching an attack now. They're invading the planet, even though they've already been here in the other episodes. But like they're up in the sky. It's a UFO planning an assault, and they have their little 4 comrades there. And then you have, you have the little tiny ones that are coming in to maybe act as projectiles or something. So let's watch it again. So this is like the same parade sort of mentality. I'm going to keep calling it, but where they're sort of in this formation with the one big toilet and like 4 of them around him or some such number. You start off, you see a car in the same sort of bridge, but instead of being on the ground in a parade, you have it up in the sky, and you have like some helicopters around him. So maybe they're trying to investigate, and he's unleashing the... You can see like the little... You can see like the little thing on the back of the toilet too in a lot of these. Like whatever, the way it connects to the wall. right? That always kind of stands out when it's not connected to anything. But even beyond that, that one was interesting because of the simple fact that you have... it was interesting because of the simple fact that you have this other thing, which was like... they're using them as like attack toilets, if you will. And the reason why is because you come in, you see the cars, you see the people all looking up at it from the same bridge. It seems like from part 3 or something similar. But instead of being in the parade formation, they're up in the sky now, like a UFO, almost like an alien invasion. And so now they're sitting up in the sky, and you're able to basically... You're basically able to do it in such a way that, again, they're planning their attack or whatever, and the helicopters look like they're around, so it gives you a good sense of scale of how big these things are. And so maybe the helicopters are all like worried about it, right? They're trying to investigate and see what is going on, what is this threat to us, and they are kind of brushed off. They just kind of go away. I don't think they're destroyed by it, or I couldn't really tell. And then the helicopters go away, and then you see the 4 other toilets around him, and then you see the smaller ones, which maybe look like a different face, and they're being used as almost like attack little, I don't know how to explain them, little drones, Skibidi toilet drones, that they'll go around and cause havoc because they're kind of smaller, and they'll be served as projectiles or whatever. So I could recap season 1 now in a second here, but let me wait a minute. But no, basically, I kind of see the lore building up maybe a little bit. This is great world building. Never since Tolkien have we seen this, but we have it in a situation where it's, it's a case where you're basically able to see kind of like now there's going to be a war that starts. So I'm interested, probably that the military is going to fight the toilets and see who's good and whatever. But you're seeing like ordinary people, so it's not like this is taking place in some other setting where everybody's a toilet head too, or maybe not yet. Maybe that's what it's building towards. I don't know, I kind of don't want to fuck around with the screen too much. It's raining, I could be watching Game of Thrones or anything else instead of this, but... So again, he's messed with the sound and the pacing of it, like the speed of it. Everybody's on the bridge kind of looking up at the sky. You see a car there. You see... Let me try to look at exactly what happens to the helicopters, too. You see all the buildings, skyscrapers, so you see how high up they are. You see how tiny the helicopters are compared to him. Then you see 3 other ones around him. I keep saying 4. Then you see the little locust swarm of Skibidi toilet drones. And one of those drones comes to the camera, and that's the one that you see at the end. This always has to be the same fucking song over again. It just seems like it's slowed down more. It sounds almost a little different now. Yeah, so one of those comes into your face. I mean, again, it wouldn't be, I'm not saying this is the greatest art achievement ever, but it wouldn't be that easy to make this. Like, could I make that animation where the toilet comes in and does that exact thing at that frame, like, where it ends on that? I could maybe make some basic elements of this, but I couldn't make that part, where one of those little drones comes in and flies, and this guy clearly has some animation talent, even if it's wasted on whatever the fuck he's doing here. Again, it just goes off the principle that random is funny, and the shorter form something is, the better it'll do too, because you have you know, people are low attention span or whatever. No, this is going to be season 1 all episodes, so I guess we just saw them. I don't see what the point in doing this is. But let me just do it for recap purposes. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. So we see the girl in the painting there, which is different than the one in the second one. It looks similar, but it's kind of more colored or something. This is like kind of in black and white. So the elevator opens and you see a girl with her mouth open as well. So is there maybe an Easter egg where that appears in the other ones and I'm just missing it? I'll try to look for it. See, I don't see the girl with the mouth open anywhere here. Or there's like a guy walking in front of it who got ran over. Oh, I didn't even notice that in this parade one. So there's a guy underneath the toilet who just got run over. There's a painting in the background here, but it's definitely different. So let's count the whole crimes and build a case against the Skibidi Toilet Society. They ran somebody over and killed them, and then they are causing public spectacle and, like, you know, public chaos, both by making loud noises and by, they don't destroy the helicopters, I guess they just go away, but they are sending like a locust swarm out. But they've already killed somebody because he ran somebody over in that. There's a lot of detail to this. So what we have is a situation where, again, let's count the number of crimes and litigate them in a court of law. I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on recordings. They run somebody over. Like, think about the first episode, right? The first episode, what is the crime? A guy's head is in the toilet and he's singing, and he might be coming out at you. So that might be he attacks you. He assaults you in episode 1 by jumping out of the toilet and coming right into your face. But other than that, in terms of lore-wise, assuming it's not you as the cameraman being the victim, lore-wise, nothing really happens. He's by himself, so there's no victim. It's a victimless crime, right? And then number 2, they seem to kill the one of their own kind in the middle because they turned into a skeleton, and of course, that would be the only victim. So again, and then do they also jump at you in that one? I forget now. Let me see if they jump at you. There's some people dancing outside. One of them's probably Gordon Freeman in his suit there. Let's see if they jump at you here. So they kill one of their own kind. No, they're all happy, but they kill her because she turns out to be a skeleton at the end. Then in the third one, this is kind of subtle and I didn't catch it, although to be fair, I'm sort of driving while doing this. They run somebody over at the beginning that I don't see, right? So they're both creating a public spectacle and they run somebody over and kill them. They're causing like a public nuisance. See, there's somebody there. Either he's running away or I don't know what he's doing. He's dancing. And you see helicopters in this one even too. So clearly people are concerned about this. And speaking of police presence, helicopter presence, we have some in real life now too. But what you have is the ability to kind of make a laundry list of their crimes. So I guess a bucket list, the bucket being the toilet. What you have is, okay, episode 1, he lunges at you as a cameraman. Episode 2, they kill one of their own kind, the girl in the middle. Number 3, they're causing a public nuisance with making so much noise and singing out in a public place, right? At least keep it in the bathroom. Get a room. I didn't know by saying get a room to them that they would mean it's the bathroom. And so now they're causing a public spectacle. That's why the helicopters are looking into them. And then they get run over by the guy. Somebody gets run over and killed too. Right, then in part 4, I'm not really seeing any notable crime. Other than, again, creating a public spectacle and a public nuisance. Right, he just comes in, So it's kind of the same thing, just making noise. Right, so the big one comes in here behind, and he looks even more animated than the other one with his expression. And you just get like a pseudo jump scare, but he's not even really lunging at you. So at worst, that's just tomfoolery and just being a nuisance. So yeah, we'll keep a record of their crimes that they're committing. So that was like the season 1, or season 1 might have only showed up to episode 4, but whatever. So we count at episode 5, and so now we'll look on from here what we can see. I want to see where the plot actually comes to a head. So the Skibidi Toilet 6, and he always keeps the title in lowercase too, to almost show like his disdain for what he's doing himself, or to make it seem like it's right, like hopefully he changes some motif about this now, instead of just doing the same shit over and over, even though, again, there was a decent amount of variety in there. Again, think of it like a film school project. Like, take this one subject matter, whatever it might be, and portray it in a lot of different ways to show a lot of different film techniques, right? How many different ways can you show a toilet singing the same song? And actually, he kind of passed there, because you go from a single guy in a toilet to 3 people in urinals, to including a girl, and then you go from that to a parade type of scene, then you go from the parade scene to a restaurant scene, then you go to a UFO in the sky type of scene. At least he's giving you a good amount of variety here to look at, even if it's effectively all the same thing. And so beyond that, this is Skibidi Toilet 6. So do I even want to watch this now? I guess I will, starting in 3, 2, 1. This is a different song now, at least. Alright, as soon as I say that, I get interrupted. But it's like a different one, too. So it's completely a different setting. You're in like some sort of disco, and he's like a DJ type, and he's singing the song completely differently than it has been before. So I'm not sure how he made it sound like that. I don't know if that's how the song normally sounds. I don't think so, because I heard it when I was looking at this last time. So the song he's singing there is totally different, and the song that it starts off with is also different. So he's singing the Dom Yes thing, but it doesn't sound like it was before. And then he's also singing or there's also some different song at the beginning that I don't know actually what it is. So everybody's dancing, it's a club. Dum dum, yes, yes. And then he comes at you real aggressive, so we can add that to the list of crimes. But that was always refreshing in its difference of setting and everything. So what does he come out of exactly? Because is it even a toilet anymore? I guess it is. It just looks out of place in a club. He's like a DJ at the fucking, like, why do we have a fucking toilet in a club like this? But no, the song is completely different there, so I'll give him some credit for making that change at least. See if there's something at the beginning that you can notice. Just people dancing. I even started off that one singing, oh, finally he changed the song, and then he starts singing the same one. I mean, this bro is the greatest creative mind of our time. What can I say? Alright, so we'll look at number 7 now. So he's done at least 74 of them, but some of them are obviously the short series, and some of them are the actual other thing, which is like maybe a full episode. I kind of want to get to the first full episode one. It's actually of a decent length, and I don't know what that one's actually going to be. Right, like the majority of these are obviously very short, and maybe that's the greatest strength, that you, even if they're stupid, you don't have to, suffer through them for too long. But no, I can at least respect a certain amount of effort and artistry that goes into it, just the animation and whatever, but I don't fully get it either. So number 7, we're starting in starting in 3, 2, 1. Nope. There's always a delay at the beginning. Not that it really matters, and I keep rewatching it, but give me a second. This is kind of annoying because, well, I guess if it played in sequence, it would still fuck up because there'd be a delay after each one that might not always match for everybody. But we're starting in 3, 2, 1. There's too much detail that I'm trying to look at for... Alright, now we're back to like the first one again. This may be like a higher definition. Somebody flushes him down the toilet. That looks like the spy from my Team Fortress 2. And now they're all closing in on him. And then here's a big one that... Oh, now this is actually G-Man. And then one of them jumps at you again. So now we're already having like a war going on where, you know, the spy is a good guy and he's trying to fight the bad guy and he flushes the one Skibidi down the toilet. So you have the first one start and it's like, we don't want to rehash this. So he comes in, he flushes him down the toilet. That's their one weakness, just flush the toilet. You see the first death of a Skibidi, then you see all these little ones coming on the ground slowly in like a warehouse environment. And then you have the G-Man come in, who maybe is the boss of all of them. That's the first time we've seen the G-Man one, I'm pretty sure, because even though some of them look kind of weird, they're not him, there's something else. I'm not super familiar with all these. Like even this one, I don't know whose face this is in this 6th one. So yeah, the spy flushes it, so we have the Skibidi death count 1 and Skibidi kill count, right? That's the first one that we've seen die. The first one that we've seen, the kill count, I guess I'll only count if we see it on screen, so I'm not going to assume like, oh, it's jumping at the camera, you know, I won't count that. So we had in episode 2, if you want to count that they killed one of their own kind, that might count as both. But if you want to count episode 3, where he runs the guy over, that should count. So that's the kill count 1. Episode 4, they don't kill anybody. Episode 5, they don't kill anybody. Episode 6, they don't kill anybody. So episode 7, so it's a 1-to-1 count if you want to go by episode 3 where they run somebody over, and episode 7 here where they get, they get flushed down the toilet. Now episode 8, and it's already starting with like a march, so now it'll be the combined soldiers maybe marching in to fight with the toy. Yeah, let's get some actual combat, because like even if it's mindless and just a meme and stupid, you know, action is always action, so that's good. That's why it's right up Michael Bay's alley. We're starting episode 8 in 3, 2, 1. You have what looks like the combine soldiers on one side and then the toilets on the other side, but not led by G-Man this time. Then I don't know what even happened at the end there. It's like something that has nothing to do with either side, and it almost looks like the spy again, his glove kind of reaching out. So let's assume that the spy got killed, so we can add that to their kill count, but you have them marching. I can't tell what those are on the left side. They remind me of combine soldiers, but they might not be. So now you're looking at a middle section there, and then he's getting jumped at and putting his hand out. I don't know what is on their heads. Or people are like getting killed, or something's happening there in the middle. I hear some sound, and then I don't know what. It happens too fast. I can't tell. Let me just try to see this one part of it here. What happens? Like somebody's getting shot at? I hear like some explosions or some gunshots, but I don't see any of them die or anything. At least we're finally getting my wish and getting into the combat element of it. If you're going to make something mindless, at least make it mindless action then. Okay, so today I'm going to watch some kind of scary videos caught on camera compilation. The problem that I have with these, I generally like them, but sometimes the commentary is dumb, or you almost wish there wasn't any, or you have a situation where it's like, it's not real. So anything to do with like aliens or demons or ghosts or something, paranormal, all those ones kind of suck because you know they're fake and staged. Whereas some of them are genuine, like some creepy guy's actually following you around, or whatever, right? Like something actually, like an animal is going to kill you, or a bear, or something. You know, those can be effective. You know, like people genuinely can be scary themselves. You don't need paranormal, supernatural stuff. Just you're in the woods and some guy is out there. Although even that could be fake too, but... Most disturbing footage ever recorded on trail cameras. But see, there's an alien in the thumbnail. So I should always decide what I'm going to watch before I start this. 5 scary videos of ghost encounters. See, that's an easy skip because ghosts are made up. Like, think about the different reasons for why people would come up with the myth of ghosts. Like, they want to see their loved ones once they're gone, so you believe in the afterlife for that reason, or just stuff you can't explain. Anything you can't explain, a ghost must have done it. Like, I don't know what other reasons you would have for believing that. Just, you want to believe that there's life after death, even though there's no connection to it. Like, it's part of the egotism. Like, your body is dead and buried in the ground, so there it is. Like, why would you feel the need that, now I become a spirit, now I become a ghost, now I have a soul, all this kind of shit? It's only because you're so egotistical that you think the world revolves around you, so you're so special that... Like, I love this there's like an old stand-up comedy routine about this. Atheists believe they become a tree. So funny. Also, what happens to your body when you die if you get buried in the ground and you don't get cremated or something? You get buried in the ground. Now, you can literally put a camera there over X number of years, right? It will take a while, so it requires some patience and scientific study, but you can easily observe and have this been proven already. What happens to a body when it's buried underground? The same thing that happens to everything else. It decomposes, and then it becomes part of the soil, and then that soil could very well, grow grass and plants and then eventually trees. So, oh my goodness, what a crazy notion that totally isn't completely supported by science and hasn't been proven over centuries of human existence. Like, what happens to human beings when they die? Right, like it'll break down eventually, it'll decompose, become part of the soil, depending on how you do it. Like, obviously you could put it in a coffin and delay it and other things, but the point is that it's not really very important either. Like, we don't need that to happen, right, to maintain the soil or anything, but naturally that is what happens. What do you think happens to dead animals? Like, they just despawn like you're in a video game? Like, one animal kills another in the wild and eats it, but part of its carcass remains and then gets, eaten by other insects and buzzards and whatever, and then what remains breaks down, decomposes, and becomes part of the soil. So why is that a weird thing to realize? Like, I love that people would make fun of stuff like that when that's literally... So in an extrapolated sense, you don't really become a tree, like, in a direct sense, but you will become part of the soil, you will break down and become part of, whatever. You'll get eaten by something else, other bugs or whatever. You'll be decomposed down to a certain level that that's just, I don't get it. You would rather believe in something very mythical, and that's the ultimate fallacy with belief systems, is like, oh, so what is your alternative answer? Your alternative answer might be imperfect and flawed in something that you wouldn't want to believe, like, oh yeah, you're just an animal with slightly greater self-awareness, so that you're not that special, or, so everything works the same way that animals do. It's not love, it's just you're humping and horny because nature wants you to reproduce, and it's a basic tendency process, right, hormones, etc. So it's pretty simple. Right, that doesn't mean you can't structure it in a certain way that's easier for society to control, etc. But it means that you're basically able to do it in such a way that, it's no different than animals humping. It's no different than, anything else with animals. So the world doesn't revolve around them, and so it suddenly doesn't revolve around you just because you feel so self-important, just because of your self-awareness. So that could explain away a lot of things. Again, like, oh, God created us in His image, and everything, revolves around our standards and His divine will, and it's this and it's that. Why would you need that? So what religion do animals have? What religion do insects have? What is the point of this? Like, it's very egocentric, just like, how not only do you want all the answers, but you want them to revolve around you, and you want to pretend like you already have them. And the real tell with that is the points in history, like, oh yeah, 2,000 years ago, with Christianity and all this kind of stuff. So when we had even less knowledge and technology than we do now, you're trying to tell me we had more answers then? Like, this notion that it would be somehow beyond science or something like that. Again, science will ask the question. We don't know. We're genuinely puzzled. We're genuinely, we know very little of what there is in the universe, even though it's still way more than we've known throughout history. But no, instead you want to pose all the answers and give us the easy answer that we want to hear, and reinforce all our subjective human standards. So it's kind of a, idol of our fears, and a sort of a sense of egotistical, almost self-worship. Because it wouldn't just be an indifferent sort of God. Like, okay, there was a being that created everything, let's say, and they just don't give a shit about us, and it was an accident, or they wouldn't regard us any differently than animals, so go ahead and do what you're going to do, right? Like, why does it have to be, and we'd be doing it for ourselves? Just remember that. You don't worship God for God's sake. God could care less, even if God existed. You're doing it for your sake, for your psychological and for whatever, right? False absolute to bypass cognitive dissonance, etc. And it's like, God didn't create humans created God, is basically my expression. And again, I'm not even saying don't believe it. You can believe whatever you want, and it can be useful, but don't try to fool other people or try to outwardly insist, or, again, you see this ridicule of science, like, oh, look at this, how do you explain this? How do you explain everything? And the answer might be, we don't know that yet. We don't know how the universe came to be, or what the universe even really is like. Even if you could explain, okay, where did it come from, then where did what it came from come from, right? Like, how do you trace it back? So even with religion, you run into that same fallacy. Like, if this is my old expression, if your logic dictates that everything must be created, that's your premise and your claim as the claim maker, right? If your logic dictates that everything must be created, and your answer to that need to be created is God, and that God created them, then it poses another question. If God created everything, then what created God? And you might say, well, God is exempt from the need to be created. But it's your premise that says everything must be created, so God is part of the everything. So even if you say, okay, everything was created by God, but then what created God? You would need another God then to create God, or some other explanation. And you might say, well, God is an exception, an exemption from the need to be created. Okay, if I grant an exemption from your premise, then there's one problem. Now you no longer need God to create everything, because I can just use that same exemption that you're using for God to say, well, if God doesn't need to be created, then the universe doesn't need to be created. I'll just make an exception. So is there an exception or not? right? That's the whole fallacy. They'll say, oh, well, what do you think? Everything just appeared out of thin air? No, I think God created it, but God came out of thin air, right? Like, how do you explain that? And again, you might say, oh, well, they're above the need to be created. But by that logic, you can say, okay, well, then everything, the universe, is above the need to be created by that same exception, right, if you're going to pose one. So it's your own claim, right? I don't have to make a claim. I can just say, I don't know. And I'm willing to be puzzled, unlike most people. And so I'm willing to admit, I just don't know. We don't have the technology. Even if we did, we might not have all the answers because we're just stupid animals that barely know anything. And so now you have... Now you have a situation where, again, you pose the need to be created. You answer it by saying God, and then you give God an exception to the rule of needing to be created. So the very reason why you say God must exist because he had to create everything is the same reason why God can't exist, because then you would need an endless loop of creation to say, where did God then originally come from? What created God, if you say that everything must be created? And again, if you want to exempt God, then you can exempt anything, everything, the universe itself, right? So you're making an exception in your own false absolute claim and rule and premise that everything needs to be created. Yeah, a lot of the superstitious stuff that people, I find it kind of amusing because it's almost like a tongue-in-cheek way of believing it, but people actually kind of do, where, you know, you'll say, you know, Wendigos or skinwalkers or whatever the fuck, all kind of stuff. People will comment on these videos like very seriously, like, oh, I've seen one or I believe it. You know it's not real, but you just say it anyway. It's just some other animal or like all this kind of stuff that you believe exists, but you never get any confirmation of it. Even like with aliens, like I've always broken this down differently than other people. People tend to believe that there are intelligent alien life, but this is my likelihood sort of hypothesis. I'm not saying there couldn't be, although there's never been like super convincing evidence, but people always point out UFOs, and the US government was actually saying recently that they pretty much confirmed alien life, but on a basic sense, it's like, what are the chances that at this exact time and point in history, assuming you don't want to render time moot and say, well, there's sort of time traveling because of whatever, space travel, distorting time and space and whatever. But the point is that what are the chances at this time in history, at this exact time, there happens to be another species, another race, and they happen to be evolved to the point we are, or beyond it, and managed to survive. So I'm not saying there's never been an intelligent alien race. I'm not saying there won't be in the future, but I'm saying what are the chances that right now, at this exact time, there is one, and that they would be so technologically advanced even more than us to reach us and get to that point. That's my whole thing, is that it is pretty unlikely because, again, think about, let's do it on a more basic level. How many solar systems or galaxies or whatever in the universe would be suitable for life in the first place? Very few, right? Any kind of life. So how many planets in the universe probably have life on them, period, ever? And the answer is probably very few. How many of them would have life right now? Even fewer. Then how many would have life that would be fortunate enough to get to the point where it evolves to the point that we're at, where it would get to a level of intelligence like us? That's very unlikely as well. And then what are the chances that that life would go beyond our level of intelligence before going extinct or something, right? For various events that could happen, a meteor or something, countless things can happen. What are the chances that all of that would happen? And the answer is pretty much 0%. Because, if you look at how unlikely it is for us to exist, I know it's sort of hindsight bias, like we're here to talk about it, but everything had to go just right. We have to be just the right distance from the sun. We have to have just the right conditions on the planet. We have to have just, we have to have all kinds of other things happen. Pangea, an extinction of the dinosaurs, and all this kind of other, all these events that happen. The evolution has to be just right. Human beings went nearly extinct a number of times. Like, there were very small populations, Neanderthals, and all this kind of, survival of the fittest. And then we finally get to this point, and even now we're very likely to go extinct before we truly, explore much of space or get too far. So the best bet we'd have is like terraforming another planet. So even if Earth goes to shit, we could terraform Mars, and even if Mars goes to shit, by then we could terraform another planet. So that was the whole premise for a story that I wrote, or it was like one part of it, like the real breakthrough was the first time, losing our sort of interplanetary terraforming virginity, if you will. The first time you do it saves the human race, because now you at least have a backup. Even if Earth goes to shit, somehow you have another backup, and then from there you have another. So you always have a backup, and you know that no matter what happens on one of them, you have some other hope and chance, right? And the more you have, it gets to the point where it's very unlikely to extinct you, because you're always going to have at least one more. The problem then becomes the technology that you might not be able to keep making more and more that is able to get you around like that. You might fall back into a primitive state because you've lost so much, so many of your planets, if you will. So that's the problem you have with this, is that, again, it's unlikely on those criteria that, again, what are the chances there's alien life at all? Then what are the chances it survives long enough to become intelligent? Then what are the chances it coincides with the same time that we're alive right now? It could have happened in the past, it could happen in the future, but they happen to become intelligent, they happen to become more technologically advanced than us, they happen to be able to get as far enough as to reach us, they happen to, again, be doing this all at the same time as us. Right, so that's why I'd be a little skeptical. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. There's all kind of little signs and clues, but you never get anything definitive. Like, let's just see the fucking alien. Or like there was that one Mexican alien statue that people were being skeptical about. What if it did turn out to be true, though people are so cynical, like the boy who cried wolf, they won't believe it when they actually do see it. But what you have now is a simple ability to, again, what are the chances of all of those things align at this exact time? Again, not even saying they couldn't have existed before, but then what are the chances that they would, people always use the unexplainable to say that, like, oh, even on Earth there have been aliens here before because of certain things, like the aliens built the pyramids or something, but you know what I mean, like, it doesn't mean that just because you can't explain something, right? You jump to some crazy conclusion. So alright, so let me actually try to watch one of these, but I was just talking about that because, again, a lot of these things are fake outs and fake. Again, I never dismiss something completely, but I kind of leave it in judgment. Like, I'm not really too keen on it. I don't really think it's very likely. It would be hard to explain. Like, think about how hard it would be for us to do that. We can't even imagine it from the point that we're at. I think we overestimate the apex of technology. Like, there is a limit to how far technology can take you, right? The natural resources on Earth are not infinite, and they are not boundless. Like, could we really reach the other end of the universe with the resources we have on Earth? Probably not, right? Like, we've done very well, but we can't get too full of ourselves. Like, oh, we'll just run out of resources and we'll die before we get to the other end of the universe, other end of the galaxy. Like, there is some feeling like that. So it doesn't mean that, you know what I mean? Like, think about how much more technologically advanced you could be on Earth given the technology we have. And there are limits. I think we sometimes underestimate that. So that's why in stories they always have like this monolith or something that gives us some other alien knowledge or whatever, where, it's something sort of glorified. Like, what if we're the exception? Like, we're the greatest society ever to exist, the greatest ever, level of intelligence and technological advancement. What if we are that, and every other species would strive to do that, or like, nobody's ever gotten this far? Because it's a lot of things that have to go right, but there's so many extinction events that can happen. Like, it would be very very hard to believe. Or again, even on the planet Earth itself, I guess we would kill off stuff that might get to that point, but what if there's another intelligent species that comes into being? I would love the moral implications of that, actually. That's a great premise for a story. Like, dolphins are on the verge of becoming intelligent, and so now how do we treat them? Do we let them exist? It's kind of like what people talk about with AI, but that's at least a little bit different. Do we let them become sentient? Do we risk that, and then one day they take over, kind of like, that's kind of what Planet of the Apes is, I guess, but it's something like that where we know it's happening and we're kind of okay with it, and it's kind of like, it'd be inhumane to do that, indolphin to do that, indolphine to do it, whatever you want to say. But the point is that now we know they're doing it, and we would at least keep an eye on them and make sure we do that even with our own kind, make sure that they're no threat to us, and then they'll secretly do something behind the scenes and, without us knowing. Because really, it would be a long road to where we are, right? Even if they were like that, how long did it take us to get a spoken language? How long did it take us to, learn how to make fire or do all these kind of other things? And so how long would it take to actually do this, right? To actually be a threat to us or something? So some people would just want to kill them off. Some people would want to train them and tame them and use them as slaves or whatever. Some people would want to try to find all of them. Some people would want to leave them alone. Some people would want to teach them stuff. So it shows you at any apex of knowledge or discovery, people have all their other incentives. One of the best images in cinema to show that ever is in Contact, when they think they discover an alien message, and you see this great parade march, Eleanor Arroway is kind of driving through, and some people have signs that say, now I believe in God, or now I don't believe in God. So it shows you people will find whatever meaning they want, right? For some people, it'll reinforce their faith. For some people, it'll invalidate their faith. For some people, it'll prove, Hitler's still alive. The fact that it was Hitler's voice on the recording, right, by sheer chance, because that was the first broadcast ever, so it proves that Hitler's still alive. Or it'll turn some people into Nazis. It'll turn some people into, believers in all kind of other things. So it shows you it really is a mirror of the self, and it says more about the observer than what is observed, that, everybody will have their own interpretation, and they'll kind of see in that what they want to see. So I feel like that image is very profound, of her just driving through this big mob of people, who have all heard about the fact that we've heard an alien message, and they're all kind of interpreting it differently. There was Hitler's speech at the Olympics or something. It was the first one that was that must be true too. That was radio transmissible or something. So what we have now, I wanted to look for something to watch here. A lot of these aren't very good though. Or there's this one song that's overused that I kind of like. I can't remember the name of it now. It was super hard to find, actually. It's Horror Story by somebody. Let me actually listen to that. Yeah, it only has 1,000 views. It's Horror Story by Luck Beats. Luck Beats or Lucky Beats or something. I actually really like it, but it's used in maybe a few too many of these. Or this could be a good way to RP a short story. I'll just talk through and write in my mind as I'm talking here a short story. So let's try to come up with our own horror, scary kind of a thing. The one thing I must admit I don't like in fiction or writing is two things. I don't like all the descriptions in between stuff, because especially in this day and age, why not just show what you're talking about in 0.1 milliseconds instead of going in passages, describing it in great detail. I appreciate the imagination behind it, but it's kind of boring because, I have to write like a whole paragraph to describe what I could just show in like 1 second with special effects or camera work or whatever, right? But that's number one. So I don't like that element belaboring the descriptions. I just focus on the dialogue and the storytelling. But number two is that you have to have conviction, like false certainty almost is what people worship and appreciate in that way. You could just be saying random shit and you're just making it all up, which obviously you are, it's fiction, but the simple reality is that you're able to if you do it with a certain amount of conviction, because even the best stories you can say are subject to that, like Lord of the Rings or something, there's just a lot of random stuff. It is just because it is, and my biggest emphasis is game theory. Like, I want everything to make sense and have rules, so the problem is you have such powerful characters to kind of garner interest, but then why couldn't they just fly in the eagles, or why couldn't all these powerful people just work together, and why couldn't this, and why couldn't that? Like, that's the problem, is that the power levels become so farcical, and a lot of stories are ruined by that, like, Dragon Ball Z. Why couldn't they just fuse and kill the villain? Or why couldn't they just use the Spirit Bomb from the beginning? And they could have, but they just don't because they're arrogant clowns, right? Vegeta could have killed Semi-Perfect Cell, or whatever, hyperbolic time chamber, hyperbolic plot device, all these kind of annoying things, instead of, like, there's a clear rule set, and you just have to deal with it and win within the framework. So like Death Note does a pretty good job of that, even though people don't like the ending. It's like Nier and Mello work together to be Light because he's too good to be it on his own. At least they try to qualify it that way, that nobody could be Light. He's the strongest piece on the board, if you will. L couldn't beat him, Nier couldn't beat him, Mello couldn't beat him, but collectively they could. But no, the other point that I don't like is the fantastical nature. That you would have, like some sort of you kind of lose the meaning of what you're trying to say on all the little nuance and details. So like, let's focus on the monster, or the superpower, or the whatever, all the elves and their city. Like, what does it really tell us about life and profound meaning? And you might say, that's not always what it's about, but that's really all it is about. Like, the base escapism, like, cool, it's it's an elven city, and it's this and it's that, but what does that really do for us? It's the story underneath all that we end up using to justify fiction, but then we lose sight of it and focus more on that. Nobody's really learning anything when they're focused on all these other things. So, not saying there aren't good character arcs and development and something payoff, but you end up kind of focusing more, again, on the fantastical stuff than on the actual value that you can get from it, and we sort of lose sight of that. So I'd rather just be more direct, and it's like, let's just observe something, and let's just, it's kind of a little repetitive, but yeah, let me try to think. We'll come up with like some little horror story. Like, what's something I would do? I would make it maybe super realistic. Like, let's say it's a game theory based sort of horror. So there's no monsters, there's no aliens. It's just like a creepy guy, or something like, you suspect somebody of being like you're at your workplace, and everybody. Yeah, this is like a good idea. You're at your workplace or somewhere like that, like a school or a work, and you know somebody, and then everybody who wrongs that person suddenly starts going missing or dying, and so you suspect that they're the one behind it. But the reality is that so you leave that as a mystery, like you don't know whether it's actually them or something else. So then you try to figure out, and then it could either turn out to be them or it could be a fake out, and it could just be incidental. And so the mystery will be that this guy's behavior will be very like cold and monotone, and maybe he's always been like that, and you never thought anything of it, like the quiet one. Maybe a little bit like that character from Fargo, the one who plays opposite of Steve Buscemi. be like all these stereotypes, like, oh, staring off into space and this and that, like thinking is somehow a bad thing. That makes you crazy. But we could play into that, and there's that implication that, like, if it was him, then he would do the same to you, and he would never get caught. What other things could we use to show off the scare, like, or make him like really smart, kind of like how I always said, make a horror story but make it like super intelligent, the villain, like where the police would have a hard time catching them or proving they did anything. So he kind of keeps evading the police even once you are onto him, and then you know you're going to end up dead. But maybe you could end like that. You sacrifice yourself and he does kill you, but then he gets caught in the process. But like, he'd be so incredibly careful that he would know what you're up to. So yeah, think about like a horror movie based around Red John from The Mentalist or somebody like that, or like, again, like Kira, although that's different because he has the death note, so it almost doesn't count. But yeah, this is a good way to do it, sort of mood setting. It's like this creepy guy with glasses who's always staring off into space, but he would have this sort of characterization where he's actually good at his job, so you can't, nobody would tolerate any slander of him. He's actually kind of smart and brilliant in that way. But what's held him back is that he's always kind of socially awkward or disinterested in people. So what you'll realize is it's sort of a choice. He just doesn't like dealing with people, not that he couldn't do it. Or he's actually very good when he wants to be. And he's very capable, and so then he ends up being very smart and hard to catch. And so now he'll do all these kind of weird things that you can kind of take the wrong way. What does he bring in that lunch pail every day? Is it human flesh? It could be a number of things. What kind of meat is that? I've never seen any meat like that. And he could just have very refined tastes. Anything that you can't explain, is scary. Or he's also kind of apathetic at times, like he just doesn't care. Like a fly will land on him and he won't even kill it. He'll just let it sit there. I wouldn't hurt a fly, would be kind of the implication. But he just isn't bothered by little mundane things. He's not controlled by arbitrary social contrivances. So you have all these characterizations which don't necessarily mean he's a bad guy, but you could leave the door open for that. But whatever, that's kind of a fun idea to do with some of these. I want to actually watch something, but I haven't the whole time. It's kind of good, at least it gets me in the mood to sort of do this, where, whatever. It's all just free real estate, whatever. But I can't really find one of these good horror things to watch. Like something like found footage that's actually real, or again, like some of those are the best, like the Ring doorbell stuff. I think most of those are authentic because, it just seems like somebody's actually trying to break in, or somebody's making you could say, well, that's not real if somebody's making faces like to try to troll you and scare you, but it is real in the sense that somebody really did walk up to your door and do that. I guess you could have a friend do it, but because they know there's a camera there, they're going to be acting a little bit differently. My vampire system. What the fuck does that mean? But yeah, I've watched a couple first episodes and stuff, and then I just stopped. Not even because I don't enjoy them, but like American Horror Story, I watched the first episode only. Or this other thing, I watched the first episode, Dragon Ball. It's not because I don't enjoy them, it's because I do enjoy them that I don't watch them, which sounds stupid, but you kind of want to savor them, and then I'll never have time to actually do it. So yeah, I'd like to find at least one thing to watch here. It's kind of a bright and sunny day, so maybe I feel uncomfortable watching these kind of things at night, but doesn't really matter. But usually when I'm driving home, it's not that late. Or like even in the morning, it's a good thing to react to. Yeah, just in case you're always wondering what that one song is, and I can't even really describe it, but it's Horror Story by like Luck Beats or Lucky Beats, and it must be like royalty free, but that's the one that you're always hearing, and I could never find it by just looking at the videos themselves. In fact, nobody ever commented what it was. The people who post the videos never say what it is. It's not very easy to find. I even looked up like what's that one horror scary song, and nobody ever knew. So I had to like match test it. I downloaded it and like had to match test the audio against, try to identify this audio like on a site that has a system that does that, and then it finally gave it to me. Because some of these you end up hearing over and over because they are royalty free, so people want to try to milk it and exploit it. It doesn't even have to just be horror stuff. In a lot of other videos you see that. Right, they'll be giving commentary, but they'll put, like I could do it myself. They'll be giving commentary, but they can put like some sort of stock music in the background, royalty free. It's very hard to navigate this show when you're driving, so it ends up not really working. Yeah, here's an interesting sort of psychological tendency that like some people will do. Like they'll be excited like as a kid, right? And they'll get like a new thing like a guitar or an instrument and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to totally play it. I'm going to be the next Jimi Hendrix or whatever the fuck. And then they'll never use it again. I was kind of like that a little bit. You'll get like a basketball hoop, or not even like, oh, I'm going to be LeBron or some lady, but you just end up not really using it. And so, and there's this like a certain fallacy of like innate ability. People who are good at stuff work really hard at it. Now, some people might be innately better, whatever, however you want to describe it, but that almost doesn't even matter sometimes. It's like they spend years and years working at it, and so that ends up being the defining factor. So don't just act like, don't act like they're just innately better, so you don't even try. They're innately better, so you should try harder. Right, to try to compensate or realize, like, okay, they might be innately good, but then they also work for 20 years, etc. One of the best examples is chess. Like, people say, oh, this guy's a chess genius. Oh, so he started playing and he was already like 2,000 rating plus, which is good? No, it took him years to study and then he was 2,000 rating. Oh, so if you thought on that basis, you could do the same thing. Study for a couple years and then you'll be there. It's like, it's not exactly what you think. Right, because I always thought that when I was younger too, it's like a game of innate intelligence and ability. But when you have to study for that long, right, like now it sort of takes the luster away. I can understanding having to do that at the highest level, but even for the moderate level, you're not immediately going to be that good. You're going to have to take time and you'll take time and you have to study and learn. So by that logic, anybody could do it. And then I'm not saying you'd be as good as the best players in the world, but you can't even make that comparison because it's not like, when they in their first game, Magnus Carlsen might not be that much better than you in your first game, right? But it took him a certain amount of time and commitment, and you might think that's even wrong, but again, you're not immediately 2,000. You're not immediately that good. Yeah, a lot of the time I can't really decide even what to watch, or I'll kind of decide, but then I won't want to commit to it. But the next thing we should subscribe to, like kind of next month, would be Netflix. Oh, and I should play that Queen's Gambit game when I do that, or some shit too. Somehow. I don't even know how I would do that. Like, I would have to... Maybe you don't need to play it on a phone. Maybe you can play it on a PC, but I'd have to like link my Netflix account to it somehow. That's one untapped area of gaming for me, at least, to try, is mobile games, because I just haven't ever done that. Or like, even if something was a mobile game, I wouldn't do it because I still wouldn't play it on mobile. Like Hearthstone, you know, I might have played it, it might be on mobile, but I played it mainly only on PC, which is all kind of shared together anyway. You can, you know, your same account, your same progress, but let me see if I can kind of get one video to work, but it's kind of hard. Like, I tried to, what was I reacting to last time? Like, Skibidi toilet. Now, that's horrific in a different sense. I guess I already was reacting. Okay, let's just give it a shot. I don't like this shit, though. Ghost encounters. So you click on one and then you hope the suggested is good, but it's not. Getting ads for Game of Thrones. This show is of such a massive scale, they said. Scale, like dragon scales? Haha. But no, it's, I definitely should be watching that instead of whatever I'm doing. So this is like a ghost encounter one, which means they're all fucking fake. So this one's called Scary Videos of Terrifying Ghost Encounters Caught on Tape, which probably that title is used for various ones. So let me see. You know, it starts off, or whatever, what I'm seeing at 0 seconds paused is this girl's face in like a hat, and she's wearing like an orange, whatever, tank top type of thing. So I'll tell you what he's saying a little bit too. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. A woman on something known as Dee's Dark Adventures. See, like, she's already doing it on purpose, you can tell. Right, she's kind of baiting. These are so fucking fake, dude. Like, when you're going looking for it, you'll find it. Like, you'll get jumped by a fucking cougar and killed. How about that? Like, that's scary. Unexpectedly, like, you're not going there for that reason. Like, what are you doing this for otherwise? You're even saying crazy things happen. I can't really even see what it is. Yeah, you don't think they would be as creeped out about you then? Oh yeah, I'm so scared even though I come out, my whole channel is based around going to unsettling, weird places. Not saying it couldn't still get to you, but you gotta reassess your career choices. Oh, she's yelling and screaming and stuff. Is it just a person or what? Give that woman an Oscar. Oh, here we go, another one. You gotta get your money's worth from this video trip that you went on. Just carry a fucking gun with you and then you don't have to be worried about any of this shit. Or Or yeah, always be in a vehicle, which is hard to do in like a wooded area like that, but I love the sort of phony innocence with it. Like, oh, I wonder if this is so weird. I never expected this. No person would be out here, says the person who's out here. It sits. Could be an animal. This seems so fucking fake that I can't even explain it. Like, imagine if that ends up happening where, like, nothing happens. And maybe a lot of videos aren't like that. Yes, of course. You know what would give it credibility is you actually get injured by it. It attacks you and took off your arm. And then we see the aftermath. Not that I want that to happen, but that would tell you. So fucking... I hate this video already, dude. I hate it. Objects moving on their own. If you were really experiencing this, wouldn't you just move out or something? It's always like with no explanation or like no follow-up or anything like final. You just deal with it and it could be a rat. You got rats in your house or some shit. Getting an ad for boxer briefs as this guy lays down on his couch in his boxers. You have like a weird head-looking thing up there. Like, wouldn't you not put up with this? Okay, dude. That's what's unusual. You would just, it's just normal. My shit's moving on its own. Like, really? Like, you just sit there and lay and, like, wouldn't you leave? Wouldn't you not stay there? Would you just post it? That's how you know something's credible. You would post it to YouTube and just make a spectacle out of it and try to do it for content rather than actual, which I guess you could say that with anything, like, but that's different if you're like a 24-hour streamer and something happens to occur while you're streaming. That's interesting or weird, but this just seems too much effort for what? Like, you would just lay there and deal with that. I mean, it's a lot of work to put in to fake this if you are, but it's just so dumb. Like, what is the conclusion then? We never find out any more details and nothing ever happens. All it does is just mess around with stuff in your house. It's not going to actually kill you or do anything significant. Like, the guy's a little experimental short film maker and he can just fuck around, so good for him, but that doesn't mean you, yeah, at least he acknowledges that. Just because it's difficult wouldn't, It's weird that all happens while he's asleep. But I mean, I guess it could be like a time lapse over a long period of time. I at least like that the guy who's narrating the video acknowledges that it could be fake, even though it obviously fucking is. A severe amputation. What does it have to do with the amputation, though? So you just continue to live there. I would sell that shit. Yeah, make videos of it that'll hurt your real estate stock in the future. Could be some trick of the light, or it could be some animal. Why would that be so hard to imagine? Oh, it's an animal that just looks a little weird, or... They're seeing all these weird things, but make a police report or move. Only recently mention it. You're letting them gaslight you. Yes, of course. Limited insights. Like, this is really... But that is true, the animals... Okay, 5-second delay. Or maybe we had one before, too. The dog is kind of standing up looking at the door, at the window. But yeah, like, all these glass sliding doors are always... such a vulnerable spot where you get to, anybody could just break in like that, or, your windows are the easiest target if somebody wanted to break in. Sure, it would make a certain amount of noise, but it's like, if somebody really wanted to do something, they could do it. I hate to break it to you. Or even like with, I always say that, like, if somebody really wanted to hurt me or kill me, they could. I'm just walking down the street, you just do it. I would never even see it coming, so like... You can't fear that. You can't fear your neighbor the way that, like, this Trump hysteria is. 74 million people voted for Trump, and they're just bad, and they're just racist, and you can't live in a society like that where you doubt the majority of people and your neighbors, like, looking over your shoulder, because you have to assume. Society assumes the goodness of people and relies on it. See, wouldn't your boss get upset at you for doing this? Like, you're posting a video of, decided to record. Like, that's really gonna do it for you. I mean, I guess you could show it to your boss and be like, what the fuck is this? We need subtitles for this shit. Yeah, most bosses would get mad at you for doing this. Because then it makes them look bad. Oh, I don't want to shop in a haunted store. Or maybe it'll be an attraction. I do want to shop in a haunted store just to see what the appeal is. But yeah, this makes you look bad for another reason too. Like, you should be busier doing something. What if a customer comes in or anything? Bro really thinks he's gonna get famous off of this. Or just a good way to excuse the mess that you made. A ghost did it. Flickering lights, like it couldn't just be an issue, go change the light. Okay, we get it. We don't need to see this for like a fucking hour, dude. They can't afford their electricity bill. Like, this one doesn't even seem too fake, but it seems like you were already recording and then all this stuff happens, like, so you know it's going to, or whatever. There's too much of an incentive these days, like, to get internet fame that casts down on everything that you do. Right, but then again, moments like that can't happen. Like, you'll stream every day, and then there'll be a moment that you clip and be like, oh, you were doing this on purpose. You knew it was going to happen. But it's also... Bro is keeping himself entertained at his job late at night. Like, what if a customer comes in now? This would definitely make you move away or something, right? Like, that's all I would say. Like, why would you stay there and record it or whatever? Which I know it's not that easy just to move, but still. Good excuse to break your lease. Do they have a paranormal clause if something happens that you get to leave because of that? What is this music in the background? Ghost is really setting the mood by playing this. The mood. We had a couple Mexican ones back to back. Or like, too much will happen too fast in a short period of time that makes it seem fake. Like, it'll all happen all at once. Like, look at that. What is the fucking music in this one, dude? Yeah, something you can't explain, so it must be the devil or a ghost. I'm just going to stand there and be scared. Why not go take a walk? It's just like too many things happening in too short a period of time. Good thing you have the camera on, wink, wink. Oh, just living next to a cemetery, that's really good. Or some of these will be like, you'll get in trouble because it shows that you're breaking into places. You can just go to an abandoned place like somebody would stop you. There's no way to confirm, like, oh, he didn't set up something like this before. That's what I don't like. It's all like, this is my first time through here, he'll say, but how do you know that? Or the audio is just kind of cut off. Or that's always a good effect, like in horror movies or games, like, oh, the bloater's coming through in The Last of Us, so that the rats run away, like everything runs away from Lord of the Rings. The orcs will run away when the Balrog is near. There's a lot of Deus Ex Machina in Peter Jackson movies. I remember The Hobbit, the first Hobbit movie, I said that a lot about. Which is maybe the only one that I've seen, but every scene almost ends on a cliffhanger like that. There's one literally like, oh, we're on a cliff, and then Gandalf comes with an eagle and we just fly away, or something. So yeah, that's my whole grounded in game theory mindset, that like everything should be... there should be like a good rhyme and reason for it. There'd be rats, skunks, raccoons, all kind of random shit that would be living in this place. Right, in an abandoned place, anything could be there. There could be squatters, there could be people, which that could be genuinely scary. You'd never think to realize it's your presence that makes all this happen. You're the one who's coming in this old, abandoned, creaky place and setting everything apart, right? Because you're the one who's fucking it up or breaking something or attracting animal movement that's already in there, right? So it could be you who's making it happen indirectly. It was no longer the welcoming place it once was. They try to give it, they try a little bit too hard to give it commentary. Like, this is all you have to do to monetize videos, but see, at least in my case, I'm not actually showing anything. Like, the assumption is you'd be watching it along with me, but then you would be hearing his commentary too, or I guess you could just mute it. But you could hear his and then hear my reaction to both the video and his commentary. So in a way, it's better to do these without commentary, but like react to something that doesn't have commentary. But it doesn't matter. Even when I'm reacting to a movie, that's the only way you understand. Like, you'd be watching the movie along with it, along with what I'm saying. those sort of like voice notes that you're giving as you get to go through. It's kind of wild, the stuff I decided to watch. Some of it almost ironically as a joke, as a meme, like the Vow with Channing Tatum, or Girls with Allison Williams, or something, like all this kind of stuff that I wouldn't normally watch necessarily. Although I don't watch much of anything, I guess, anymore. But I saw an ad for like A Quiet Place Part 3 or whatever, like another one. They're really milking that franchise. So anytime you have a good original idea, then it gets beaten into the ground, right? Which I can't say, if I made a movie like that, I wouldn't resist the temptation, but I would always try to make something new off the back of the popularity. Like, from the maker of A Quiet Place, we'll do something else. But instead of just making a sequel, I would rather do it that way, unless I have some established universe that I want to build. But that's always how it is. It's easier to do something referential, a sequel, than it is to come up with an original idea of your own. Right, and even something that's considered original might not be all that special. It'll just be some sort of gimmick or something. Are a lot of this stuff I could play off too, like, I totally saw this is from when it first came out. You wouldn't know that it's something, how do you know that I'm recording this in 2024 unless I tell you, right? It could, I guess, because I've talked about politics, like Harris running for president or something, but it's a case where, like that line from Back to the Future where he says, Ronald Reagan, the actor, is president now, he doesn't believe it. You'd say the same thing with Trump, like the billionaire, the fucking business person from The Apprentice or whatever. Yeah, a lot of people don't know he almost ran in 2000, but you almost can't count it because he kind of backed out himself because, ironically, some of the other members of that party that he was doing, like the Jesse Ventura or somebody, pressured him to join. There were like all kind of other people who maybe like a KKK member, all kinds of other stuff like that. So Donald Trump says, I don't want to be associated with such people. And now when he actually wins the presidency, he is called all those things. So imagine that. The same guy who backed out of even running because of those people, not wanting to even associate with them, is now being called one of them. Like, isn't that stupid? Like, obviously, it just is too convenient. All of a sudden, not only he is raised, the easiest way to see it is like all these same media talking heads were nice to him before, and now all of a sudden they hate him. Colbert or David Letterman or whoever, Oprah, and all these people loved him and helped build him up, and that had never had anything negative to say about him, really. And now all of a sudden they're all over him. So you see how it's kind of ironic. And so you have a case where he's able to I don't know, it's just inconsistent because it's too convenient too. All of a sudden he's racist. Anybody who supports him is racist too. So tens of millions of people, 74 million people are racist all of a sudden just because it's convenient to try to discredit them. It's not something that really actually works, but it kind of shows you the media's desire to minimize something. The whole time when Hillary won, what was the talk on all the major networks except for Fox? That, he can't win, and it's so bad if he does win, and everybody's shocked that he won, and it's a bad thing. But you're ignoring the people who actually voted for him and the fact that he did win. Like, you're trying to frame it in some other way. Watching them, you would think, nobody voted for him. He's such a horrible guy. So how did he win? But obviously, you're not looking at that fairly. So I'm not saying you have to celebrate it, but you don't have to have such a negative tone for it either. Okay, so today I once again don't know what I really feel like watching, so we can try to flick through YouTube. I'll do that where I'll subscribe to something for the month and think that I'll actually use it for the whole month. But then I just didn't feel like it, like Crunchyroll. I've done it twice now, although the first time at least I got baited by them because it said they had Lane on there, but it was just like a listing that, oh, Lane is an anime that exists. And, but it's not on Crunchyroll, but it shows up, like, for a Crunchyroll search. I don't know, if you look up where to watch Lane, it'll show Crunchyroll and a listing for Lane. But then once you actually subscribe or once you actually go into it, they don't actually have it on there. They're just telling you what it is. Like, we don't need a Crunchyroll encyclopedia. We need a fucking listing of what you actually have on your service, right? That's such a dirty tactic, like, oh, Netflix. Any movie you look up, it'll show Netflix. But then, oh, it's not actually on there. We're just telling you about it. Or at one point it was on there and then it was taken off. But that's not fair to leave everything ever on there. Like, whatever. I should have done a bit more research into it, but I don't know. But maybe there's like a cool idea you could do where you Jeb Bush please clap clip with like 2.6 million views. It's always the random shit that gets suggested. But no, like a game that you could play only with your voice. Or you could, like, debate. I hate that kind of stuff. Anything that involves actually dealing with other people because of how stupid they are. And you might think, oh, you think you're so smart. But I really don't. But I didn't realize actually how stupid people are. But, like, you could debate people and you could, like, talk on Omegle about shit or see, like, I just wouldn't want to do it. Or, again, I would do it within my own structure and format. Like, I would have to have some more presence and, you know what I mean? Like, people would have to want to do it with me and understand that there's a certain level of intelligence that has to go into it, not just, like, random shit that people say and just to try to get attention or something. It's like a lack of self-awareness, or again, I guess a lot of the time people know exactly what they're doing, but they kind of just, you get away with it because, that's just the way the world goes at a certain point, like this whole border situation. It wasn't like this under Bill Clinton. It wasn't like that under Barack Obama, right? Letting millions of people in just like that with no proper process to come in, port of entry. And so you turn something that wasn't an issue into an issue just because you want to try to prove Republicans are racist, I guess, or something weird like that, even though that has nothing to do with it. But it's like a weird thing that you would normally never get away with, but now somehow you are. Because, again, the media sort of is jumping on the bandwagon, co-opting it. Like the BLM situation where, never mind the fact that they scam people and use the money to buy a house and stuff, but even beyond that, like just, mostly peaceful protests as there's fire in the background. Like, you see this weird sort of, it's a good way for people who are maybe not very well versed in history, which you would assume most people aren't based on how stupid they are. Like, you can see how Hitler came to power. You can see how, and I hate evoking that because they say, anytime anything you don't like happens, it's Hitler. But it's not about Hitler in this analogy, or Stalin, or Mao, or even China right now, Russia right now. What does it take, or North Korea, what does it take to create those situations? It's not about, Hitler is good at making speeches, or people are angry and upset, and the economy was destroyed by World War I, or, anything else. It's not about that. It's about propaganda, and it's about control over the media, or at least some alignment with it. That's the one thing they all have in common. So as much as you might think, Hitler was dangerous and he's a bad guy, yes, but there's something deeper to it. Without the media being under his control, or, again, that was more so a forcible takeover and state-controlled media like what we have in China, Russia, North Korea. So right now, that's the defining factor. It's not about Kim Jong-un. It's not about Joseph Stalin or Mao, right? They could be bad people all they want. And it's not even about the government, like, they're in government. That would still only go so far, right? They would still be held in check and pushed back on, etc., by people, the media, other party, whatever. But the biggest defining factor is the media has to not only be on your side as that party, again, either state-controlled or state-aligned, like corporate-owned media, sure, that's free press, but if it still takes a side, you have to acknowledge that. So all these things that normally would not be done by any side of the political aisle, right? When was defund the police ever something that anybody said? Like, when was that really something, something so radical and extreme that no other no civilized country would say, or just like all these basic things. Having police, now all of a sudden that's controversial and you want to defund it, or now all of a sudden simply having secure borders is controversial and you want to just get rid of borders altogether, or now all of a sudden, something like, what was the other example? Like just all these things that are not normal, like, peaceful protesting. Chris Cuomo says on CNN, where does it ever say that protests have to be peaceful? That's literally the number one thing that every country would say, that they have to be peaceful. But peaceful protest is no longer necessary, and it's okay to be violent. It's okay to let people in the border with no border security at all. It's okay to defund the police and all these kind of things. I guess the nuance with that is, okay, we want to kind of reduce certain funding and sort of more strategically use it in different ways and stuff like that. But the whole timing of it and how people were behaving at the time did not reflect a simple fiscal responsibility argument, right? It was something more knee-jerk, emotional, which is obviously when you make the best arguments and decisions and policy under that kind of situation, right, where you rush it in after an immediate tragedy sort of situation where, like a school shooting happens and you want to ban guns. Like, don't discuss it under that framework, because that's just too convenient, right? You can discuss it on the body of them over the course of time, like several examples throughout history, but don't do it like, this one just happened last week, so therefore we're going to use that to make this argument. That is often how arguments are made and how stuff gets passed, because people are emotional, reactionary clowns. But you shouldn't need to do that, right? You shouldn't need, this tragedy happened last week, that's why we're pushing this policy. You could say, over the course of the last 20 years, X number of tragedies have happened, and so we want to minimize that. At least that's a more cohesive argument, right? Because you're looking at a body of work. You're not looking at, of any subject. You're looking at a whole history of it, rather than just, 5 minutes ago this one thing happened, so let's do this now, in a knee-jerk sense. Like, that's not a very good criteria to use. But yeah, all these things that are happening, like on one side, that are, again, apologized for by the media or even pushed for by the media. Again, all I'm saying is take that out of it and then make the same argument. Try to argue for defunding the police in the year 2004 or something, right, in the early 2000s. Try to argue for having open borders in that era or any other time. Like, it's not something that would ever happen, but now all of a sudden it does. And so again, there'll always be people on both sides. Like, okay, there's people who mindlessly support whatever Democrats say or mindlessly support whatever Republicans say. But then there's the middle of the ground, middle of the road people, independents and stuff. And so they'll push back, or they'll be more cynical and skeptical and say, okay, whatever. But now you have a lot of those people corrupted by, well, we're not doing it because the Democrats are saying it, we're doing it because the media is saying it. And because, we take this as sort of a, I don't know, it's like you're framing what seems like, you're just stating what's happening, but you're stating it with such a spin and a skew to it that you think, it's interesting too, like, there's people from around the world, like one of my friends is, maybe I won't even say specifically, like, but just generally, they've been very invested in this, like, they don't want Trump to win, or they have certain negative preconceived notions about Trump. I find that very interesting because of the simple fact that, again, they live in a different country. And so why does that even matter? Did you care about that with George Bush? Did you care when George Bush was killing babies in Iraq? Did you care when Obama was bombing the Middle East so much that we ran out of bombs? Did you care when, do you care when Biden is terrible in policy and completely incoherent and senile, right? Do you care about those? No, but you only care with Trump. But that's interesting that there is like some trickle-down effect of like, some of these same media companies are international, or there's this weird push. And the whole irony of that is, what if you look at it like, other countries don't have the United States' best interest in mind, nor should they. They should have their own best interest in mind. So, like, if there was a truly good president who looked out for U.S. interest, other countries might not like them, but that's a good thing, because it shows you, why should you like them? If your leader is good, then other countries should dislike you at least a little bit, because, yes, you want to get along, get together, but they want a weak leader who can easily be taken advantage of or who isn't going to do anything, you want somebody weak like that. And so you're in a position where it's a strange way to look at it. Like, why would other countries have a rooting interest? Like, I don't care who the president of their country is. You can say, oh, the U.S. is just so big and powerful, so that's why. But again, that's the American people voting and choosing it. So it's like you're trying to usurp the democratic process by saying that. Tens of millions of ordinary, everyday American voters voted for Trump in 2016, but oh no, their choice is just invalid. And so the media gets to turn their nose at them and say, well, even though that's what the American people voted for and that's what they wanted, we can't allow this. And then there was a lot of propaganda from 2016 to 2020 that definitely dictated the outcome of the 2020 election. The best way to prove that is Joe Biden was unpopular with his party. Harris is unpopular with her party. And now in both of these cases, they had run before and they weren't even the Democratic nominee. Now all of a sudden they get 81 million votes and whatever Harris is going to get. How did that suddenly change? What happened? Did Joe Biden suddenly become the most impressive person ever? Or was it all the media propaganda that brainwashed people? Even if you want to say, well, that's just people voting against Trump, even though there's no such thing as voting against somebody. But even if you want to say that, by that logic, you could have voted for any other Democrat, maybe an independent thinker like Bernie Sanders or Tulsi Gabbard, or you could have voted for an independent overall, or you could have just not voted. So any of those scenarios would have worked, but how does it happen that you happen to specifically vote for somebody who is the most sort of vacuous, empty, easy to manipulate candidate of all, right? How does it happen to be the other major political party, Democrats, right? How does all of that fall into place? And the answer is that, again, that propaganda pushed that way. Again, if the conclusion of the media pushing against Trump between those 4 years was, okay, we just want to vote for somebody different, that wouldn't be very hard. But that somebody else that you're voting for, it wouldn't have to be, it wouldn't have been this, right? Whereas somebody you have no belief in, no passion in, even their own party didn't like them, that's a very unnatural outcome. So if 81 million people voted for Joe Jorgensen or something, that would have been different, or, an independent or a different Democrat or whatever, right? But the fact that it's so mainline, sort of predictable, just no real faith in what you're doing, you're just sort of doing it mindlessly, that kind of shows something. But again, it didn't even work to the intended effect either, because you would think, oh, if he was a bad president, he would have lost votes from the first term to the second, but he gained votes. So what does that tell you? That would tell you he must have been pretty good, because even presidents who are considered good by whatever, conventional wisdom or people on the other side or whatever, like Obama was so good from 2008 to 2012 that he lost votes in 2012. Yes, he still won in 2012, which also is an aberration. Like, how can you gain votes and then still lose, like in 2020? But, which also shows you sort of the unnatural nature of that. So that's the whole irony. People get caught up in, election this and election that. And it's sort of like a Freudian way to subliminally trick people into saying what is actually the case. You could say, the 2020 election was stolen at the polls, right? Which, again, there are some questions to be answered there, but let's leave that to one side. But by saying that, the media will jump to its defense and say, oh no, it was mostly peaceful protests, mostly, what did they say, like, mostly secure election, or there was no widespread fraud, right? They jumped on that bandwagon. But that's the same media that pushed propaganda from 2016 before Trump even won, right? That, he's so bad, he can't win, he shouldn't have won, he's bad, everybody who votes for him is bad. So they're losing their mind about that and trying to call it illegitimate and buck him at every turn. And so now you're going to try to tell us that, the election was secure. Like, why are you so invested in this? And so they're the reason why the 2020 outcome was that way. Not because, there was fraud at the polls necessarily, but because of the simple fact that their coverage served to dictate the outcome, because they were so one-sided. They brainwashed a lot of people, again, favoring one side, omitting, censoring stories that might hurt Biden, about Hunter, etc., laptop, all this kind of stuff, and then, emphasizing stories, making up stories on the other side, even without foundation, like the losers and suckers at the cemetery. Again, just if it was on the other side, you'd fact check and say, oh no, this wasn't confirmed. But if it's on that side, you'll just do it anyway. You'll just run the story. So there's clearly a skew and a spin and a taking of sides. And not only is that the case, but you also have a situation where like there's all this spin and there's all this skew. Like again, it would be one thing, okay, you're convinced by simple objective reporting that Donald Trump is not a good president, and therefore you don't vote for him, which is fine, which they were telling you to do, by the way, before he had even won, before he had even done a single day of policy. So they're not only taking a position, but they're taking a position before there's anything even to take a position on, like, oh, just because you don't like him or how he talks or whatever, that he might do. And that's again, even if you're right, you don't need the media to take a position. And you might say, well, what if it was Hitler or somebody? But that's the point, is that you don't need the media to take sides against somebody, but you don't need them to take sides with somebody. That's the real danger. I'm more worried about that. I don't need CNN and NBC to save me from big bad Donald Trump, right? If you just report objectively, fairly accurately, you don't have to take a side against him, because people should see that for themselves, what he's doing and what he is. But what I need you not to do is don't take sides with somebody like Joe Biden or Democrats, because now that's dangerous, right? Now you can cover stuff up and make something that would ordinarily not happen be allowed to happen. So that's what I'm more worried about, right? So you don't need, you need the free press, all these networks to save you, right? You need them not to take a side. So don't take sides against anybody, but just be fair and objective and accurate. But don't take sides with anybody either, because then the real danger happens, right? That's always when it's state-aligned media, state-controlled or whatever. In this case, a little bit different. But so it's people, I love their ability to selectively pick these things out. Like, you'll identify something on one side, but not the other side. Like, that Fox News is biased. Fox News is pro-right, pro-Republican. You'll absolutely say that. Like, when you even bring this up, like, the media is taking a side. And they'll say, yeah, you mean like Fox News? Yes, exactly like Fox News. And so you can see it one way, but you can't see it the other way. Like, Fox is clearly pro-right or pro-Republican or pro-Trump or whatever you want to say, right? Generally, at least they lean much more on that side. And so that can be criticized. Obviously, that level of bias is bad. And if every network was like that, that would be bad too. So we don't want to see it swing the other way. But what we do want to see is the simple fact that, or we want to acknowledge that CNN is biased, and NBC and ABC and Washington Post and whatever, Twitter was and Facebook was. Or like even with Twitter, they'll say that. Like, it's more pro-right since Elon Musk took over. Yes, but how was it before? Was it completely objective and perfect? Of course not. It was extremely left-leaning under Jack Dorsey. So, you see what I mean? Like, I'm criticizing both sides. I don't know how bad it's really been since he took over, but I'll assume, okay, it's more pro-right and it's more right-leaning. So you can acknowledge, oh my goodness, it's biased now. It's the end of the world. Look at this pro-right bias. But it clearly was pro-left bias explicitly. Like, at times even they would objectively just state it, right? They would even say what they're doing. They would just try to mask it, like Facebook, we'll get rid of this ad because it's not accurate or something. But it doesn't, so you're trying to tell me every ad on your thing has to be accurate? Like, Raid Shadow Legends is the best game ever, they'll say. Like, you're only vetting it, when it's convenient and when it's one way. No Democrat has ever said anything inaccurate, but anytime, somebody on the other side says something, it's heard. So this is the whole irony of somebody like me. It makes it sound, it's like the Bolshevik rhetoric, false framing that you could do. It sounds like you're defending Republicans all the time, or look at how much you're talking about this, but I'm in the middle of the road. I don't really care about either side. But when I see one side being taken, you see how it is. Like, one side will do something extreme, right? Like, Democrats might be, letting people in through the border with no proper process. But you might think, you're taking a position. You're trying to have draconian border policies and stop people from coming in. But they're the ones who are doing something outward, right? You could just be like, okay, I want a normal, proper border. And that's what, every president has done to some extent in the modern era, etc. Now they come along and they do something outward by allowing people in that they, with no process. And so now by simply pointing that out or opposing what they're actively doing, now it seems like you're taking an outward position. You could be the most neutral, centrist person ever, but now, so it's the same thing here. I don't like Republicans or Trump or anything like that. There are certain things he's done that are good. I appreciate his pushback on the media, etc. But it's not about that, right? Like, I could care less about him, Republicans, I could care less about Democrats, but I do care that when I see the threat of a one-party state aligning with the media, with the Democrats, and then when I see, again, the sort of unfair treatment of Republicans, which is, again, ironic because I don't care about them, but I don't like the way it's going unnaturally, right? Like, Republicans didn't like Trump either at the beginning, and it was a case where, it's sort of, you got to look at it from an independent lens. Like, pretend he was an independent, an outsider to politics. Yes, he ran with the Republicans, but pretend he ran as an independent and won. Right now, the same pushback would be there. Like, both parties don't want to see a grapple on their power loss, because think about how insulting it is that an outsider would come in and beat us at our own game. Now you make it look like, well, that makes them look bad. And then now anybody else could do it. Somebody else will be emboldened to do it outside of politics. So it was a threat to their establishment power. So even though he won, and even though he won as a Republican, it's the same principle that they were sort of pushing back on an outsider. Because how ironic is that, right? How come Republicans and Democrats were both against him? That very rarely happens. They agree, right, only in their collective shared power. So now you have like, oh, they're on your side. They're good. That's why. Right, shouldn't you be a little skeptical and say, maybe they're not looking out for the right reasons, right, and they're not doing it for the right reason. They're doing it because of their own interest as a party. Again, that doesn't mean that he is a good guy. It's this level of nuance that people just seem incapable of, or at times not even wanting to grasp. It's just too much thought that it requires, right? Two things could be true. He could be a bad guy, too, looking out for his own interest, but he could also be a step in the right direction away from this rigid party structure that we had before. Even though he still is a Republican, that's the problem. So now you should have taken a step further and voted for an independent, right? That would have been the real way to spite Trump and the big bad Republicans by voting for an independent, so that you're voting against him for Joe Jorgensen, and then she wins, or somebody else, and that would have solved the problem. But, oh no, we got to vote for the other major political party and create a one-party state, mindlessly voting for whoever, as long as they're not the big bad whatever person of the day that's propagandized out the wazoo. So that's what I just think is impossible for people to get. That's why none of this works on me, because it's like, they're all, I would look at them all the same way. You might say that's a little cynical, but they're all bad, let's say, but try to be a little selective for a certain reason, or, have an actual standard that you're using. But that's sort of a common fallacy, like either the pronoun anti that I talk about, which is similar to Bolshevik rhetoric, where by simply saying a position that's neutral, you're seen as saying something outward, or you're only saying it to sort of be a contrarian or right in some opposition way. So an outward position is taken as the standard. Everybody thinks this and everybody must think this, and how could you not think it? So by simply not thinking it, not even thinking anything else or anything contrary, just by simply not agreeing with this one sort of mandate, you are somehow taking an outward position even though you're not. So the mask situation, right? You're not telling other people not to wear a mask. That would be anti. You're not necessarily saying that everybody has to wear a mask. That would be pro. Outward insistence. You could just be non and saying okay, I'm not wearing one myself, or I don't want to wear one. Right? Anti would be saying nobody should wear one, or pro would be saying everybody should wear one. So the notion that everybody should wear one is taken as the pro, or it's taken as standard, even though it's outwardly saying you should and must do something. Even if you think it's justified, that's not the point. You're not really taking a position by simply not doing anything. And so the same thing happens here, where it's there's this idea that you have this notion that, again, it's to broach the subject or control the conversation. A lot of lies are told about somebody, and this is why gossip and things like that work at the initial level, because everything is reactionary. So a false claim is made about you, and then you have to address the false claim. So by addressing it, oh no, you're giving it credibility. You'd rather just rule by omission, like I say. But then by simply discussing the topic, now it seems to give credibility to it. Like, oh, you have to justify it. Look at you being so defensive. But the only reason why you're being defensive is because somebody lied. So, right, but that's too nuanced for people to understand. So they'll just associate it, oh no, it must be true, and now you're defending yourself. Right, so to some degree that can be what happens, like, with the Republicans or what's happening now. It's not even a question that they're good or that you like them, right? That could not be the case. You could just be saying, well, they're being treated unfairly, and then leading to a one-party state on the other side, which I would oppose just as much on this side, but that's why the topic is being controlled so much, because you know what the funniest thing about that is, too? Biden and Democrats at points have said the same thing, that, oh, the media is sort of unfair to us. Right, we're calling him old and stuff. You see how stupid you sound? After all that time that, oh, Trump is wrong about the media and they're just being fair and objective and he's just that bad. Don't be so sensitive. They started to say the same thing when they started to criticize Biden earlier on before he dropped out. Like, oh, look at them taking sides. They're so bad. Like, they're fake news, almost, is what you're saying. You're sort of validating it the other way. Anytime things don't go your way, they're doing something wrong, but when they do, they're not taking a side, right? Well, that's always the lesson and the razor that I try to teach people is it doesn't matter what side they're on in terms of something like media or what should be objective. It doesn't matter what side they're on. They shouldn't be on any side at all. That's the point. So, for example, you might think, oh, they're on your side or they're on the side that you agree with, but it doesn't matter because they just simply shouldn't take a side at all. And what it ends up with is the simple fact that you're in a position where again, something false is said, and then you have to kind of simply push back against that. So it makes you seem like, oh, you're defending them or you're talking about them so much. But you're only doing that because that's where the conversation is being pushed. And so in a bit of a contrived way where it's just sort of unnatural. So what you have is the realization that, again, if something keeps being talked about, then, oh, you have to push back on it. So, again, you're kind of addressing the issue at the time, like, how could you explain it? Again, like the opposition party, even if you think, oh, it's controlled opposition, which certainly that would indicate, like in 2016, because they were both playing for the same side, basically, both pretty much the same thing. It's just that one is slightly superficially different than the other in some way, but it's only surface level. When someone truly outside, because see, how else would you explain it? No matter how much you dislike this whole Trump thing that's happened, why did he win, ultimately? Why? And people try to attack the voters themselves, but ultimately tens of millions of people liked him or liked his policy or whatever, so you can try to discredit them all you want, but I don't really get it, because people use all these terms like, oh, his base, or, since when did voters of a duly elected president become a marginal group? Like, oh, it's 60 million people, just an ordinary, just 60 million people are totally crazy and racist and terrible people. Yep, that's it. Like, and just can be discredited. When would we treat that with anybody else? Like, if it was Obama, and now it was 74 million, which is more than actually voted for Obama either time. And it's not like the population has changed that drastically that, people would say, oh, more people voted in 2020, so of course. But that doesn't mean that he would get more votes, especially if he's as bad as you say. And so why would you get more votes than Obama ever got? Right? So let's discredit everybody who voted for Obama then. Right? It's just so nonsensical that you would discredit such a large group of people. You can disagree with them, you can have issues with that decision, but not only to personalize it, but to completely discredit them altogether is very lazy. Right? That was a weird sort of thing that you would see. Like, I'm looking back at these clips from 2016, and then, they're not simply saying, oh, we lost, okay, let's hope for the best, let's see what happens, right? Talking about, like John McCain admitted defeat so respectfully, and he was such a nice guy. Also, as soon as you win in 2016, you're salty and you're saying, oh, everybody on the other side is just uneducated and they're just bad people, and oh, it's so horrible, and oh, it must have been a conspiracy, Russian, this and that. That doesn't exactly seem like losing gracefully, does it? And so it's interesting how people are controlled in this regard too, because let's say the reason why the media lost its mind over that isn't because, oh, he's a bad guy. Now, that two things can be true, but then again, I wouldn't exactly vouch for and say that every other president has been perfect. So they've been bad at times too, but they just have selectively been criticized for it or not, right? George Bush, war criminal, Obama had a lot of issues, policy, whatever. So here's the point. The point is that the reason why the media lost its mind about that is because, an outsider won that wasn't part of their sort of power structure, right? They couldn't be as easily controlled, etc. That's the reason why they didn't like it. Not because, he's a bad guy, because, of course, everybody else who's ever been president is just an angel and perfect and has no flaws and, totally doesn't commit crimes, war crimes, etc., right? So they didn't like it because he was an outsider, not because... and could be a threat to their power and the power that they represent. But the way that you trick people is by saying, oh no, we're doing it because it's for your own good, because he's really just a bad guy and we're looking out for you. So you'd have to be very naive and believe that, nobody's ever been bad before. Right? Everybody was perfect and then this big bad guy came along. And again, that doesn't turn into a defense. It turns into a acknowledgement. Again, two things can be true. Let's say Trump is out for his own interests and he's selfish and he's looking out for himself. Why is that a threat to the establishment? And why would the media hate him so much? Not because, he's a bad guy looking out for his own interests. It's because he's not looking out for their interests and he has his own. So you see the problem there? It's not that, they're out to get him because he's bad. Even if he is, and even if others have been in the past, they've ignored it, whatever. It's because he's out for his interest instead of their interest. So neither one are necessarily out for your interest. That's the point. Right? That's why they're so bothered, but they sort of veil it in, he's a bad guy and will attack. But it's like this selective thing. A good example is even, again, another Republican who was criticized at times, no doubt, but the Iraq War was allowed to happen, and Bush would often say stupid things, George Bush, right? And they would call, it's Bush-isms. He would misspeak, and look how endearing and funny this is. Then when Trump misspeaks anything, no, it's the worst thing ever, and he's horrible, right? So why does a war criminal, unconvicted, get this sort of endearing treatment and portrayal? Right, so that in itself is even selective. And so you have a case where that's very hard to explain because there is like a selective lenses. But in other words, everybody could have idiosyncrasies. Everybody could have skeletons in their closet, but they'll only come after them when it's convenient, when, now it's somebody outside the establishment. That's the real threat that it shows that people don't realize. If the American people could vote for him, then they could vote for anybody who isn't vetted by us, who isn't, in the same sort of power structure incentive. So, therefore, we can't control it anymore the way that we always have. the way that we did in 2020. So it's a threat to their power. But again, two things can be true, because it's a case where, I'm doing the Marco Rubio when I drink in the middle of of saying something. I don't know why that was made such a big deal. But again, we'll selectively pick on idiosyncrasies or defend them or ignore them. We'll selectively pursue crimes and ignore them. And what it does is it allows you to basically realize that everything will be selective. So again, think of it like that. Again, two things can be true. Doesn't mean Trump's on your side. He could have his own incentives, selfish incentives, self-interest, idiosyncrasies. But it's still a step in the right direction, because it exposes the actual other underlying power structure that for once is an outsider, out for their own interest instead of out for the collective corporate power structure interest that you have there. So that's the whole irony by which we were being controlled, and the best way to test that is, okay, don't vote for him then because, he's so bad, but then vote for an independent outside of the established structure. And the way that you can do that is by voting for an independent, for example. And look how bad he made people look too in the course of his presidency too. Not even just by winning and sort of showing everybody up, look how useless these two parties are and everybody is. But also, it's the fact that you have, by serving as president and doing actually a decent job economically, objectively, and even in terms of war, preventing wars, right, first one in decades, sort of like the pacifist president. And so what you have with that is, if you can just come in and do that, maybe you're not as impressed now by the people who are there. Obama, who didn't have that much political experience before winning. So it's not like it's this such a novel thing that other people couldn't do. So a lot of political experience could be bad experience, just that you're making deals and, you're beholden to certain people. So it's the selective lens that I don't like. A lot of what applies to him applies to countless other people too. But it doesn't make him good. But this is either the cynical or the realistic perspective. The idea that, again, you're not saying that he's good and that everyone else is bad, or that he's bad and everyone else is good, which is oftentimes what one side or the other will do. What if they're both bad, they're both flawed, but it's like a necessary, concession, or again, I wouldn't even say that, but it is still a good indication, the reason why he's so disliked it for a different reason than you might think. Not just because he's bad and he's out against your interest, but again, he won despite negative coverage broadly, and he won just because people genuinely liked him. So when the American people actually make a choice that isn't one of the sort of corporate approved, appointed, selected candidates, then that's all of a sudden a bad thing. And so you have to question, why does the media like Democrats so much? And so you have to really question their credibility. And the whole big point is that again, it doesn't mean that they're good, but you're sort of pushing back in a certain way, but this creates a false duality too. Because because the corporate media power structure is aligned one way, now you want to vote the other way. But I would still say, okay, go independent and then invalidate both of them, because the pendulum might swing back the other way at some point. Like, you'll be able to say, you wouldn't want it to go the other way either. So think of it like you're bringing balance to the force. 3 of the last 4 presidencies have been Democrat, and they're also aligned with the corporate-owned media. And so now it's starting to look like, okay, a one-party state. So imagine using the other side as your whole argument for your platform, right? Your only platform is, the other side is bad. When 3 of the last 4, 12 out of the last 16 years, you've been the one who's been in power anyway, in the president's office at least. Like, so wouldn't you say that you've had more to do with what potentially is wrong with the country? And like, even when you win, you still keep saying that. Trump himself was criticized for that, like, stop blaming Obama. That's kind of a fair point, at least to a degree. But then when they beat him, the whole reason why, you win because you keep saying, everything's his fault, but at least he's president at the time, right? Like in 2020. So now you say, okay, once we beat him, what do we say now? Still keep blaming him and still keep saying he's so bad. Well, that's how you know there's like a flaw in your own position or argument, is if you basically put yourself in a position to like, when your whole platform is about the other side, why not focus on your side? Right? What is your policy? What are your actual beliefs, position? Right? Because when you're on a side, first of all, like, you're on one of two sides, right? You've already decided that. So the premise is that you already don't like the other side. So your whole argument shouldn't be, look how bad this guy is, because, we already know you feel that way, because you wouldn't be on the side that you're on otherwise, right? So the premise is, okay, you decided not to vote for the other side, meaning Republicans in this case, or Trump, because you think they're bad, or whatever, you don't like them. So now that's enough. That's all we need on that subject. Now focus on your side and say, especially when they're not even the sitting president. It's one thing, okay, now Republicans will bring up how bad Biden is, but at least he's in office, instead of, if you're not even in office, then what does that have to do? Just say you don't like them, so you're not going to vote for them, and then once you do that, then you decide on somebody you actually believe in or has good policies or whatever. So you're kind of missing the whole half point of it, is that you realize that, again, you're sort of excusing or bypassing the need for focusing on policy or anything, because, again, you're just focusing only on the other side. But it doesn't make sense. Why would you need to do that? Like, okay, we get it. Your premise is you don't like them. So now move on and focus on actually what you're doing and pick the best person, which clearly is not what happened, even by, again, that party's own standard. Biden or Harris weren't really that popular. So the formula is simple. Just kind of let the media do all the work and people just jump on the bandwagon mindlessly, and that's it. Right, and that's a clear indication of a one-party state that, again, that's the most objective way to say it. It's not me saying it as somebody who's just objective or independent. It's not Republicans saying it. It's Democrats saying it. They didn't like Harris. They didn't like Biden. They ran multiple times, Biden was ousted for plagiarism the first time, so he wasn't even his party's nominee. And now all of a sudden you say, well, they're the best thing ever, 81 million votes. Even if you want to use false duality to justify it, you're kind of explaining the point that you've been brainwashed so hard that your argument isn't, why are we doing this action? Oh, we're doing it because of something that has nothing to do with it on the other side, because you're kind of tying them together. Well, you assume they'll win because they have genuine public support, apparently. Well, you assume the other side's going to win, therefore we have to do this just by default. But even within that default position, it still doesn't make sense because you have other options that could have, you could have held a higher standard or, vetted the choice a little better. Or again, not buffer the other major political party. Because see, what that ends up doing is if you put yourself in a position where I don't know, like it's a major party in which you're able to not really have much conviction in what you're doing. Again, that's all it comes down to, right? People who like Trump might just like Trump and then they like his policies or whatever, right? So that feels more genuine, but instead here you're seeing candidates that didn't have that genuine support clearly in their careers. Now they all of a sudden do very well, in fact, historically well, even if you think, oh, it's just despite this other guy. That's not really how it works, and again, that's a clear false duality. And so, to not see the bias there, or again, it just shows that you lack a platform and you're sort of entitled even to your position. You think everybody should think the same thing as you, and anybody who doesn't is just, you'll try to discredit them as being on the other side, or assuming that even being on the other side itself discredits them. Again, anybody who doesn't agree with me is just wrong. And what you fail to realize, too, is you fail to realize why he won in the first place, which is the whole irony and almost the karma, right? That your position wasn't that, introspective, like, oh, maybe there was something wrong with Obama that it led to Trump winning afterwards. Maybe people weren't as happy with his presidency as we thought. Or maybe, Hillary wasn't the best candidate. That's why he was able to beat her. Or, we have our own flaws. We have our own idiosyncrasies. We've made our own mistakes. And that's why he got 74 million votes even though he lost. Like, maybe he wasn't that bad. Maybe people liked his policy. Maybe all this pushback and hysteria gives him more support because it turns him into almost a sympathetic figure. Maybe we shouldn't stoop to his level of just name-calling and trying to attack him all the time. Maybe we should focus on our own platform, right? Maybe our presidency wasn't the best. Maybe Biden had some policy issues. Maybe all of these things. But no, instead, guess what people said? This I find pretty amazing. He was bad, so that's why he can't win in 2016. Then he wins, and what did they say? Oh, he's still bad. He's bad, that's why he couldn't win. He's bad, that's why he won. So in other words, he's bad no matter what. And go so far as the weakest argument, again, as I always say in the history of politics, as you can see sometimes, is attacking the voter rather than attacking even the person that they voted for. You're even attacking the voter and saying, oh, you're just invalid or whatever. Like, it's a very broad because they could be saying it for the same reason. Oh, you think you're voting against Trump, but they're voting against the entire political establishment and corporate-owned media in one party state potentially. So you're both voting against something, but at least that other thing that you're voting against is more broadly represented than just, oh, this one idiosyncratic individual. And I still wouldn't save over him for that reason, but that's kind of why people did it the first time. And it kind of made it more and more obvious, like, right? Like, and the media can't understand, like, oh, maybe people are doing it, like, we're taking such a strong side. How could people not agree with what we're saying? But don't you see that maybe that's part of the reason why, that people see your bias and they don't want to go along with it? So the ironic way is maybe the way to beat somebody like that is if you were just more fair and objective and didn't take a side against him, then people wouldn't care as much. They wouldn't be as passionate one way or the other because it's like, oh, he's just another, kind of like how I looked at him. You know, he's just another guy, another politician. It's not going to be that different, right? Even though he was an outsider in a certain sense, he's just whatever. I looked at him basically the same way as Hillary. I wasn't distinguishing them that much, so I didn't care that much about it. But then the amount of hysteria that happens almost makes him seem good because if somebody's actually bad, you don't see this level of hysteria about it. Right, there have been plenty of bad presidents or leaders or whatever. Yeah, that's how you end up with the worst leaders in history, when you vote against something rather than for something, or you vote against someone rather than for someone because you have no actual belief in what you're doing, and you're only doing it, again, out of spite and mindlessness, and so you're not really paying attention. It's a good way to sort of manufacture consent. Noam Chomsky, the idea that you'll agree with whatever they tell you and vote for whoever is put in front of you, even unpopular candidates with their own party, because, oh no, the big bad guy's on the other side. So don't pay any attention to this actual party and what they're doing or this candidate. Just blindly vote for whoever just because, oh, they're not that one other guy on the other side. So you're being kind of just brainwashed by that standard. Right, where what are the chances that all that leads to is the same thing over and over again? You know, so you have, that's what people are thinking. They're only thinking about the other side the whole time, but what about your own side? You don't have any self-awareness or introspection, or, again, somehow this is even like a global thing where I love that I've heard that, like, you know, people in other countries are saying that, like, oh, I hope Trump doesn't win. Like, since when are you so, I just love that. It's like, this is what people mean when they say woke. Like, oh, you know, there was some article I actually written like that some time ago. Like, oh, I never cared about politics until Donald Trump. So in other words, that's a good thing. He made you passionate about it. So that's what leaders do. They rouse your passion, whatever. Even if, in this sense, you're saying it in a negative way, it's like, so you never cared, and that's your fault. But now you're holding that against him and getting all your passion out all at once. Like, you should have cared when, you know, Bush was bombing babies in Iraq, or you should have cared when Obama was bombing in the Middle East into oblivion that we ran so much that we ran out of bombs. You should have cared then, but oh no, you didn't care, so therefore those people are angels, and we won't talk about that. But now when you suddenly start paying attention, now you want to act like, oh no, this is the end-all, be-all, and he's finally the first one who's actually bad or something. Or it could be a plot by China to, you know, use their holdings in the media all over the world, but especially in the United States, to push anti-American propaganda that brings it to its knees and installs, you know, puppet sort of candidates. Even if it's not quite as direct as that, right, you can certainly see the incentive there. Because it is just so, like, you know, you lower yourself to that level of discourse. So, like, Trump beat them at their own game, and then now they start acting like him. You know, they're name-calling and all this kind of stuff. But you act like you're superior, but then look at what you give us. Like, oh, everybody who votes for him is uneducated, but then who do you vote for? Oh, like a zombie candidate here, 81 million people. Or... Again, oh, they feed off hate. Also, all your campaign is just feeding off hating him, and everybody who voted for him even, like, And if you can't see it now, after these 4 years of poor performance, again, I wouldn't be surprised if he does win. In fact, quite frankly, he should win, based on the circumstances that they've allowed. Again, the independent argument would have been waiting in the wing, but nobody seems interested in that. So, again, it's very easy to control people's perceptions that way because that's the one sort of policy or position that I'd love to hear. And I actually heard like an explanation for somebody who actually is a Democrat or whatever. What do you feel about letting millions of people in with no proper process? They might try to use the race card, but again, Bill Clinton didn't do that, Obama didn't do that, so they must be racist too. That doesn't really work, just having proper border security like every civilized country in the world has. So that doesn't really work. And then the other side of it is the simple fact that again, just coming through a proper port of entry, proper process. Even on Ellis Island, you have to come in and check in. But beyond that, you have the simple reality of like, how would you explain that, and how would you also, one person gave a rebuttal, because again, it's sort of an unforced issue too. It's not even like, oh, COVID happened and you have to deal with something there, or, inflation's an ongoing thing and you have deficit spending by both parties. It's not even one of these broad things that, okay, it's not entirely your fault. Things like that happen. Gas prices you can't 100% control. At least there's some nuance there. There's no nuance here. It's like it's a non-issue. It was a non-issue in 2016 to 2020. It was a non-issue 2008 to 2016. Generally, right? They would still get on Obama about it, but it wasn't like what it is now. So if it was a non-issue with both parties, then you turn it into an issue for seemingly no reason. Again, people say it's because they want votes from these people, which wouldn't surprise me. But again, my whole error or ulterior motive anti-fallacy, like, oh, it's a conspiracy and they're trying to get votes. Even if it wasn't, then they're just so incompetent that they just keep up something as simple as border security. But no, I saw a comment like that said, well, they tried to offer a bill to Republicans and they turned it down, as if you should need that. Obama didn't need that. Bush didn't need that from Democrats. Bill Clinton didn't need that. Nobody needed that. Trump didn't even need to build the wall to keep it more secure than this, in the full way, at least, that he was saying. So, you don't need that to just do basic border security that's already in place. Right, so you have border security that's already in place, and you just need to enforce it. But, oh no, we need this special bill, and it's going to be packed with other incentives and things that we don't agree with. And so it also leads to the other fallacy. But again, first of all, you don't need the bill. It's just a basic process that you should do anyway, and that everybody else has done in the modern era without needing a special bill or any bill at all. Because, again, these are already existing things. Like, it exists in some way or another. Even if you disagree with it, then you can try to change it. But you just put your hands up and say, oh, we're just not even going to do it. It's a hard thing to explain, really. How do you explain it? They just didn't feel like it. They were just lazy, or they thought it was wrong, so they're protesting it, and it's racist to have basic border security, which every country in the world has. But no, it leads to the other fallacy that, what was I going to say? How can you blame somebody else for it, or what was it? Basic border security, again, you don't need any sort of... Oh, yeah. If you oppose a specific, if you oppose a specific proposal for something, you must oppose the very idea behind it. So again, they presented this bill that would have totally secured the border, even though they shouldn't have needed it, but even never mind that. But you don't agree with that exact bill because it has other things packed in there that maybe you disagree with, and incentives, and that's how they always get you. They'll put all this other subliminal stuff in there that is in the fine print that has nothing to do with it, but that's just extra spending or this or that, right? So because you disagree with it on that basis, you must oppose the very core idea that, oh, you must not want secure borders then, or you must not want this or that, just because you're opposing the fine print and you propose a different iteration without that, right? So again, it doesn't mean you oppose the core idea of it, but you oppose maybe specifics that you crammed in there, or you have a different proposal on the same subject. So that's a very common fallacy. Again, you don't support this one thing, like, this one proposal for a plan or a policy. That must mean you oppose the very core idea of the policy, not just that you have a better idea or, some other preference of going about it. Like even with universal health care, just because you have, you might oppose a particular plan on it, but you might have another one that you'd rather see or preference. Like I always say that with public education, right? It's like, oh, I could criticize that. People will be like, oh, well, what are you supposed to do? You just want people not to go to school or be uneducated. But you're obviously advocating for a different system, which again might be idyllic and unrealistic, but still you would be arguing for it. Okay, so here's something I'll react to, I guess. We should react to like biased political commentators, which are on both sides, but sort of debunk them. So like Ben Shapiro, yes, he's biased, he's on the right. He's at least pretty open about saying it though, usually. Whereas some of these other people try to pretend like they're not. I guess that's the difference. But, they're all biased. So this guy Vaush, V-A-U-S-H, right? This guy, I've seen some pretty funny comments and stuff on him before. He's like very much, he'll react to Ben Shapiro videos and try to, attack them and stuff. And so one funny take on it was like, people will often criticize Ben for like, going on these rants and talking longer than the video he's actually reacting to, but then Vaush sits there for like 2 hours reacting to like a 10-minute video by Ben. Like, I don't mind that. I'm kind of long-form style like that too, but, you're kind of doing the same thing that he's rightfully at times criticized for doing. That it's easy to make an argument when you're kind of making both sides and every side, and you get to just ramble on with no rebuttal, right? So Elon Musk takes gold in destroying Twitter. Okay, so all caps. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. And we might move around with this a little bit. Like watch something. I'm not going to watch the whole thing necessarily. Let's just see what it's all about, because he's pretty popular. He has, or maybe he's not that popular, 46K subscribers. It's illegal not to give Elon Musk money. Mama free speech. What is this? Is this like a parody video, or I don't get what he's watching? The way she's talking makes it seem like it's a parody. I don't know what the hell he's even on about, but let's wait till he actually says something. I'm reacting to somebody reacting to something. So somebody's boycotting X. Yeah, like saying we're on the right side of history. Like saying we're on the right side of history, but you don't explain why. You just say it. It's okay because we're on the right side of history because the media tells us we are, as they try to write history in real time. It's like the information overload. I don't like her delivery if she's... He's being kind of annoying already. Saying, this is a clip of Elon saying don't advertise. That's kind of like a selfless But he's saying it within context, at least. At least he plays the full clip. Blackmail me based on ideology to advertise. Okay, we don't need to get an ad hominem idiosyncrasy superficial basis. Come on. Don't do that. Give us an actual argument here. Yeah, do things, but what things? Beholden to ideology. And again, it's not saying he's perfect, but yeah, I don't get what exactly this is, but so it's not a parody video, actually. The way she's talking is like so weird. I'll say her delivery is kind of weird. But again, we don't need to do ad hominem. It's very weird to react to a video, which is true about me, it's true about him. Like, just... It's just ironic, the whole switch. Is Elon Musk's acts biased towards the right? Sure. But was it biased before... Was it biased before with Jack Dorsey and stuff? Yeah, that's true. I mean, Twitter was kind of catchy. You can kind of say it as both, though. You don't have to replace it. But that maybe wasn't the best idea. I don't even know who this is. This woman. Although I don't really know who this guy is either. But that's the whole irony. People are, it's like with the Supreme Court, right? Only reason Elon does anything. So he made Tesla, ketamine, what is he, Yoda from Star Wars? He made Tesla, which is very environmentally conscious, electric vehicles, to try to pander to the right. Of course, that's the only reason why he does anything ever. Because the right's totally all about that, right? Climate change. Yeah, you're really pandering to the right by doing that, everything he does. But no, my point was, again, I'm not vouching for every feature. I'm not even vouching for anything. I don't like Twitter. I didn't like Twitter before. I don't like it now. But to the benefit of what? Nobody except him. But wait a second. It's been to the benefit of nobody but him except for Wait. He said everything Elon has done has been to his own benefit for advertising dollars, but he just explicitly said, I don't want advertising dollars. So what the fuck does that mean? He's willing to sacrifice advertising dollars for ideological reasons, whatever, whether you agree with them or not. You want to milk advertising dollars, but you're also saying that don't advertise. So what the fuck does that mean? Right? Because you don't want to feel like you're being beholden to certain views. You know corporations are the good guys, so when they tell you to say or not say something, you know they're doing it for the right reasons, clearly. Because you might say, it's because it offends people, but who cares? Then people don't have to engage with it, but why should the corporations care? Because of money, obviously, but still, it's more them who take the position. Asmongold said something like that pretty well, too, like, okay, enough of this fucking clown. The point is that you have a situation where, the corporations are the good guys. So, they'll say that, people are offended by this thing. The vast majority of people probably don't care. But, they want to make sure, corporations want to make sure that, what is their incentive, really? They just want money. They just want to create an environment where everybody's docile and easy to control and all that kind of stuff. What is their incentive? They're not on your side. So, with respect to that, it's why do I need corporations telling me what you can and can't have on a platform or something like that? And so you'll say it's people being offended by it. But if people are offended, then they can just not use it. But that's different. Again, that's the real threat. You should take this down, otherwise people will stop using Twitter, and then your user base will drop out, and you'll have less people using ads. But you don't get to circumvent that, right? That's the more natural way of doing it. You have a case of, again, you have a platform, you have users, you have ads, right? So the natural social Darwinism would be, oh, we don't like this platform, we don't like some of the stuff on there, or whatever, however you want to describe it. And so therefore, even though that doesn't make sense, because you can choose what you want to look at, you can disagree with, it's like the internet. Oh, there's a lot of objectionable stuff on the internet, right? I'm sure there's sites dedicated to Nazis or whatever, like in a positive way, and other stuff, but like, you don't have to use the site, so the simple existence of the site doesn't make sense. Like, you know what I mean? You don't have to agree with everything in existence to say that it should exist. That's kind of a stupid way to look at it. You would assume that social Darwinism would win out, and the majority of people would not agree with it or view it in a positive light. Sometimes it can be a good thing that way too, opposite interpretation that I was talking about. By having that up there, it's not only will people not be sympathetic to it, they'll actually have more of a negative opinion, because if they look at it, right, they'll be disgusted and repulsed by it, rather than hiding it away. You could turn, it's like a Clockwork Orange. At the end, they show him violent to desensitize him to violence, or to make him not desensitize him, like to make him oppose violence. You don't show him peace and say, oh, look how nice this is, although they might do a little bit of that, but they show him violence to show how horrible it is, and that sort of de-radicalizes him from being violent. So that's the whole point, is that you have you can look at it the other way, but the whole point with this is it's up to Twitter what it wants to allow and not allow on there, right? So what that means is, if you lose users because they feel offended by what's on there, then you lose users, and those users won't be seeing the ads anymore, and so you'll be making less money. So that's your choice, and that's on you. It's not up to the advertiser to say, oh, we assume this is going to hurt your user base, and so we're not going to put our ads on there and be associated with this thing, which makes no sense at all, because, again, it's too broad to interpret all these things. So it's just, you're never going to win that argument. There's always going to be something objectionable on there with 0 views and 0 likes, right, that you would never think to remove, because nobody even knows it's on there, like the internet, even more so in the same degree. And then you have you have also, my whole philosophy on this is like, it should always be in the user's control. Like, I don't want Twitter to block somebody or delete a message. I want you to do it in one of 2 ways. The user can decide through social Darwinism, okay, I don't want to look at the guy's post, I'm going to block them, I'm going to ignore them, whatever. And so now I choose what to engage in and what not to. So I have the control myself, not that the platform is making the decision for me. So by that logic, you could post literally anything you want, aside from like a threat. Even then you could post it, but you'll get arrested. If it's a real credible threat, that could be up to the police, but the platform still doesn't have to delete it, or it could even leave it on there as evidence. But if you take away that, you could say anything, but then you can block people or choose what you engage in, filter stuff out. So I'd rather the user have those controls, blocking people, filtering things, right? You choose what to look at or whether to use the platform at all in the first place. Again, anytime like the internet offended me, but it's your choice whether or not to use it, and it's your choice what things to look at on there. So don't blame that, right? It's just, you'll look in a mirror and complain about what it shows about yourself, but it's not the mirror's fault, or like all of humanity, right? It's simply the collective human, whatever, knowledge base and opinions and everything. So there's always going to be stuff you don't like or find offensive. So again, you can filter out. I'd rather you block it as the user if you don't like it, or filter stuff out, rather than, okay, the platform should delete it or block people or filter stuff out. That I don't want to see that happen. And even further, I don't want to see the government get involved, like you see with the UK now. Everybody's posting about this, that they're arresting people or something for what they're posting on. Again, what's disturbing about that is that they're even looking in the first place. Why are you even looking at people's random messages on social media? Don't you have better things to do? Like, just use a VPN. Lol, they won't be smart enough, this shitty fucking brain-dead government. That's the real crime, that you're too stupid to use a VPN. But, then you're out of their jurisdiction. But no, the other point is like the Supreme Court. Like, why were people getting upset when Elon Musk bought Twitter? It's not because, oh no, now it's going to go from unbiased to on the right. No, it's a self-tell. It's going from on the left to on the right, or whatever, pro-Democrat to pro-Republican, however you want to describe it. So they weren't upset that it's going to be biased. They're going to be upset that it's not biased the way they want it to be anymore. And then, same thing with the Supreme Court. It's like you're admitting, oh, why are you getting so excited about a Supreme Court justice or so upset about it? They're supposed to be objective anyway. So what you're saying is Amy Coney Barrett and all these other ones, it's not like, oh, they're conservative, so now the conservatives are taking over the court and it's wrong. But you didn't mind that the other way. Like, you know, when you're getting all these other people in who are liberal justices, you didn't mind it there and you were cheering it on. So what does that tell me? Oh, they're totally unbiased. Then why are you getting so excited? No, they were biased just in the way you wanted them to be. So that's what people don't get. You would cheer it on when it goes your way, and now you will condemn it when you don't. Right, so it's nothing to do with, oh no, these conservative judges have bias. Yes, they do, to some degree, yeah, and you know, you got to minimize that and don't make decisions just based on that. But you're trying to act like all the other justices didn't have bias, and the reason why they were celebrated and appointed by like a Democratic president wasn't because they have similar values and views. Like, of course, that's why. So again, you get upset, oh no, Twitter is going to be biased now, but not period, but oh no, only in the other direction. We want it to continue to be biased in our direction. So again, oh no, Amy Coney Barrett is getting appointed to the Supreme Court, but we're not worried about that because, oh, she's a conservative. We just want a liberal in there instead. So again, we're not pure. We're not saying, oh, we want someone objective. We're saying, oh no, our bias has ruled until now, and we don't want the other side's bias to rule instead, right? Not recognizing that both sides are biased, so it's a flawed process by nature. And so you have a case where, so this video wasn't really all that interesting. Like, he's just showing the video, which I didn't really like, and I don't know, her delivery made it almost seem like a parody, so I will, you know, question that a little bit. Maybe that's just how she talks, so I don't know, but yeah, let's maybe give it another chance. But no, he'll react to a lot of Ben Shapiro videos or other things. So on one hand, you'll say, oh, look at this clown, but like me, it's reacting to this guy, but oh no, he's bigger than me, or why would I need to react to him then? But it's just because some of these things are so baseline fallacious. So I'm not even defending Elon Musk. I don't even care, but I'm just saying he's no more or less biased than... You would think he's a little less biased, though. That's the one line of that video that deserves to be clowned, where he says everything Elon does is to pander to the right, apparently, which I really don't think that's the case. But, you know, oh yeah, you make Tesla for that reason, because, oh yeah, you know how much the right loves climate, you know, whatever, climate control and worrying about that kind of stuff. That's totally an initiative on the right. And it wouldn't appeal to the left more in California and all this kind of stuff. So how exactly are you doing that when your whole basis is that you're about, you know, environmentally friendly stuff? Right, so by that logic, you would think, oh, California should love him and all these other Democrats should love him. That shows you kind of the hive mind of the Democratic Party. They sort of try to exclude Elon Musk from a lot of stuff. Like, we're having an EV summit and we're talking about other companies, but we're leaving out Tesla. Like, oh, Ford or somebody else is leading the market. Biden was doing this. Like, so just because he doesn't agree with you completely, he might agree with you on some things. He even said he voted for Biden, although I almost thought he didn't say that at the time. But now he was saying it. But my point is that, you know, they can agree with you on some things and be somewhat on your side, but because they don't agree 100%, or they might criticize something you do, now you just completely bury them. Let me see what this is. Again, the orientation of my screen fucks up. But yeah, like, there's a lot of these headline sensational titles, like freaking out over Kamala Harris or freaking out over Joe Biden. Like, really? Why would we be freaking out? when they got 1% of the vote, assuming that, when Harris in particular got 1% of the vote, why would you even care if you were a rival of them, right? Why would you be worried about that? So this one is Ben Shapiro is freaking out over the Tim Walz VP pick. Now again, the knocks against him would be, he allowed Minnesota to burn and he allowed he said some weird things like, China's good things about China, and one person's communism is another, socialism is another's neighborliness, all these kind of things. So certainly, you could see the labels radical and stuff associated with him. Harris even has her own soundbite where she says, I'm a radical. And she has all these weird quotes like, let's ban straws, or let's calling young people stupid. Yeah, they must be stupid. That's how you're able to win. Like, that's how Biden was able to win or something. So you're seeing people brainwashed at a young age in a way that's very direct, that a lot of young people might be Democrats. So, because, you're taking everything at face value, but then again, you're still dumb. I was always cynical and skeptical of stuff like that, too. So now we get to... I'll look at this in a second. I don't know why I'm even doing this, but I just can't decide what to watch, so this is what you get. Yeah, even doing face cam kind of is so stupid for all these people. Right, like, you don't need to show that. Like, anybody, Ben Shapiro showing it, like, why does your face matter? But, so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Ben Shapiro freaking out about Tim Walz VP pick. But again, just by simply talking about it, you must be freaking out. Ben is coping hard. Why would you have to cope, though? Like, these are unknown people who nobody cared about before. Nobody cared about Tim Walz. Nobody cared about Harris. Democrats are enthused all of a sudden about people they weren't enthused about before. Explicit reason they didn't pick Josh Shapiro. It's a bad look, right, at this time. That's not even the point. It's calling out your own hypocrisy. It doesn't matter. You're the ones who are pretending to be all self-righteous. See, he's even being defensive here, but there's nothing wrong. He's not even criticizing it. He's just saying unity. He's not even saying it's negative. He's just being defensive. Look at this. Idyllic talking over. Red will use their power to hurt you. Then why do people vote for them then? They just make life better for business owners, but then why? They just hurt people, but yet people still vote for them. Democrats hate Republicans, but, of course, they should hate them more. What a great... Oh, yes, of course. Socialism kind of benefits everybody. Good one. That is sort of true. He did say that, but... not even so much bend the knee, but because they're being outwardly peevish and opposing everything you do, like the National Guard. Oh, Donald Trump won't send in the National Guard, or they won't approve of him sending it in because whatever, makes them look bad or makes him look good. So it goes both ways. Let's see how you defend this. Primarily done by a Trump supporter. How do you figure that? All things that people don't know, probably, just even general facts, because nobody knows who this kid. Yes, of course, but you'll blame that. But who is more close to it? So Trump's president, so everything's his fault. So the 2 million people across the border, more than that. Way more than that. I don't know where I got the 2 million. How normal he comes across, but who cares about all this? Like, popularity contest. Didn't Joe Biden come across as normal and you have no voter remorse about that one? It's so inconsistent sometimes. Oh yes, of course, the same country that we call racist and yeah, see, this is the same party that says it. Oh, there can be no nuance. Don't think about it, just everything's good just on the surface. That's kind of a hard contradiction, though. Oh, now you're praising it when it suits you. But to call it systematically racist is going a bit too far. Ah, yes, indoctrination. Those things you learn about anyway. You don't want you to learn about things that I learned about when I was in school, like slavery and civil rights. Everybody knows that, though. Everyone knows they're slave owners, so... Oh, yeah, you're trying to argue on nuance when you're so dug in on one side. Those things were already in school. Oh, here we go. Now he's going to give us what is love over here. And this guy rambles on more than me. But no, it's very hypocritical because the left you would love it, but you would constantly call it racist, systematically racist, and you would say so if they criticize Biden, they're not trying to improve it. Like, there's a 5-second delay there. Criticism of America must always precede improvement. But there's so many hypocrisies with this, like, make America great again. Never in a fundamental way. Make it great again. Oh yeah, I guess. How many brown people voted for Donald Trump, though? That's the difference that you can't talk around. Right, at least better than Republicans typically do. He got 74 million votes, so obviously... Oh, because there's no agenda behind this selective, all of a sudden, oh, we're just learning about the country, 1619 Project or revisionist history. They're totally not doing it for power, by the way, as they're running for president now. I didn't even hear what he said. Yeah, did you know that the George Floyd trial didn't actually address race at all, and it wasn't treated as a hate crime because there was nothing actually shown to be that way? The guy's a bad guy, and he did a bad thing, but it wasn't actually shown to be to do with race. Just ask the prosecutor. They never brought that up. You should look at the whole trial. They never brought that up. Let's make sure we create a platform that Nestle likes and let them dictate our speech patterns on Twitter or something. Bernie Sanders says hello. They're not part of the discourse? They could be. This is one of those false dualities, like feeding the sick and hungry. Like, again, as if you wouldn't have an alternative way of doing the same thing, just that you disagree with the manner of it, like universal health care or something. And that's totally unfounded. But you're stating misinformation openly because it's a ship post that was having a great time. Like, what is this, a party, or are you actually using your brain? And Trump's big rallies all these years didn't get any attention. But the couch thing is a made-up meme that everybody acknowledges, that somebody put like a very convincing Photoshop that always use the lowest common denominator, but what you have is like, what was I saying? He talks fucking too much, dude. We're just gonna throw a smear. No, but the couch thing has been debunked openly. It's supposedly from his book, right? Hillbilly Memoirs or whatever it is. But it's not actually from his book. It was just something that was photoshopped to look like it was from his book. And even it was pretty well acknowledged. You can just look up that it's been debunked and it's just a meme. But it was kind of convincing, so people believed it, etc. And so they kind of run with it, but you should be more responsible. That's misinformation. He didn't actually say that. And, like, why would he say it in his own book? So, whatever. This one's kind of too much fucking talking, but then again, that's all it usually is. But no, you have, like, this false duality of, you just kind of know what side people are on. And it almost makes it sound like I'm on a side, but I'm really not, because it's this strange, my actions would result, if everyone did them, probably they would result in an independent winning, but in a more broad sense, you might say, oh, well, it'll lead to Trump winning, but only because he has genuine public support, which I don't perceive this to be that, because again, how else would you explain it? Oh, it's just Fox News, but there's no way you can account for 74 million views just from Fox News or a couple other right-wing networks, but you could account for 81 million from the extreme, non-stop propaganda from everybody, even at the time, including Twitter, Facebook, CNN, NBC, ABC, Washington Post. They were all clearly left-leaning and very biased. And again, even if you want to say you like that or you're grateful for that, that's what dictated the outcome, so I don't view it as genuine at all. And again, this guy's criticizing corporations like, Nestle, in Africa and all this kind of stuff. But you don't realize those are the same corporations that have these holdings and the same influence and power that would be, why do corporations love Democrats so much then? Why are they pushing actively through their mouthpiece in the corporate-owned media to, I want to show that Nestle owns part of one of these companies. I don't know offhand, but you're not seeing the big picture. You think you're opposing something, but you're just favoring something bigger. That's what you're missing. There's nothing really too insightful here, though. It's just stupid. But no, I like that whole sudden turn that, you're going to just parrot whatever the most recent thing is and hope that everybody has goldfish memory, which apparently they seem to, where you have, now all of a sudden America's great, and people were offended, like, make America great again. That's somehow offensive, people said at one point, because you're implying it's not great. Also, it's systemically racist, and it's this white supremacist, and et cetera, racist. But, so you can say all those negative things about it, and ordinary tens of millions of American people, you believe 74 million people are racist, or at least voting for somebody that's racist, that insults their intelligence, and because of that, and again, like, what policy would you point to aside from, you'll try to frame it from the border, but we've seen what a disaster the border has been under this administration, but you'll try to frame that as something against race. They kind of try to frame everything as race, though. So, this is just a modern McCarthyism, like, everybody who doesn't agree is a Russian agent or whatever. So, and in fact, we've seen that too. Like, Tulsi Gabbard criticized her own party, so she's working with Russia, and Trump is working with Russia. And then when that gets tired, he's just a racist, and everybody's a racist. But I think 74 million people voting for someone would probably give them the credibility to say, at least they're not that. But what would people say? Those 74 million people, just a marginal number. If it was a country, it'd be the 20th most populated country in the world. 74 million, adult voters of voting age, like, that would be the 20th most populated country in the world. And so obviously you're going to easily just discredit them and call them all racist. That just makes perfect sense. So let me maybe do one more of this clown stuff. See, the couch thing is almost the kind of thing I would say that almost Trump would have said, and you say, this is just misinformation, it's just made up, you're just referencing a meme and taking it seriously, not knowing what you're even talking about, lowest common denominator, just, foul mouth kind of nonsense, personal attacks. We're above all that. Trump is beneath us for being like that, but you're stooping to that level, and now you're celebrating it. So this is a perfect example of what it shows me, is that you pretend to have higher standards, but you really don't. Those standards are just a vehicle for you to gain power, but then you show that you're no better. And in fact, you maybe are even worse. You're just not as good at doing it, or you don't have as much, passion in doing it. You're just doing it for show, but you're not really doing it. That is an openly debunked, well-known lie, right, that is just a meme post that has no actual merit to it, but people will still keep repeating it, and that won't get fact-checked. There was never anything written about by J.D. Vance when it comes to the couch. That was a meme post that was like photoshopped to make it look like it. It's a joke. It was a joke to make it look like he had written that in his book, but he actually didn't, and obviously the final version of the book does not have that in there. So I just love it. You can just openly state a lie and keep beating like a dead horse, but it's okay because we're doing it. But if Republicans do it, they're spreading misinformation or something. So you see the selective standard here completely. And I like how easily people can be derailed by idiosyncrasy, too. It's a little psychological test I would perform. Like, you have somebody say something you agree with, but they say it unconvincingly, and so the delivery or whatever, and so then you don't like it. Or have someone say something you don't agree with, but say it convincingly, right, and you will agree, or something like that. So it's all about the form, right? They care about the form, the appearance, not the actual substance. Trump's low energy. Okay, let's look at this one. But hasn't Trump been... Yeah, you care about low energy now, after you just voted for Biden, who is the poster boy for low energy. I saw part of this. Yeah, see, doesn't this make me look like, oh, I'm defending Republicans, I'm a shill for Donald Trump, haha. Because, again, I'm just trying to be objective, and because, again, Trump gave that impression that he didn't need any help from anybody. Like, in 2016, it was him against the world. So the American people genuinely supported him, no matter how much, and that's an acknowledgement of that, too. You can't talk around his genuine support, so what do you say? Oh, they're a cult, they're brainwashed by somebody who just came on the scene politically for the first time ever. So how did he just manage to build up a cult that fast? That's kind of impressive, right? Like, how do you just do that? But it's also like he's able to do it in such a way that you have what do you call it? He had genuine public support. The media didn't like him collectively, broadly. Only major network that liked him was really Fox. And even there was some pushback from Republicans. So Republicans, Democrats didn't like him. The media didn't like him. Nobody liked him. So you see what the real underlying incentive is. It's not that suddenly, oh, everybody's grown a moral conscience or Trump is really just that bad. It's that he doesn't fit with the typical corporate power structure, which is pretty easy to identify, like what their mouthpieces will do. Like, how else do you explain that? Why do they care so much, and why are they being so unprofessional and unbiased? Like, why are they so biased, like in 2016 when he wins? I'm not saying you have to celebrate and bring out the pom-poms, but they're being, like, so disappointed, like, oh, this is a sad day in American history. Why? Because the tens of millions of American voters voted for somebody who's a candidate and they won, like how it always happens. Like, why is this so strange? And I don't care about their opinion that, oh, they're taking a position or taking a side, right? You don't need to do that. Just report that he won, but you can see how mad they are. Okay, so we're starting this in 3, 2, 1. Maybe it's delayed by a second, who cares? Trump's low energy, disastrous something press conference. At Mar-a-Lago, everybody gets mad about Mar-a-Lago. They had that one conference a long time ago that people made fun of. Like, what do you expect him to say? He's not going to say something positive about him. He's facing criticism. He's been hiding, but he's been campaigning. He's had rallies, and he's had more rallies than you. Oh, he's dejected. I feel dejected because of the corporate-owned media lapping it up. He's running away from the debate, but you were the one who pulled the bait and switch. Think about this. You dropped out of the whole fucking presidency, meaning Joe Biden, but that's not a bad thing. He agreed to a debate on Fox, so it's just different circumstances. But see, the original day was with Joe Biden, because you have been dejected because you see how much people are just mindless sheep that they'll jump from one unpopular candidate to the next when he's had to actually work in some perceptible sense for his popularity. So what I don't get is why did he randomly say El Salvador? What does that have to do with anything? listen to Ron Paul sock up some gold 15 years ago. Yeah, Joe Biden drops out of the race, and now you turn it into a positive. Oh, look at the energy behind Harris and Walz, and look at they bait and switched it out, so you have every reason to cancel or change something. Was voted like the most liberal or whatever by her own party at one point. He once donated to her, I think. I remember seeing that a long time ago. Trump once gave a donation to Harris. 81 million people voted for low energy Biden, but now low energy is a bad thing. Trump's too old, but you just voted for Biden. It kills your credibility. I don't care about Harris. In a panic. Well, he's so headstrong, he does his own thing, he doesn't care about his campaign team or whatever. So you're admitting that. You had a guaranteed victory. That means Biden was such a good president, right? Okay, maybe the VP pick wasn't the strongest. I don't disagree with that. But much better team. Not the guy who got 81 million votes. Man, you'd have to be a gullible dumbass. You'd have to be a gullible dumbass to really be happy about that. They bait and switch you out when you should have voters' remorse about the 81 million. You got baited in last time, and you'll get baited in again. So you pull a bait and switch. It doesn't make Biden look bad that he not only backed out of the debate, but backed out of the presidency. But it makes you look good that, oh no, now the dates has changed. So that's a bad thing for Trump. Like, he's debating somebody else entirely. Can't blame him. He's been running against Biden the whole time, and now you suddenly bait and switch it, which, again, just remember, okay, I'm pausing it. Whatever, I don't care. It's never, when something bad happens to Democrats, it's not actually a bad thing for them, you see. It's a bad thing for the other side. So Joe Biden's such a bad president and such a bad pick, and all the things that Republicans and everybody, even independents, normal people were saying about him the whole time, he's senile, he's unfit, he's terrible. All those things are not validated and true, and those people don't gain credibility now, and people who liked him and voted for him are saying positive things and defending everything he did, they don't lose credibility, you see. It's actually the opposite. It's that, oh, now we're so happy with Walz and Harris, and now and it makes Trump look bad because he's waffling on the debates or something. It's not the fact that we made a major mistake and we were brainwashed by the media and we picked a terrible candidate and he was a horrible president. Right, it's none of those things. It's never introspective. It's not, Trump is bad for backing out of a debate, potentially, but Joe Biden is not bad for backing out of the presidency. Oh, he's even a hero. It's a good thing. So it doesn't make him look bad or make the choice for choosing him look bad that he couldn't even last the whole term or he has to drop out and can't run again, right? It doesn't make him look bad for not only dropping out of the debates, but dropping out of the presidency, and it doesn't kill your credibility as somebody who supposedly defended him, supported him, voted for him, right? None of that is true. It doesn't make the media look bad for pushing for it, but now all of a sudden, it's a good thing for you that he dropped out and that he ran away. Like, there's no way. I mean, you would really have to be dumb. But what you run into on this side, too, is that, again, you'd have every reason to kind of, change something because you're debating somebody completely different, right? This is a vastly different circumstance, so you can obviously renegotiate the circumstance. He wanted it on Fox, they wanted it on somewhere else. So that's all just, back and forth. But again, under the circumstance, it's very unusual But no, again, it's not a bad thing for you that you had to drop out and change the whole candidate and everything like that. That's not a bad thing for Democrats, but it's a bad thing for Trump. Oh no, that he's not 100% agreeing on the debate or something like that. That's what you would choose to focus on. You won't look at the fact that you maybe made a mistake, that 81 million votes is maybe unjustified, or anything like this, right? You won't question it. You're never wrong. Obama was perfect, but Trump won because people are just bad, and Hillary is perfect, and Trump just won because people are just bad, and 74 million votes, people are just bad, and Joe Biden is perfect. It's not his fault, even though he has to drop out, and that's just because Trump's bad that Joe Biden had to drop out. Like, I don't even get it. So he's even admitting, it was going to be an easy victory against the most popular president in history, 81 million votes. Like, what am I missing here? Like, that's the thing. You'll acknowledge what is actually true, even as you're trying to talk around it. Something very unnatural happened, and it's the media bias, propaganda, whatever. And it's like, you don't realize what you're actually saying. That now that sort of brainwashed support switches from one to the next. So all appearances are giving that, Harris is popular suddenly, even though she never was before with her own party. But, I don't entirely believe it, but now I'm not so sure, because that's all it took last time. That's kind of the ultimate flex by the media of power. Like, if they can make Joe Biden win, they can make anybody win.